Good morning, everybody. Blaine Austin here at Sewing Machines Plus, and welcome to day 4 of Quilt Fest. Hey, and happy St. Patrick's Day to everybody out there. I hope you're wearing your green. Hey, I got my green on, and our crew here's got some green on today. And hey, we're super excited about today because we got another fantastic lineup of educators. We have some great educational sessions coming up and some great products. So, man, we got a big full day again. And I can't believe it's already day 4. Can you? Man, this week is flying by. But hey, guys, I got to talk a little bit about our sponsors. Hey, I got a big shout out to all of our sponsors out there for Quilt Fest. We could not do this if it weren't for the sponsors and our partnerships with them helping us out, being able to give all these great prizes away that we're giving away, and also providing these great educators that we're having to educate you on all the machines that's on the show. So could not do it without them. Big shout out to our platinum sponsors, Brother, Handi Quilter, and the Grace Company. The gold sponsorship is King Quilter, Janome, and QBOT. Silver sponsors are Juki, Dime, and Martelli. The bronze sponsors, So Steady, Bernina, Baby Lock, and Butler. And then our associate sponsor is Synchrony Financing. So big shout out to all those companies and for all their help and what they've done for us, and great partnership. So. But anyway, hey, I hope y'all are raring to go today. And again, if you're brand new to the show, this is the first time you've ever seen it, kind of got to explain to you a little bit about Quilt Fest. Quilt Fest, basically we decided we were going to have a quilt contest, and this is our second annual one. We're going to have another one next year. And you could enter your quilt into a contest, and we gave you so much time to enter the quilt. And then we had 2 categories. We had a modern category, traditional category, and then we opened it up for voting. So all you, the public, could go and vote on your favorite one. And so out of 28,000 votes and all the quilts submitted, we ended up having 3 finalists in each category. And I'm going to talk about those finalists this morning and name those. And no, just any kind of order. They're just random order. And so again, in the traditional category, we had Carol Lombardi is one of the finalists. We had Tiffany Groff is one of the finalists, and Barbara Gary is one of the finalists. In the modern category, we had Linda Fox is a finalist, Barbara Brown, and Denise Looney. And so those are our finalists, and we're going to announce the winners, what places they all get on Friday. But again, guys, you got to be proud just to be a finalist because of, think about that, 28,000 votes, over 28,000 votes, and to get in there. That is a lot of votes. And so you got to be very happy and proud of yourself just to be getting in there. And, again, guys, I talk about this. Anybody can get into this thing. So, we talk about just start. If you're wanting to get into quilting, just start. And on the show, we're telling you or showing you all kinds of ways that you can get into it, from either a very entry-level system that's portable, or to the big advance with the big frames, the big long arms. So we're showing you all kinds of different ways to get into it. So we hope that you're will take advantage of that and do it, because again, the more people get in this, the better it is, and we sure love doing this. And I think the quilt contest is just an awesome event that we can do, and hopefully we'll get keep bringing this to you year after year, and it makes it where you can participate in it from your living room. So so anyway, a lot of things going on this morning. Kyle, Andrea, Roger, how are y'all doing this morning? They're all in the house ready to go, running the computers.
We're ready. We had our McDonald's. We're good to go.
And we have Deb and her team. They're next door in the office next door, and Deb and Candace and Rhonda and Marina over there, they're running the YouTube and Facebook chat. So they're going to try to help answer some of your questions in the chat. Hey, if you're new, this is the first time you ever watch the show, put a number 1 in the chat, because our SMP Nation out there is going to make you feel welcome. And, and they'll actually help you, answer some of the questions too, because super knowledgeable customer base. And we sure do appreciate them out there. But before we get too deep into this, I got to say a big shout out to, Kimmy I think it's Broadley, right? Kimmy Broadley. She's watching up in Oregon. Hey, we've got Linda Firestone is watching up in Wisconsin. Karen Butler in Michigan. Arlene Burdett is watching in Wisconsin. Terry Barr is in Texas, and Chris Perry down in Florida. So, hey, glad y'all are all watching today, and thank y'all for joining our show. And also got to talk about the $50,000 Dream Studio, everybody. So the $50,000 Dream Studio, you're all saying, what is that? Everybody has a chance to win out there. It is a unbelievable package that we put together. It's worth $50,000. You can see it right on the screen there. All the things that we're having on that. I mean, we're throwing in. It's that you're going to get, if you win this, you're going to get the Handi Quilter Capri long arm with that insight table. You're getting the Handi Quilter Moxie long arm with a Pro Stitcher robotic system on it. You're getting the Martelli Advantage workstation table with that cutting mat, a Janome 16P QC sewing machine, the Juki Rico RI100, that direct-to-garment printer, Grace Cutie frame, that's that portable frame that you can put on a tabletop or your kitchen table, and it'll hold any domestic machine. You're getting the Grace True Cut Master Cutting Collection, which is just an awesome collection of rotary cutters and rulers and things. That Brother PRS single needle embroidery machine with a free motion quilting kit with it. You're going to get the Juki HZL DX5 sewing machine, Dime Perfect Embroidery Pro software, Horn of America, that 5280 cabinet, and we're also throwing in that 6-way chair. And then the Janome Memory Craft 9850 sewing and embroidery machine. That's all part of this package, guys. And again, what we're doing each day, we're actually picking a finalist that are going to be in the pool of 5 people on Friday that we're going to pull that name out of. Monday's finalist was Linda Hilliard, so congratulations to Linda being a finalist. Tuesday was Beth Cleary. She was our finalist on Tuesday. Yesterday, our finalist was Maggie Sue, so congratulations to all 3 of y'all. And again, to this afternoon, we're going to pick our 4th finalist, and you say, well, how can I get into this? Well, guys, here's how you can do it. If you went and voted on quilts early on, that gets you in the entry. If you are watching today and you make comments or ask questions, it gets you in the entry. If you make comments and ask questions on Monday, you get put in there. So the more participation you have, the better. Even after the video is over, the live video, if you're just watching the replay and you go down in the comment section on YouTube or Facebook and make comments, it actually enters you into the $50,000 giveaway. So there's a multitude of ways to do it. If you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel, if you go subscribe right now, that actually helps you win. If you haven't liked our Facebook page, that helps you get in there. If you share the video, that helps you. So all those different things you can do is going to help your chances. And again, this afternoon, we are going to announce that 4th finalist. And so all the things you're doing will help you get in there. The other thing, we're going to give daily giveaways away. So each day, at the end of the day, we've been giving a ton of prizes away, and we're going to do that again today. We have a bunch of sewing machines and things we're giving away. And if you're just watching today live and you make comments or ask questions, that's going to enter you to win those giveaways. So a lot of different ways to win, Kyle.
Yep.
So
all you gotta do is comment, share, subscribe, just engage.
Yeah, just engage.
Win.
And you can, our last year winner, had to remodel her house to accommodate all the prizes that she won.
She's still going to send us some pictures when she finishes all that.
Yeah, she's going to send us some pictures. Now, guys, again, we do a live show every Thursday. So, make sure it's at 10 a.m. on, Pacific time. Make sure that if you want to come, and we do this kind of similar things. We have special guests. We have products that we review and demonstrate. And we have prizes that we give away. So we welcome y'all to come and join our SMP Nation in our live show every Thursday. And but hey, guys, we've got this show today. We have been busy, Kyle. And I want to make sure y'all give a big shout out to our call center. Excuse me, our call center this morning. I already called over there. The phones are already ringing off the hook. They're busy. We got the whole crew there this morning. So I wanted to go live. We got a camera set up in the call center. I want to go live this morning and say hello to everybody. Say, hey, y'all give them a big shout out, everybody. There's the call center. They're all over there manning the phones this morning. And that's Nick's and Laura's team over there. And then I actually We got a camera set up in the warehouse, and I know Randy's crew's out there working hard. So and then we've got Kennedy has got a camera, her phone. She's live outside. She says they've already got a bunch of product already stacked up, Kyle, and and she's saying FedEx is there right now. So
You said that was it, right?
Another truck.
Come. Yeah. They usually bring a trailer, but they have multiple trucks or trailers that'll come. And so we're loading up all your product for Quilt Fest. It's going out today, a lot of it. But anyways, a lot of stuff. And I know they're super, super busy. First thing this morning, they've been there since early this morning trying to get the product shipped out. So, but anyway, we're raring to go today, guys. We got the whole team all fired up. And hey, we've got a great lineup today. So we're super excited. And y'all probably wondering, what is this sitting beside me? Well, hey guys, this is our Golden Scissors Award. And these are the Golden Scissor trophies. These are going to be awarded to the first place person in each quilting category that we had, the traditional and the modern. And whoever wins first place will get this trophy, and they'll have their plate right on the front with their name and stuff on it. And they'll also, each place will get a ribbon to go on their quilt. So all three places will get a ribbon, but that's not all they get, Kyle. They get a pretty good prize package as well. And I'm going to tell you what the first place is. So first place in each category, you see it right there. They're going to get that Brother PRS 100 with the free motion quilting kit. Guys, this is about a $6,000 value that they're getting right there. It's a great machine. Second place, each person's going to get that Juki HZL DX5 sewing machine. You see it right on the screen. That's the second place. And then third place, excuse me, we're going to get that Janome 3160 PG, that 100th anniversary sewing machine. So that's going to go to all the two third place people. So they're not going empty-handed. So again, you're not going to go home empty-handed either. You got a great chance to win a lot of prizes on the show this week. And we figured it up. Kyle said there was about, I think if you added in the $50,000 Dream Studio and you added up the prizes we're given for the first place and through third, and all the things we're giving away on the show, it's $123,000 of product.
$123,000.
A lot of product.
I still can't believe that.
I know. Excuse me, guys. I got a little bit of frog in my throat this morning. So, but anyway, a great prize package, and that we're going to have. And again, we figured it up. I think it's about $50,000 that we're giving away throughout the show each day,
about 10
just randomly. So that's a great prize package that you'll even get a chance to win. And I mean, so far we've already given away. I can't even remember how many sewing machines, but we've already probably given away
20-ish sewing machines.
20 sewing machines away.
Yeah.
It's been quite a bit of stuff. So what's Linda saying? I'm making room in my making room. Hey, so if you win the Dream
put
Studio,
out those good vibes, maybe you'll win.
Good vibes.
Yeah.
If you win the Dream Studio, the sledgehammer is optional.
Yes.
To do the remodeling. So to knock out a wall to make some room.
And it's St. Patrick's Day. Maybe it's their lucky day.
Hey,
they'll be one of the finalists today.
That is true.
Yeah.
It's St. Patrick's Day today. So there might be some luck of the Irish out there, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, guys, I tell you what, we've got such a good show lined up for you today, and we're so happy you're here. And first up this morning, I tell you, I'm always super excited, to work with Grace. We have the Grace Company in the house today, starting the show off this morning, and we're going to talk all about some robotics and things. And we have Nathan Erznoznik on the show, first time this week. He's going to be on.
I believe it's actually Jana and LJ.
So it's not.
I can see him in the back. I can see him in the studio. Yeah.
Oh. Well, see, they keep telling us, they keep teasing everybody that Nathan's going to be on the show. So we got LJ, his daughter, and who else? Jana? Okay, so Jana and LJ. So they're on the show. We've already had them on the show before, but we're going to welcome back. So ladies, welcome back to the show.
Thanks, Blaine. Thanks for having us. Yeah,
so
we're
LJ,
excited to be here.
LJ, I got to ask you, why do y'all keep teasing us about Nathan coming on?
I know. Well, originally he was going to be here. Then I was like, you know what, Nathan, I need you to step aside. I got it. So I kind of kicked him out, put it into the curb there.
That's good.
I love that, LJ. So you know what? He's kind of passing that torch to his daughter, and you're taking it and running with it. So, hey, Jana, you and LJ, I want y'all to just take it over and tell us all about this computer program and how it works, because we've had, everybody loves the Qniques, and this just makes this Qnique a Cadillac, doesn't it?
It really does, yeah. I mean, one thing about talking about Quilt Motion today, I just want to throw out to everybody, thanks for coming. Welcome to the event today. I'm so excited for all that you guys are going to see. But really quick, let's just throw, let's say, number 2 in the comments. If you've always dreamed about having an automation system so that you're setting it up and then you just quilt it, right? I know for me personally, that would be amazing, right?
Absolutely, right? Imagine just being able to simply hit a button, boom, you get a beautiful design, even stitches with literally a simple press the button. Like, yeah, I want that.
Yeah,
but it's
you see all the 2s, they're just coming in now. Yeah. So why don't we get started first with what is Quilt Motion or automation software?
That's a fantastic question, Jana. So this is kind of something that people, when looking into it, aren't quite sure really what it is. So really, it is, again, that automation, or really Quilt Motion is the name of the software. And what it is you can see here, it actually uses a tablet and all that kind of hooks up to your machine, and actually will take control of your machine and stitch a design out for you.
Okay, so wait, so it's stitching the design. So I don't have to do the controls. I just beep, boop, boop, and then it happens.
Yes, just hit a couple buttons, tell it where you want it to stitch, what you want it to stitch, all of that, the speed you want it to, all the ties, everything will be done for you.
Oh my gosh. So, I mean, I can see why everybody will want this, but are there particular quilters who would want it specifically? Like, who is it designed for? Is it just for professionals or beginners or?
Yeah, no, that's a great question as well. So one thing that we actually found is we kind of went to those that are maybe looking to do it as a business or more professional. And we said, hey, really, what do you want in quilting? And they said, just kind of back to the basics. I want it to look good. I want it to always come out cleanly. I always want clean stitches. And I want to be able to do different patterns without having to come up with them on my own, or again, try to replicate that over and over again.
Oh yeah, that's true. Because like you might free motion something and it's perfect and you want to frame that on your quilt, but how do you get it to every single square, right?
Exactly. Or what if it's a new pattern you do and you really like it on this quilt, but now you bring in a whole new quilt, you got to try to figure it out, get in the groove of it again. And so we kind of find with that's really what people are wanting. And then we're like, you know what, let's kind of go to the other end of the spectrum and see those that are maybe just getting into quilting. What do they want?
Yeah.
And guess what? We found it was the same thing.
They want even stitches, able to replicate things, go from time to time.
Yes.
All that is able to be if you're a beginner and if you're a professional.
Absolutely. Yeah. And so we thought,
great.
Hey, since that's what everyone wants, right? I mean, who doesn't want that, right?
I want that.
Yeah.
I definitely want it.
Exactly. So we thought, let's go ahead and make that possible for everyone and anyone that can, that's interested in it. And part of this actually is this automation system works with any of our Qnique machines, even some domestic machines out there, crazy as it seems, some domestic machines. And then really it is compatible with a wide variety of frames as well.
So is it any frames or is it specific to the Grace Company frames?
Any frames.
Wow.
Any frames. And I would say even with some of our older frames, if you had an older wooden one or something, even with some of those, it is compatible.
So how do we find the list of what's compatible?
That's a great question. So actually, this is where we're going to recommend you reach out to SewingMachinesPlus. They're the experts. They'll be able to tell you, hey, if your machine works and if your frame works with it as well.
Okay.
So they're the experts. Highly recommend reaching out to them because, again, they absolutely can get you set up and let you know if it'll work with your
setup. And you should check before you purchase, right?
Yes.
Because we don't want you to purchase and then, although sometimes maybe that's a good thing you purchase and then you're like, oh, I had to get a new system completely just to fit my automation, right?
Exactly.
Okay, so if it's all set, now you said it's for beginners and pros. Is there a different system for each or is it the same? It's just you go in different levels.
Yeah, so that's a great question as well. So really with our software or with the automation or again, that Quilt Motion, we do actually have 2 different tiers. And part of the reason we have this is actually because again, there's going to be different things to fit different quilters and what they're looking to do. So one of them that is, I'd say, really good to get started. It's a very low cost option that allows you to place a simple square, quilt it out. It also allows you to do an entire quilt edge to edge. Again, keeping those stitches
Excellent.
even, keeping those patterns evenly placed. So that all can very, very easily be done with the beginnings version. And then for those that are maybe like, you know what, I'm ready to go to the next level. Let's do a little bit more with it, right? That's where we have the pro version of the software where we have a fun record feature. We actually give you the ability to, again, kind of lay out your entire quilt to do like every other different patterns, you know, alternating or
so it's not just
anything.
the one panto all the way across. Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it kind of, again, just gives you a little bit more, I'd say, a little bit more freedom with some creativity as far as kind of what you're looking to do with the automation.
Oh man, I can't wait to see how this gets going. So should we?
Yeah, so let me really quickly, let's go back to kind of that
Oh,
beginnings
yeah, the
version,
beginning
which can
version.
also be done with the pro. I'm going to say anything that's done with the beginnings can be done with that pro version as well. Again, you just kind of get some additional features with that pro version. But I'm going to show you guys, and Jana, I'm going to blow your minds. Ready for this?
Okay.
How to do a simple square. I'm going to,
Okay.
It's a simple square.
Just a simple square.
That's it. Yep. So all
Anybody
we're
can
gonna
do this. Okay.
Anybody, literally anybody can
I'm
walk up and do
excited.
this. So this right now, this is the beginnings version. So I'm going to go into select and sew because I'm looking to, again, just do a simple pattern. So we're going to go to block. And this, as you can see, there's a whole ton of different patterns that comes with this software. And then there's actually even an ability to import your own designs into this software.
So you're not just limited to the designs that come with it.
Exactly, yeah. So for this one, I'm just going to do the simple ball. And as you can see here now, there are 2 gray nodes. So now what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to move my machine and use the needle as my placement tool to come simply place this pattern and have it quilted out for me. So simply come tap it. You can see it goes green there. That's just letting me know that I have placed that corner. Come do this bottom one. Now you can see that the 2 nodes on there are green, and that is telling me that guess what? I'm ready to quilt.
And I noticed that it resized after you touched it so that it knew where it was on the surface, right?
Yes, yep. That's part of the amazing things about it is that there's actually ability to set a safe area saying, hey, this is the area that I'm looking to quilt. And so that's when you can see I came and I placed it in a much smaller area. So that's what you said. It shrunk it down to fit that exact space that I'm looking to quilt.
Great. Okay.
So then literally all we're going to do now that I've placed it is we're literally going to hit quilt. You're going to see it's going to go over and
it takes a moment to think, not because it's slow, but because there's a lot for it to work on, right?
Exactly. Yes. It just needs a minute to process it. That's exactly right. Then all we're going to do is we're going to literally hit sew. We're going to stand back. You can hear that's just that quilt motion again, kind of taking place and taking over that software. One thing that's really neat about this as well is sometimes people will move their machine or whatever, and you can see the green is that starting point. So that means it's literally going to go move to that starting point for me. So I do not have to do anything. Again, we're just going to literally stand back and it's going to quilt it out for me.
Oh, I can't wait to see this. So it's going to do that whole system just start to finish.
Yep. And I literally don't have to do anything.
So now I can go get a drink, or I can go do some piecing, or I can go do something else while it's quilting and then come back and check on it.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. And it's one of these things that it has a safety feature too. So if you walk away, and once it's done, it's going to kind of stitch it off itself and it's going to leave it there. So you're not going to come back and accidentally have any other random stitching done or anything.
Okay. So what happens if while it's stitching, it runs out of bobbin thread or it breaks a needle or something? Is there a way to fix that at the end?
There is. Yeah, actually with this, because that happens, right? It's just going to happen. Maybe you want to change your thread out or something. There actually is a very easy way to go in and repair the pattern. It's a very easy process. You go in, kind of line up where it ended, and it literally will kind of show you. You can do a single stitch to see, hey, where it's going to start, and then it'll kind of go through and finish that pattern for you.
Okay. All right. Well, this is getting better and better, LJ. I can't think. Now, I just heard that it tied off as well. So you don't have to do another tie off at the end of each pattern.
Exactly. And again, this is where really, again, you quite literally don't have to do anything except for hit some buttons. So, I mean,
it's pretty amazing. Awesome. Yeah,
it is. So yeah, now it literally is done. It's done its stitches, and you can see that it stitched out a perfect round ball exactly where I told it to.
Wow.
So that's freaking
So if
amazing.
we wanted to replicate the ball, you would just move it over and then put where the coordinates were, right?
Exactly. Yeah. And that's part of, you kind of mentioned earlier about how you saw it shrunk it down to the certain size. If I was doing a bigger block, again, I simply would just come do those 2 points and it will actually just expand it to do that even beautiful stitch at just a bigger size. Or again, you could even shrink it down and do smaller.
That's pretty amazing.
It is.
Oh my gosh. Like, okay, so now that you've seen it, let's have everybody put a 3 in the comments if now you're wanting it even more than you did before, because I'm putting like 3 so much more now that I'm seeing even more about it.
Exactly. Yeah. And this is, again, this is something that is simply done. We did it with that beginnings version, but you can also do it with the pro. So let's actually really quickly, let's throw it over to Blaine so we can get the amazing pricing that we have for the beginnings version, as well as that pro version of the software.
Well, hey, thanks, ladies. We are going to talk all about this. Now, guys, we do have 2 versions of this. And the first version that we're talking about is $44.99. And you see it right there on the screen. And this is the Quilt Motion Quilters Creative Touch 8. And, 5? I'm sorry, 5. And I can't see. And it is, this is the beginnings. So we do have the beginnings, and then we have a pro version of this. And we're going to talk a little bit about both. But this is the beginnings. And again, guys, this is $44.99. This is a call-in special. So we do have Quilt Show pricing, but you have to call in to get that special pricing. But the normal price on this is $44.99. And again, guys, can't say enough about the Quilt Motion Creative Touch 5 Pro. This thing, I mean, you can do so much with this. And again, if you're wanting to get into robotics, this is a very inexpensive way to get in robotics. And you're already a Qnique owner out there. Man, what better way to upgrade one of your Qnique machines is by putting robotics on there and making it fully automated. That is such an awesome thing to have. And you know, that's kind of, I go to a lot of trade shows and we do, and I'm usually the one that does the robotics demos on the machines. And I can tell you, I absolutely love it. When you get into doing the robotics, you can be so creative. And I know some of these quilters out there that y'all do this by hand, you're probably gonna, you know, punch me in the face for saying this, but you can be very creative with the robotics because you can add designs together to create very unique pieces of art. And that's what I like about it is, you know, I can take designs that are built in and add 2 or 3 different designs and actually quilt over the top of another design to make these very unique patterns that to me makes the quilt really, really pop and makes it really cool. So again, I think that if you've been thinking about robotics, this is a great opportunity to get in it. Normal price is $44.99. We do have that call-in special. We do have some financing available, and we have free shipping nationwide right to your door. Give us a call, 800-401-8151. If you're on the website right now, you can actually just put in there the Quilt Motion, and it'll take you right to that product page. You'll be able to see both of them. And we have live chat agents on the website that can actually answer your questions and help you check out as well. So let's go back.
And there's an extra national promo going on. If you buy a Qnique 19, you can get this robotics for only $3,700 if you add it onto it.
So yeah,
that's an extra one.
So they have to buy the 19 and then add. So if you do the Qnique 19, like Kyle said, and add this robotic package on there,
$3,700.
Yeah, you're going to get the robotic package at $37.99. So that is a great price, everybody. I mean, that's a big savings. So let's go back to the ladies if we can, and let them tell us a little bit more about this software.
Yeah, thanks. One thing I do want to mention as well is that we do have those 2 amazing versions, again, that are really going to fit different quilters and what they're looking to do. And one thing that's actually really neat about it as well is if, let's say you started out in that beginnings version, you're like, you know what? I'm ready to do a little bit more. I want to, you know, have a little more creativity, a little more freedom.
Progressed, right? I'm progressing as a quilter. Yeah.
Yes. We have an upgrade that is available that will get you to that pro version of the software and give you all of those features.
So you don't have to buy the whole pro version if you already have the beginning. So it's just an additional cost, not a huge another cost, right?
Yes.
Right. Okay,
correct.
great.
Yes, and then one thing that's really neat as well is people say, okay, well, what if I get this software and then a couple years, you know, I'm still using the software? Is there like a newer version? Do I need to pay for that or anything? And so actually what we do is once you buy the software, any updates or any, you know, new improvements or anything we make to it is actually free.
Oh, excellent. So say they had the old version, QCT 3 or 4, they can just call us and get QCT 5 just as an update and not have to pay additional.
Yes.
Excellent. Oh, that's awesome. That makes it even better.
Yes. So yeah, this is definitely something that once you get into it, it is not something that you need to continually, I'd say, pay for. It's something that once you pay for it, it's yours. You have it. You'll always can, again, have access to the most updated version or any updates that we make to it.
Great. So I had another question, though. I see that you're using a tablet. What kind of tablet do you have to use? Is there like specifications or requirements or anything like that?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I would say for some specific details on what works with it, reach out to Sewing Machines Plus so you can get, again, those specific specs. But the main one that you're going to find is that it does need to be able to run on a Windows base.
Okay, so my Apple devices, so my iPad will not work on that.
Unfortunately, won't. But again, any Windows, sometimes people may already have a laptop or a tablet, anything that again can run Windows at 7, 8, 10 or higher. This automation will work
now,
with.
I did hear that someone, you said laptop. So say I have a laptop and I'm doing the pro stuff and I'm designing. Can I take the laptop or can I have two? Can I have the laptop and the tablet?
Yeah, so that's a fantastic question. So yes, you actually can have with this software, you can actually download it onto 3 different devices.
Oh, okay, so in case my tablet dies, because that never happens, right? My tablet would never die.
No.
So if it dies and I lost the software, I can just get a new tablet and put it on the next one. Okay.
Exactly. Yes. Yep. That transition process is very easy. And again, we're always here to help you. If you ever have any questions, same with Sewing Machines Plus, they really are the experts and are fantastic to reach out to with any questions you have with the software.
Oh, awesome. So I'm really excited to see a little bit more of the QCT. Can we see, I don't know, the pro version or something like that?
Yeah, well, let me actually show you. So earlier we went through how to simply place just a single block. I kind of want to just briefly show you how easy it is to do an entire edge-to-edge design.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, because
so
that's something I think everybody's interested in, right?
Yes. Yeah, let me go ahead and kind of, again, we're just going to show you over here. So all we're going to do is back to our main home screen. So this is also something that can be done, again, with that pro or the beginnings version of the software. So I'm going to come into Pantograph. And actually, let's go here. I'm going to show you just really quickly, like Jan had mentioned, there's this pro version we have. So again, you can see the screen looks just slightly different because you do get some of these additional features with that pro version of the software. Simply come into Pantograph. And again, this is the same version that's in that beginnings and allows you to do a very, very easily beginning or whole edge-to-edge quilt. So all we're going to do is we're literally going to come pick a pattern.
Ooh, and again, all those patterns, and you're not limited to these. You can add additional ones.
Exactly. Yes. When we're going to come do, this is kind of a fun one. I like this one. But you can see it literally just
perfect
sized
for St.
it.
Patrick's Day.
Yes.
Nice, something green.
Yeah. So as you can see, it literally, I chose the design. It came in and it literally placed the entire thing on the entire quilt area. So again, this is something that if you came in originally, you can set your safe area and say, hey, my quilt is 30 by 60, 100 by 50, you know, whatever sizing it is, you can come enter that in and it's going to perfectly size that design. And then let's say, you know what, I want it to be a little bit smaller. Guess what? Boom. I just hit a button, it shrunk it down for me.
Awesome.
Or you're like, you know what? No, I'm gonna expand it a little bit.
I want it a little bit larger.
Yeah, exactly. Then boom, again, it's very, very easy. It's going to, again, do all of that for you. And then for this one, again, super easy. Now that I say I like that design, all we're going to do, if we're looking to do it for an entire quilt, you come and you do it sew in zones.
Oh, so that's how it works with the other frames other than the large frames. When you're doing the cutie or the Q-zone hoops, you would do them in those zone sections so that it's not just the entire quilt.
Yeah, and even with the larger frames like this one, even though this she was only set about 5 feet, it still does it in zone. So again, you're going to just need to advance your quilt. But you know what's amazing about this is it's going to walk you through that process.
That's fantastic.
So you never have to be like, oh no, what was the next process? I can't remember. Oh, I wrote it down, but then I lost my notebook. You know, there's none of that. Again, it will walk you through that process.
Oh, that's so perfect. So from the beginning to the pro, you've got all these things, you've got it set so that you can go edge to edge, and that's so helpful. Okay, is there more? Like, I just feel like there can't be any more than that, right? Like there has to be, this is it, right? This is the level, this is all you can do.
Jan, I don't know how to tell you this, but there's more.
There's more.
There is more. And you really, we say it, but really one thing that is amazing about this is the simplicity of it, that anyone can come up and use it. And then again, it really gives you a ton of space for growth and your creativity to really kind of run wild with things. So one thing I do want to show that I actually think is kind of a fun feature is sometimes I'm actually going to literally come write my name. So I'm going to sign my name, and then it's going to literally stitch it out for me.
Wait, okay. So you could sign your quilts, not
Yes.
just in pen, but actually
You
with
can
quilting.
actually have it
What?
quilt out your name. And this is really fun too. Like if you're making one for a grandkid or anything, you can write their name on it. For a loved one or anything like that, you can very easily write the name out and
Oh my
have it
gosh.
stitch it out for you.
Okay, I got to see this.
So yeah, what we're going to do is we're just going to go ahead and we're come back to our main home screen. So this is something that can be done with the pro version of the software. And so it is actually done in Pattern CAD here. And so actually all I'm going to do is I'm going to literally come write my name. Excuse my handwriting.
No, that looks
Boom.
wonderful. Yeah.
There you go. And so then now all I'm going to do is you literally hit quilts. This is where it kind of prompts you again to save that design. So I'm just going to put LJ. And then boom. Look at that. Right there. Look at my beautiful signature.
Your signature's all ready to go to put it. And you can size this now, or is it?
You can. No, this is again kind of coming back to that simple block pattern that we had placed that again, according to whatever space you're looking to put it in, it will size it for you to again just evenly make it fit that area.
Wow. Okay. Can we see it?
Yes.
Stitched?
Oh yeah.
Okay, great.
I got to sign my work here. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to just kind of move it down. And again, I'm going to do a little bit of a wider area, but you're going to use that needle as that placement tool. So again, that's where you actually have to move the machine and say, hey, this is the area that I'm quilting in, and this is where I want it. Again, that needle is your placement tool. And so again, you can see it shrunk it down to fit that area that I'm working with. And so now literally all I'm going to do, it's the same thing we did with that block placement, and I'm going to quilt it.
Oh my goodness. So from beginning to end, it's just going to quilt your name.
Absolutely. Look at
So
this.
yeah, it's got
Boom.
the green on there and it's got the red, so you know where it starts and stops. And I noticed on the last one, as it was stitching, it turns blue, so I know where it's going next, right?
Exactly. Yes, this is a very fun feature, so you can see exactly where it is in that process of stitching it out for you. And again, I'm literally just going to let it go, and it's going to stitch it out for me. One thing that I just went over a little bit, but is when I had actually written out my name, is you can save the pattern. So again, if you walk away, you need to go do something else. Once you come back, it will work really well, and it will again save that pattern so it can come do that perfectly at any other time for you.
Wow. Okay, so if I wanted to sign it on other quilts, I'm not just having to sign my name over and over and over again each time.
Exactly. Yes, it is a saved feature that is in there for you.
Oh man. Okay. So you said also about saving designs and something about in the pro feature that you can save additional designs. You said something about your own designs. How does that work?
Yeah, so this is actually, you can kind of see that same design that I came in and I did my name, for example, but there's actually a way where you can come in and you can like mirror it, you can flip it, and that's where it will kind of, again, you can really let your creativity run wild and free and make any design you want, any new design or anything.
Oh, cool. And I think I saw on there too that you can record yourself.
Yes.
So if you have a design that you're doing, you can do that.
Yeah, this is a great one. If sometimes someone has done free motion, they're really good at a design, but again, it's a really good design and you enjoy it, but you're like, maybe don't want to do a king size quilt of just this design and sit here, stitch it out. So that's when you can actually have it record it for you. And again, save that design.
Okay. So then you have that as well. So, So I just feel like I have to list again, all the things that automation will do. So it can quilt without you doing anything, right? So we have the beginning. So what's all included in the beginning?
So the beginnings again is that simple block pattern or an entire edge to edge quilt, top to bottom. Again, very easily it can stitch it out for you with no worries or no.
And it takes you through step by step how to work through it. Okay.
Exactly.
Okay. And then what do you get with the pro?
So the pro version, you get the same thing. And then I'd say there's three main differences that you get with the pro. One of them, as an example, is actually where you can, again, kind of write or create your own design. Then there's one that's called like a Quilt CAD that, again, is going to lay out that whole quilt, but kind of gives you the opportunity to alternate or switch the designs a little bit instead of having it be, entire edge to edge, same design. And then you also, again, with that pro version, get that record feature, which again is super neat.
So amazing.
That allows you to save any design, again, that maybe you're really good at when doing free motion.
Oh, awesome. So I noticed when you went into the screen, there were 3 sections. What's that third section that was on the screen? So you had beginnings, pro, and then there was a third one.
Yeah, so that's gold features. So that's something that, again, is with the
gold.
Pro.
I love gold.
Even for today, right?
Even for today, yeah.
Yeah, so that's something that, again, is even for those that are looking to, I'd say, even go further step with the automation system. With, again, if you have that pro version, that's when you can get that gold features. Again, gives you just a little bit more room to play with that automation. But let me actually scroll back here. Look, so we were talking, right? We're enjoying ourselves.
And then didn't even notice it finished.
And then all of a sudden, boom, now I quite literally have signed my name on this beautiful quilt top here.
Oh, that's wonderful. And I love how it is exactly how you signed it on the screen is the design on the quilt.
It is, yeah. And one thing that's pretty neat is I didn't change it or anything because I liked the way I signed it. But sometimes if you're like, I don't like it, you can actually smooth it out or have those angles change slightly. So again, you can fully make it your own. So it is a very unique design.
Oh, I love that. So even if you're importing other people's designs, then you can then manipulate it in that pro version.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Oh, cool. Oh, man. Okay. I'm getting so excited because I think that I need to get this. So we have the pro version and the beginnings and the gold. And is there anything? Oh, all the different, it fits with all the unique machines and all the Grace frames.
I would say one thing too as well that we mentioned a little bit earlier, but is that it can work with even some domestic machines. So this is where, again, if you're interested or you say, hey, you know what, I have this machine, maybe you have 5 machines, you know, give SewingMachinesPlus a call and see if it is compatible with any of those machines you have. And again, it is compatible with quite a few different frames as well. So there really is a huge range of machines and frames that this can work with.
Oh, wow. Okay. I don't know about you guys, but I'm super excited. I want to play around with this a lot more. I know you would love playing around with it. But yeah, let's throw it back to Blaine so we can talk a little bit more about the pricing or if there's any questions that we missed that came in while we were demonstrating.
Well, I've got to ask y'all, each one of you, which, you know, if we talk about the pro version, which I know it's got everything on it, if you had one feature that you would say your favorite feature is, what would it be?
Oh, wow.
Only pick one.
That's like picking your favorite quilt, right? Like
that's a good question. I actually think one feature that I really like, it is with that pro version of the software, but it is that Quilt CAD because it gives me the ability to do an entire edge-to-edge quilt, but kind of again, manipulate or change it. So if I want an every other design, I can do it. Or if I want just the edges, you know, or the borders to be one design, I can very easily go in and do that. And I love it because then it literally laid out my entire quilt for me.
Awesome. Yeah. I would have to say mine is in the gold version, right? It's the borders and corners so that it has specifics designed so that you're not trying to manipulate a design and fit into that edge or that corner a little bit. That one's my favorite.
Yeah, I think both those are good favorite. Mine's got to be the record feature. I absolutely love the record feature on it, and that you can be able to do some very unique things and you know, duplicate it. So I love that. So hey, again, guys, thank y'all so much for being on the show. We got to thank, you know, Grace, a big shout out to them for being one of the sponsors. And the guys, we got to tell them exactly how they can get this. And hey, you know, a couple things, if you're out there and you're thinking about a QNeek 19, you can get a discount on, if you buy the QNeek 19, you can get a discount on both versions. The beginnings, you can get it for $57, is it $57.99, Kyle? Or 37, I'm sorry, $37.99. And then if you buy the pro version, it is $56.99. So you get a really good discount if you're buying a QNeek 19 if you went ahead and buy the software with it. But if you just already have one of those machines, you want to, you know, put some robotics on it. Hey, we have this beginning software at $44.99. Hey, give us a call right now at 800-401-8151, and you can actually we have a show special on it right now. You can call on it, and then we have the pro version at $64.99. And we have a call-in special on it as well. So if you want to get that pro version and unlock all the bells and whistles, you can get that as a call-in special as well. So give us a call, 800-401-8151. If you're on the website, all you have to do is go in there and just put Quilt Motion in the search bar. It's going to take you to that product page. And in that product page, it has a drop-down where you can see all the things. And we have a comparison chart to tell you what you're getting in the beginnings compared to what you're getting in the pro. And if you already have, you know, the QCT5 beginning software, we also have an update where you can actually do an update and update it to the pro version. So we have a lot of different options for you there. But anyway, if you go to that website and you also need some help while you're on the website, we have live chat agents there. It can also walk you through it and help you as well. So a bunch of different ways to go, guys, today. If you want to get into some Grace Robotics, to really, you know, as Kyle calls it, put your QNeek on steroids.
That's right.
So, but anyway, guys, hey, we're going to move on along. And coming up next, hey, we have Brother back in the house. And we have Heather Banks, and she is going to be here, and she's going to be talking all about the scan and cut, guys. And the scan and cut, I'm telling you right now, there's no comparison. There's no other cutting machine on the market that even comes close to comparing to the scan and cut. And so welcome back to the show, Heather.
Hi, Blaine. Thanks for having me again.
Oh my gosh, we're so excited that you're here. And I got to tell everybody, we've been working. I've been working with you on this big event we're doing in October, and we're about to release all the details. But it's going to be a 3-day event, virtually, a huge scan and cut event that you're part of, Cindy Hogan's part of, and Julie Fee-Fan-Balzer. And so we feel like we got the 3 best in the world at scan and cut, and it's called Scan and Cut University. And we're super excited to have you part of that. And we're super excited to have you here today. So we're going to let you get going and talk all about the scan and cut.
Thank you, Blaine. I am so excited about Scan and Cut University, and I can't wait to work with Julie and Cindy, and it's going to be super fun. Oh, I'm so excited. People are saying they're in for the event. That's fantastic. Today, I am back to talk about the scan and cut, and I am on the same machine. This is the 230DX. And I gotta say, this is a wonderful feature because it comes bundled with a whole lot of things. So you get all the mats, all the blades, extra designs. So if you've been thinking about the scan and cut, the one I'm gonna show you today that Sewing Machine Plus has their special offer on is pretty darn fantastic. And oh, Dana, I'm so glad to see you love your scan and cut. I love to see that. I love mine too. So let me talk to you about what it does. I'll show you a couple pieces so you can get an idea if you haven't seen it before or you have questions about what the blades do, what it can cut, and some things you can make with it. We're going to do fabric, of course, because it is National Quilting Month, and everybody always wants to be able to cut on their scan and cut fabric. All right, I'm switching camera views so that you can see my down camera here. And hopefully you'll be able to see that. Hopefully you'll be able to see some of the things that I have out here. So I definitely wanted you to be able to see some of my fabric, some vinyl, lots of different things that I have going on here. Now, I have a big focus on Disney because the machine that we're showing you today does include Disney. And it has 152 built-in Disney designs. And it also includes some extras. So you get an additional 34 Disney designs. And this one that you see right here is in that additional. So you get some fun extra ones that don't normally come with the machine. And you can see here where I've done this girl's dress with applique. This design is built in. Here is a cute little Easter egg bag. Now, these designs are built into the scan and cut. So you could just take this right out of the box and start cutting because all over 1,400 designs are built right into the machine. Here again, another design that's built into the machine and a fabric applique on a baby bib. Here it is with vinyl. So, you can cut, this is a fabric-backed vinyl, and I've just cut out a pretty glitter and stitched that directly on an applique. So don't think that necessarily it has to be fabric because you can also do fun things like this case, it's something called marine vinyl, but you can do a huge amount of different kind of vinyl. And I'll talk to you more about that. And I did show everybody this on Tuesday because I like the fact that if you are a quilter, you don't even need a pattern. This is just a circle, which we know can be really hard to cut out by hand and get a perfect circle. But with the scan and cut, you can get as many perfect circles as you need. And this is just a cotton quilting fabric that I appliqued directly to a piece of fabric. So right here, you can use a charm pack and get a quilt without even needing a pattern, just using your scan and cut. So let me move those aside and show you. I did get some questions on Tuesday. Somebody was saying, well, what specifically can we cut? What are some examples? So let me move my mats over and including, of course, the fact that we can cut fabric and vinyl. Here's an example of cutting paper. And in this case, I used my handwriting. I just drew something out, but because we have a scanning ability, I was able to scan it in and it cut directly around my design. Of course, fabric, as we've talked about. Here are a couple examples of vinyl. Now, again, this is sort of a fabric-backed vinyl, but you can see the intricacy that you can get even with vinyl. So this was just using our standard blade, but it did a fabulous job. And again, everything I'm showing you is built into the machine. So you would get all of these designs. Here is some cork. And so it does a really great job cutting cork. You can get very intricate cuts, and so you'll have no problem cutting cork as well. You can also cut foam. The craft foam is, I guess, what I'm thinking of. Okay, let me show you. This was another question for Tuesday. What comes with this machine? You get all 3 brother mats. This is the standard mat, the low tack mat, and the fabric mat, the coveted fabric mat. We love the fabric mat because it has an extra sticky backing. Now, it also comes with the thin fabric blade. So this is perfect for cutting cotton fabrics. Anything that's just a plain cotton, like a quilt block, would be great. It also comes with a standard blade, and our standard blade is kind of what it sounds like. It cuts most things. So if it's not fabric, you can use it for pretty much everything. It also comes with our vinyl blade, and this doesn't come with all of our scanning cuts. So again, this is a really nice part of the bundle for this machine, is that you get the vinyl blade. Now you can cut vinyl with the black blade, but the vinyl blade is the actual blade was designed to cut intricate pieces of vinyl very well. So you get all 3 blades, all 3 mats. You get the pen holder, an assortment of pens and tools, and lots of designs. So I wanted to make sure you knew what you got. And let's go ahead and do some cutting. Let's start with the fabric mat. And we are going to do I'd like to look actually into the machine so that you can get an idea of what is in here. So if we go into patterns, then you can see that we have multiple pages of categories. We have quilt blocks and applique, and we are going to be doing that, but under each of these quilt blocks, there are 140 different quilt blocks built into this machine. And again, that means when you open the box and take it out and plug it in, all of these designs are already here. There's nothing to download. All of these are ready to go. Now, they all are individually separated. So, here's the dress, here's the apron, here's the hat. I mean, even down to the hat brim and the hand. So you can pull each piece individually on the mat, or you can do it all at once. So I don't know that people always realize how many designs are in this machine. And you're not limited to the size it comes as. I can tell the machine what size I want my block, and then it will put the pieces onto the mat at the appropriate size. I mean, I think this is one of the best features of this machine, is that it will resize automatically the block for me and then put all of the pieces on the mat. Now see, it knows that I need 4 pieces. So if I push set, it will put all 4 on the mat. Now I can keep going. Maybe, I have plenty of room on the mat, and maybe I want to do the green leaves. So I say, okay. It knows I need 4. I could do 8. I can do as many as I want, but I'll put those on the mat. Now, it has another really nice feature. If you're trying to maximize the space, you can press this button, and there's 3 different options for automatically arranging your pieces. Now, if you're using 2 different colors of fabric, that might not be ideal. But in this case, it actually, let's check this one. This isn't so bad. I'm going to say okay, because this, I could actually just pull my pieces. Oops, not that one. Pull my pieces down and say I had a piece of fabric here and then a piece of fabric up here. And I still have plenty of room. I could say add, and we could do the hearts and put the hearts on the mat. Again, it'll put all of the pieces that you need for the block directly on the mat. So I think I could definitely get the last piece on, but you get the idea, I think, that you can get as many pieces as you want onto the mat until the mat is full. Now I could also use our 24-inch mat, but at this time we're just going to look at the 12-inch mat. The 24-inch mat is actually optional. So let me come back to here. Now we're using, again, the fabric mat. I'm going to peel off the dust cover. It'll be a little bit noisy for 1 minute. It's on there good. All right, this is a very sticky mat. And what I'm going to do is place some pieces of fabric on. I think I'll just go with the green and pink because it'll be easier to see. Now these are just plain pieces of fabric. And I had some questions last time. I had said they don't have any backing. And someone said, well, what do you mean by backing? It just means that they're plain cotton. I didn't actually fuse anything to it. You can put a fusible on the back, and that's frequently used for applique. Now I'm going to go ahead and put these right side or pretty side down. And the reason for that is we are going to draw on the seam allowances. So I'm going to just give those a nice little, excuse me, get those stuck on there. And then I'm going to change the view so that you can see me load this into the mat. So let me move this a little bit more. There we go. I'm going to bring down the tray. And then this has to be loaded with the arrow going into the machine. So I'm going to press that into the machine. There we go. And now let's go back and choose our quilt pattern. So, all right, I have this here. I think what I'll do is I really have been having fun with one of these. Now I'm going to, again, scroll down. And this time I'm going to go to the applique into the first category. And there's a lot of Dresden plates here, which I just think is fabulous that there's, what is there, 5, 10, 12 different options. I'm going to choose this one right here. Just going to leave it at this size and say, okay. Now I can put all of the pieces on the mat like this and say, okay. I'm going to ungroup, and then I'm going to set it onto the mat. All right, so let's see. I have all of my pieces here, but I want to separate them out. So because I pressed ungroup, I can now take each one and move it into a new position just so that I can cut the fabric out. Now I'm only going to cut 2. So we have another fun trick for that. I'm going to select everything on the mat, unselect the ones I want to keep, and then I'm going to press the little trash can to get rid of the other 2. And here we go. Now, the other thing I want to do is add seam allowances. So if you are a quilter, you might be someone who hand quilts. You might be someone who does it by machine. And I machine piece, and I still like to have my seam allowances on. So if I come here to this button, I can press seam allowance 1/4 of an inch. I have choices, 1/2 inch, 5/8, and then it goes into millimeters, but I'm only going to use 1/4 of an inch and turn on and press OK. Now, it did it for that one because I forgot to group. Let's just choose the other one and turn the seam allowance on for that one. I could have grouped them together. All right, both of them now have a seam allowance. I'm going to press OK and go back to the main screen. Now, one of the things I want to make sure that you are aware of is that this machine has a button right here that's a scanner. This is the only cutting machine on the market with a scanning ability. So I am going to press start and let this scan into the machine. Now, what it's doing is it's taking a picture basically of what is on the mat. And that is something that no other cutting machine can do. It allows me to use very small pieces of fabric like you see here. All right, let me show you what the screen looks like. Now you can see both pieces of fabric, and I know exactly where to put my design. Without the scanner, I would probably just need to put a piece of fabric that covered a good portion of the mat. But this allows me to use scraps, small pieces of fabric. And like I said, I could put multiple blocks on here. That would not be a problem. So I'm going to say okay, and we are going to choose draw. We will draw our seam allowances first. So we are going to use the pen tool. Now, one of the things that your machine comes with is the pen tool and the holder. It comes with 2 fabric pens. This one is water soluble and the other one is an air soluble, would erase in about overnight. I'm going to put that inside and close it up. And now we're ready to put that into the machine. Just goes into the front and I lower the lever, and then we're going to come back here and press start. So it's measuring, it's coming straight over to the fabric in this case and drawing the seam allowance. It's very dark, so I think you'll actually be able to see it from the mat, but I will pull it off here in a moment. Now let's change over to the cutting blade. Since we have a piece of cotton fabric, we are going to be putting in the gold topped thin fabric auto blade. So I'll put that in, lower the lever, and we'll come back and we're going to press please select and cut. All right, let's press start. So what I wanted you to see was this is actually a very fast and easy process. It's incredibly accurate. So it's going to give you very detailed cuts. It will go around corners. And with something like this, you would probably not be able to cut with a rotary blade by hand. Well, you could, but you'd probably be using a template is what I was going to say. And with this, you don't have to use a template. Everything is built in. So let me pull these off. There's one. Now I used a bigger piece of fabric than I needed. You could actually go down to exactly the size you wanted, but let me pull these off for you so you can see. Let's try this way. Okay, then let me come closer. And you can see what a great job it did adding seam allowances to both of my pieces. And now I can put them together. And I have an example here of how that would look. So let's see, let me come backwards. So you can see here that I can put my pieces together like this to create a quilt block. And it's just a very efficient, I think, use. If you're cutting fabric that has a lot of edges anyways, it's not a bad idea to starch. And you do want to starch when you're using the fabric mat. So that's something that you would likely do anyways. Starching it just keeps it from shredding as it comes off the mat because the stickiness will keep some of the fibers on. But you can see here with a little bit of starch, these came off beautifully. I could have cut many, many multiples at one time. There wasn't any reason to do just one other than I was showing you. And here's an example of a piece of white fabric where I didn't cut the quilt block out yet, but what I did do was draw the seam allowances. So you can see that I actually made 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different pieces for a block. And this would have given me one entire block made out of the white. So excellent, excellent machine for quilting if that is something you enjoy. Now let me show you something else. I have a design already placed into my machine. And the way I did that was on the side of the machine, there is a place for a USB drive. I have an embroidery design on here. Let me actually switch to this. It's over here on the right side that I can plug that in. So I'm just going to plug it in and go to the home screen and then show you exactly how you can use this for cutting appliques. All right, let me pull that up, retrieve data, and then I'm going to go to the USB. Okay, here it is. Now, notice it says PES. So the scan and cut will read Brother Embroidery Files. It will also read SVG files. So if you're someone who likes cutting vinyl and things like that nature, usually they're in an SVG format. So here is my entire embroidery design. And I just want the applique. This piece and this piece are fabric applique. This is the stitching, and you can actually see the satin stitch. And I don't want that, but that's fine. I can easily get rid of that. So I'll press OK. There's multiple options. I'm just going to pick the one that has everything with it and press ungroup and set it on the mat. Now what you'll see is this is everything selected, and I am just going to pull apart. There's the stitching of the writing. There's the satin stitch. There's the satin stitch. Now, if you're familiar with applique, they have a tack down stitch. So I'm just going to remove the tack down. And what I'm left with is my applique pieces. This is actually what I want to cut out right here. So I'm going to go into edit and group everything like we did before. I'll ungroup the ones that I would, well, let's do it this way. Let's go here and group this way and ungroup here. Now, everything that I have grouped in red, I'm just going to throw in the trash. And that leaves just the two things that I want to cut. So let me put those on the mat so I can show you how I did that. So I'll press OK. Now, keeping in mind, again, we'll be using the background scan because that's how we'll know exactly where to put our fabric on the mat. Okay, so put that up, put this over here. All right, so here are my two pieces. Now in this case, I have fused a piece of paper back fusible onto it. All that is something that will create, if you haven't used it before, will create a fusible on the back side. So see how that's shiny? This is going to fuse directly to my embroidery design. So this is going to be one piece of the egg, and here's the other piece, and we'll put that directly on. Okay, just taking a second to get those off. There we go. There's my two pieces of fabric. Now notice I switched to my standard mat because it has that fusible. I want to go ahead and use a slightly less tacky mat, and I need to load it with the arrow in and load the mat. Switch here. Okay, so I've got the mat into the machine and I have my fabric on the mat. Let's go ahead and press the background scan so I can see exactly where to place my fabric on the mat. Now, while it's scanning, I will say I'm going to use the standard blade. Now, these are Brothers Auto blades. If you don't have a DX machine, then you are not using Brothers Auto blades. And what that means is the tip of the blade is automatically pushed out the exact amount that is needed. You don't actually have to tell the computer or the machine how far to extend the blade. This is an amazing improvement that Brother made, and we just love that the blades automatically know how far to cut into the mat. You don't have to worry about cutting through the mat. You don't have to worry about it not cutting far enough. That could be an issue too. Okay, they're both there. So we'll press OK. And this time, all we're going to do is press cut and start. So again, I have the auto blade in, and it will automatically determine how deep and how far to cut into the fabric so that you don't cut too far or too little. Now, there is an option for increasing that pressure. Sometimes some materials may be a little more stubborn, but most of the time I don't find the need to adjust. All right, let's take a look at that. Let's go here. We'll stay there. That'll be a little easier. All right, so you can see the outline. Did a great job cutting. I'm going to use my spatula. Come in from the side. All right, there is the bottom piece for my applique. Now, you can, of course, hand trim these, but I wouldn't recommend it because it's just, if you have a scan and cut, this is just so easy. And let me show you what that looks like when it's put together. So I'm going to switch back this way. Okay, so this is what it actually looks like in the embroidery design. So here was the top piece and here was the bottom piece, and you get a good idea of what it would look like finished in the embroidery side. So if you have an embroidery machine, the scan and cut pairs so well. If I should say, if you have a Brother embroidery machine, it pairs so well because these designs can be read directly by the scan and cut. So it's a wonderful tool, and that's what it is. It's a tool, and it can just do so much for you. All right, I'm wondering, let me see. Blaine, can I do one more thing? Do we have time? I'm gonna put this right on the mat. Okay, thank you. All right, I'm gonna put one more because I can just keep going and going all day. So here's an example of a piece of fabric. Now, there's nothing on this. What I'd like you to see is something we commonly refer to. Sorry, I have the wrong thing up. Just a piece of fabric. We commonly refer to this technique as fussy cutting. So see how the hearts, I'd like to cut out just one heart. So I'm going to press this on. Oops, sorry, have the wrong mat. I want to use my fabric mat because I don't have anything else on this fabric. So I want this extra sticky. I'm going to put this down onto my mat, and I'm going to load that in and then use my fabric blade and show you very quickly how you can scan something in. So I'm going to say direct cut because we'll be cutting this out directly, and I'll press start, and I'm going to get the scanner. There we go. All right, so we'll give it 1 second to go in and come back. Oops, sorry, wrong position. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and start our scan. Now what this can do is the scan and cut actually has something called outline recognition software, and it will recognize the outlines of the things that you have on the mat. So in this case, we want it to recognize the outline of one of our hearts. And this is something I think that is pretty common in sewing, quilting, etc., where you want to fussy cut. And I'm just going to kind of do a quick cut there, or crop into there. And it's going to recognize hearts for me. Now it's going to recognize multiple pieces, and I'm not going to bother cleaning it up just for time's sake. I just want to see it cut a heart out for me. So we'll press start and let it go in. Now it had a couple other small pieces that I wouldn't have normally wanted cut, but it doesn't matter because really the goal here is for you to see it cut out the heart. Let's come back again using just there we go. I saw it do it. So we will go ahead and bring this out and show you how it cut out the heart perfectly. So that scanner has so many uses, and that's just another one of them where you can do something like fussy cutting, and you could do that with not just fabric. You could do that where I mentioned I did that with my name, and I scanned in my name and it cut, or sorry, happy, and it cut out directly around it. So that's about it. I think I've taken my time. I just get so excited about all the different things that you can do with the scan and cut. But I know that Sewing Machines Plus has a really great price going right now. This is a great bundle.
You're right, Heather. It is, man. I tell you, I'm always impressed with the scan and cut, and every time I watch you, I learn something. So
well,
it's
I appreciate
amazing
that,
what this
Blaine.
will do. It just really is. It blows my mind what you can do with this. And what the great thing about it is, if you have some digitizing software like PE Design 11 and things, you can do some designs and things in there, digitize it, put it on a thumb drive, put it in your scan and cut, or it's wireless. You can send it wirelessly to it. And then, the thing I like about it is you can, just scan things. You can scan, a picture. You could put the pencil or a marker in that pen holder and actually draw things out on the scan and cut, and then cut it out of vinyl. I mean, it's just so awesome, all the things you can do, and you don't need you really don't need a computer for it.
No, oh no, completely standalone, no computer needed. We have free software that you can use if you want, but everything I showed you is just within the machine, no computer needed.
I know that's the greatest thing about it. And from cutting vinyl to cutting balsa wood, cutting cardstock, and what's the embossing the copper, doing things like that
Yes.
with the tin and all those different things. And something I think that I can't remember if you did this or not, but I remember somebody was doing this. They did the vinyl mask and taped or stuck that to a wine glass and then took that etching cream and did the design on a wine glass, pulled that off, and it etched all these things on there, and they gave it. They're talking about doing it as wedding gifts and things. So there's just so many things you can do with it. It's awesome,
So
isn't it?
It is. I mean, we need that thing we have coming up for us to talk about, the scan and cut, because there's just so much.
It is. Well, Heather, thank you so much for being on the show again. You just knocked it out of the park with the the education you provided, and we look forward to October when we have Scan and Cut University.
Me too. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, guys, that is the Brother Scan and Cut. This is the SDX 230DX. Guys, and this is a call-in special. We have an unbelievable package put together for you today. And Kyle just told me, hey, we only have 23 of these left at this great price that we have. So if you've been thinking about any other cutting machine on the market, or you've been thinking about getting a Scan and Cut, today is the day to get it, guys. We have a great call-in special on it. This is normally $899, and you just saw all the different things it can do. And I'm telling you, Heather just scratched the surface of all the things that you can do with this machine. There's so many options, but we have a great call-in special. Again, it's 800-401-8151. If you're on the website right now, just type in Scan and Cut in that search bar. It'll take you to that category page. Just click on the 230DX, and you'll get to read all about it. If you need some help, we have our live chat agent standing by right there. Hey, if you're local in Southern California, in the San Diego area, hey, just stop by the Mission Bay store down in San Diego, or the Nordisle Road store up in San Marcos. Hey, both locations have a great selection of Scan and Cuts and a great selection of Scan and Cut accessories, and they know that machine as well. They can help you out if you're local. Come in and give it a test drive. But again, guys, can't say enough about this Brother Scan and Cut. We have 23 of these left. These are going fast. I think we started out with 50 of them, Kyle. So we started out with 50 of these, and I think 2 days ago Heather did a demo, and they just started flying out the shelf. So got 23 of these left, guys. And when these are gone, they are gone. I promise you, we will not have this special on this again. So guys, again, jump on we have some financing available too. I think they can do like 6-month financing and help you out there if you need to finance it. So a lot of different ways to buy. So anyway, we got to thank Brother for being one of our sponsors as well, and we couldn't do this without him. But guys, we're moving right on along, and we have Handi Quilter back in the house. And again, Handi Quilter is one of our platinum sponsors, and we love our relationship with them. And we have Josh Ferrin is coming up, and Denise Dowdrick, and they're going to talk all about that Handi Quilter Moxie. And guys, if you didn't see this Moxie this week, this is something you've got to see. This thing is awesome. Again, it's the 15-inch, long arm quilting machine, and they've got it on that nice frame. And guys, we're going to go and talk all about that. So let's bring Josh and Denise on. Hey guys, how are y'all?
Doing great.
Yeah, so good to see you. Thanks for having us join.
Man, we're so glad y'all here. And I know, we've been seeing some great products from Handi Quilter, but this Moxie, ever since y'all launched this thing has just been a monster. We have sold so many of these things, and people absolutely love it. So I want y'all to tell them why they should love this, because I tell you, everybody gets it, it falls in love with it immediately.
That's exactly it. Yeah, the Moxie has been a big hit, and I know you've got some great pricing today to be able to offer people. But what's most exciting about it is it really brings a long arm machine into someone's home. So there's people that have been quilting on their domestic machines for a long time, and they've been thinking about making that leap to a long arm. And the Moxie, it's really space considerate. It's really budget friendly for those people who have been thinking about it for years. And it's so easy to use. Denise is going to show us some fun stuff that she's going to do, how quickly she can get in there and start quilting on it. And you know what? It just looks fun, right? It's got a playful little personality. It's been a big success for us. These, what are some of your favorite features of the Moxie?
Some of my favorite features, like you were saying, I love the way that it uses the space just so efficiently. My husband and I recently downsized into a little apartment. So we've set up a Moxie and it just really doesn't feel overwhelming. I can have my long arm, and I've been quilting with a much longer table than this previously, but I don't feel like I'm missing anything. I've got my Moxie set up. I've got great throat space still. I've got 15 inches of throat space here, so I can maneuver. The carriage is so smooth. It moves so nice and easily. I don't feel like I'm missing anything on this. I don't have to worry about trying to manage my fabric, trying to push it through my domestic machine. I can still fit a long arm into a small space. So it's fantastic. It's really a great use.
Yeah, and I think the throat space is a really big consideration, right? So when people are used to pushing their quilt through the throat of their domestic machine, it feels like a whole new world when you've got all of this space to be able to quilt at one time, right?
Absolutely.
It just unlocks a whole bunch of creative potential as well.
Lots of real estate there.
Yeah, and the 8-foot frame that this comes on, the loft frame, it comes in 8 feet. There is a 2-foot extension, so it could come up to 10 feet. But that 8 feet really is like that Goldilocks length, right?
It really is.
You've got enough room to be able to make a wide variety of quilts. You can do small things. You can do lap quilts super fast and easy with the pole advancing system. But even at 8 feet, you're able to do stuff at a larger space, a larger size for your family, for wedding gifts or whatever it is. And for people who have never done a quilt on a long arm machine, being able to not have to baste, right?
Oh, that's the best. That's the best part.
Yes.
That I still have leaders I load my fabric to, and I've got my top rolled up here and out of the way. I'm managing all of my fabric with the leaders on the poles, and it just makes things so much easier. I can get to quilting and not have to worry about where am I moving my fabric to next.
Yes, to not have to sit on the floor with a can of spray base, or to pulling out the safety pins and putting the whole thing together.
Absolutely.
Change your life forever. Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. Okay, great. Now it is worth noting that the table that it comes with, the loft frame, is height adjustable. So you can set it when you get it set up. It comes with a great app, the Built app. So when you're setting up the machine at home, it shows you 3D diagrams of every step that you need to do to set up your Moxie, to get it threaded, to set up the frame, to get it adjusted to just your comfortable height, right? You can really personalize how this machine is set up and do it all with the help of that app. It's really quite amazing and helpful.
The app is fabulous.
Yeah.
It's really very dynamic.
Also worth noting is the accessory kit.
Oh, it's a fantastic box of goodies. This is Christmas in a box right here. This is amazing. I love this.
Yeah, so every Moxie comes with this. It comes with lovely instructions so that you can be confident in quilting right from the beginning. Comes with a bag of thread. It even comes with some inspiration, showing you some fun little patterns, free motion patterns. Your first yard of fabric. This is a grid fabric so that you can practice some free motion skills that Denise is going to show us here in a second.
It's a great fabric.
It comes with needles. It comes with the bobbin case. It comes with oil that you need to oil your machine. And for those of you who are wondering how hard it is to maintain a machine of this size, how much oiling do you have to do?
Oh my goodness, it's so easy. So on this machine, I only have to add one little drop of oil to my bobbin race when I change my bobbin.
Yep.
And it's only a full bobbin. If I'm just switching colors of bobbin, I don't even have to add the oil there. Every full bobbin change gets a little drop of oil.
Yep.
So easy. And then about every other year, I'm going to ask my dealer to go through and clean out the insides for me.
Day to day, super easy to maintain. You just quilt away. Think about lint management. Sometimes you need to kind of clean out some of the lint from the bobbin case, but all you need to do is one little drop of oil on that when you change out your bobbin. That's it. And you keep yourself quilting.
Very
So,
easy.
yeah.
Very easy.
Should we do some quilting?
Yes,
Should we
absolutely.
show some people how easy it is?
I've been waiting for that. So easy.
Great. Take it away.
What I love about this little beginner machine here is there's really not a lot to it. It's not complicated to use. I don't have to worry about what to touch on my screen. Everything's controlled by my handlebars here. So I can quickly change settings and I'll show you some of that. Right now, I'm actually set up in stitch regulated mode. So even with a small machine like this, I can still stitch with perfect stitches. And this Moxie has a fantastic stitch. I'm going to draw some little guidelines on my fabric here. I just have my handy Quilter pencil here, and it just irons off. So I'm going to just add some little markings here. I like having guidelines on my fabric, and I think especially for beginners, sometimes we don't know where to start. This is a great beginner machine, but I still like to have some guidelines. I'm just going to kind of draw some little shapes here.
And this could be, you know, the piecing that you have on your quilt.
Yes, today we just have a simple background because we really want it to show on the screen really well. But my piecing would be my guide usually, or I can just get a practice panel. You know, the grid fabric that comes with it is a great place to start. It comes with, I think it's got a 2-inch grid. So if I just draw some little 2-inch squares there, we'll just kind of play with that. I do like to warm up, and I think this is great for beginners. If you just practice writing your name, most of us know how to spell our own name. Sometimes I remember
most of the time I do, yeah.
And most of us know how to use cursive. My youngest son is not very proficient in cursive yet, but I'm just going to hold my needle up down here and do a little tie off.
Right.
I'm in precision mode in regulated stitching. What that means is I'm going to turn my machine on, but until I move it, it's not going to stitch. So I don't have to worry about running right off and that the machine's going to run away from me. When I move it, it's going to stitch. And I'm just going to write my name. I remember how to spell it today. And I'm going to dot my I and just move off into some little loops.
So fun.
It's so easy to use. And that's just a great little warm up. Now I'm going to come down here and I'm just going to use my little squares here as a guide.
Yeah, before we do that, I just want to notice, like, look at the quality of stitch that you're getting with this machine.
It's a fantastic stitch. This is
really
look,
is.
I'm working at 10 stitches per inch. I can see that on my screen. I've got really nice stitch definition.
Exactly.
And I think that is just so wonderful. And a machine at this price point, I'm so impressed with the stitch quality.
Exactly. That's, I think, one of the, this machine looks cute. We talk about it, how it's a great machine to get started in long arm quilting, but maybe we don't talk enough about the amazing quilting that you can do with this machine, the incredible stitch quality, right, that you get because you're in regulated stitching. Which we have amazing stitch regulation, and you go to a quilt show, you see those even stitches, and people don't recognize always the value of having a great stitch regulation system. And that is something Handi Quilter is known for. We don't want to just sell a machine. We want you to go make something beautiful. We want you to have beautiful stitching on your work, and that's really like a big motivator for us.
Absolutely, it is for me too. And I love teaching beginners, so I'm going to go through some just kind of beginning basic shapes today. And I'm just going to stitch down the side here. I'm just going to do some simple piano keys. And I'm just using my foot as a guide. Moving over. And you'll notice.
And you're not even using any rulers. You're just kind of, following along what you stitched on the previous
And
path.
I'm only using one hand even. This machine's so easy to use. Yeah, that's just some one-handed quilting right there.
Yeah.
I'm going to move into some little loops here now.
So easy.
So easy to use.
And the Moxie is such a light machine, right? It's this
very, very lightweight.
Yeah.
Very lightweight.
It's so easy to just I know people are sometimes intimidated by, a long arm machine. And I love how the Moxie feels approachable. It feels doable. And I love it when people are able to get their hands on it because they are so surprised. They're like, oh my gosh, that was so fun. That was so easy. It is kind of like riding a bike. It might seem
really
intimidating at first, but then when you get moving, you realize how much fun it is and how easy it is to get into the groove and start making something beautiful.
It really is. It's so easy. And these are designs here. I started off with these kind of, square piano keys. I moved into some rounder shapes. When I'm doing rounder shapes like this, sometimes it's really nice to be in precision because it's only going to stitch when I move it. But for sharp points on something like this, I might want to be in cruise mode. So I'm actually going to change to a cruise mode, which means my stitching is still regulated, but so I can still get my 10 stitches per inch I'm set at, but my needle is going to always be moving.
Yeah.
And I like that because I'm going to get nice sharp points that way.
Right. So 2 different modes within regulated stitching, depending on your style and kind of the designs that you're doing. Use precision mode. I use precision mode most of the time. Some people like to use cruise mode when they've got sharp points. They're doing stars to make sure that they get that extra little touch there in each corner. Yeah.
Yep. So I'm just going to switch that to cruise mode now.
Right. And it's worth noting that you're using the handlebars. We've got 2 buttons on each handlebar, and you just use those. It's a couple of taps to change all the settings on there. It's kind of like the remote control for your TV.
That's really a great way to put it. It's kind of like using a remote control. So so I've changed it to cruise mode at 150, and that means my needle is going to move 150 times per minute. It seems fast, but it's really like twice per second. It's not very fast at all. So I'm going to select that.
And that's just kind of the speed that works
what
for
I'm
you.
Comfortable getting started with. You can change that.
Some people
to your
go
own
faster.
Comfort. Yep. I'm not a super fast quilter. I know that other people are. I'm not worried about competing with them. I'm worried about having fun and working at my comfort level. So there we are. It's going to stitch now 150. And I feel like my stitching's even a little smoother in cruise mode, if you see that. But again, still great stitch definition, consistent, my 10 stitches per inch. So really, really just nice and easy to use that way.
And I do love that. I mean, you were moving the machine pretty quickly.
Pretty quick.
And the machine keeps up with you.
It keeps up.
And it glides so smoothly on this beautiful carriage that it has. It's a really, for people who are used to trying to make loops as they're moving their quilt through a domestic machine, the space they have there. It's so much more fluid on a long arm machine.
Yes,
you get
that's
so much more freedom in what you can do with your designs.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's do some more stitching because
let's do it.
This is just so fun. Okay, so I'm just going to kind of move into some ribbon candy here. I'm just filling some of the spaces that I marked. It's very responsive. This carriage is really, really great. It responds with my movement, gives me lots of ability to control where I want to go next.
Oh, I love ribbon candy.
I do too. It's so fun. Okay, so maybe let's do a wishbone this time.
So great.
Finishing that off. It's so fun. It's so easy to use.
And what I love about the Moxie is that it's everything you need to get started, right? All you have to do is bring a little bit of passion and a little bit of interest and a few minutes a day, and you're off and running, making beautiful, beautiful quilts.
Really, fill a fat quarter each day, fat quarter area, and practice about 15 minutes a day, and you will be a pro in no time. I really like modern quilting and straight line quilting too, and that's still something I can accomplish easily here. Matter of fact, we even get a channel lock in that accessory box that we could put in and really lock our wheels. What are some other features we can add to this machine, Josh?
It's worth noting that a lot of people, they love free motion quilting. They love that kind of hand-drawn look, but there are folks that want to be able to do ruler work. So there is a ruler base that you can buy for the Moxie as well. And it's this beautiful acrylic base that locks into the base underneath kind of the throat here. It locks underneath, and it creates a nice platform so that you can put rulers on top and add that precision, the intricacy that you know from ruler work. And that's a nice little accessory that a lot of people use with their Moxies. And the other thing worth noting is that on the Moxie, we have interchangeable feet. So it comes with an open toe foot.
It comes with 2 feet.
2 feet,
actually.
yes.
It comes with an open toe and this closed toe
And the
foot.
closed toe foot.
Mhm.
And the closed toe foot does provide a little extra security in keeping things away from the needle. You can use rulers with the closed toe foot. We also, and SMP also offer additional feet that can be used with the Moxie. The Surefoot, which is for ruler work.
Absolutely. I would definitely recommend using that Surefoot when
Yes.
doing ruler work, because we want to keep things steady and sturdy against the sides of our 1/4-inch thick rulers. We want
Right.
to use long arm rulers for that.
And we have a glide foot if people are doing vintage quilts, if they've got a bunch of quilts that their quilt tops their grandmother had put together that
Absolutely.
are, you know,
Or applique.
applique
goes right over
work.
it.
Yes, a nice
Mhm.
spoon foot, essentially. We call it the glide foot. A whole bunch of different feet. And it's just one little screw right here that you undo to put those different feet on there. And of course, the ultimate accessory for the Moxie, we're not going to be showing it today, but it is here on the machine so people can see this screen. This is the Pro Stitcher Lite system that attaches easily to the Moxie. Let's say you buy a Moxie and 6 months down the road, you're like, I want to do computerized quilting. It integrates so nicely with the Moxie. We worked really hard to think about a great experience, full software that's available. You don't have to pay extra to unlock everything. It comes with everything you need. And it looks so nice. All the cords get put away nicely. So one thing, Handi Quilter, we want you to make beautiful quilts, but we also want our machines to look beautiful in your home. So we think a lot about cord management and giving you a really clean looking machine.
And I really, really appreciate that, especially because my Moxie needs to fit into a small space in my home.
Yes.
I appreciate that it's a beautiful machine. It's clean, great lines on it, not clutter from extra cords, and really just easy to quilt on. I'm going to quilt more. Let's keep quilting because I want to do more fun stuff.
Yes, exactly.
So,
what else are we going to do here?
I'm going to just, I'm going to fill this area with some piano keys going horizontally now. I could put on my channel lock, but I'm too impatient. I'm just going to jump in and play.
Let's see it.
So I'm just, again, using my foot as a guide, and I'm just going to add some little piano keys. And again, I'm just using those drawn lines here as a guide. On your machine, you might have a panel loaded. You might have some blocks that you've done. And I'm just going to just do some little straight line stitching there.
Yeah, and I love you have it in precision.
I'm
in cruise
I'm
mode
in cruise mode
right now.
So I can switch to manual mode too if I'd like.
Yeah.
For this type of quilting, I usually am not in manual mode, but I might do some designs like this, and then maybe I want to go back and do some little pebbles or something in between. I might switch to manual mode for that, because then I can really control some little tiny stitches there.
Yeah, I really like cruise mode because to me it is thinking about what a quilter wants.
Yes.
And for Handi Quilter, it really we're quilters here, right? That is one thing that is true about how our company was founded, by a quilter. And as our machines are being developed, we have our quilters who are telling us what we need. Our head of product development is a quilter, and she says she's a very aggressive quilter. She quilts knots. And thinking about what features go in here really is what quilters want. That little extra stitch that goes into those corners.
It really does, because when I turn that on, again, moving at 150 stitches per minute, that's not that fast.
Right.
So yeah, it's really just fluid, easy to move. I might want to do a little bit of some meandering. Really fill my spaces. And again, it's just so responsive
Yeah,
to
so
my every movement. I think it's wonderful.
I saw this post in one of our Facebook groups the other day about a woman who just bought a Moxie and was playing. She was doing what you're doing here, just on her practice panel that comes with the Moxie. And she was like, and I looked up and it was 2 in the morning.
Oh my goodness. Oh my
and
goodness.
she was just having so much fun with her machine, completely lost track of time.
It's so easy to do. This is therapy for me. You know, I work hard, but I want to play hard too. And when I get on my Moxie, I just like take a deep breath, stretch my arms out, and I just pour myself into the quilting and kind of lose myself in it. And it's such a stress reliever for me. It's really so effortless to use.
What I think the biggest plus of having a Moxie or a long arm machine like this is that people are able to finish more quilts.
Absolutely.
We can only get so many quilts done every year. And adding a Moxie to your home studio really allows you to quilt faster, right?
Quilt faster.
The pole advancing system.
And you can load it easily too.
Mhm.
It loads so quickly. And once it's loaded, I could fill a throat space like this so quickly, advance this. And I've noticed a lot of the quilts I do are, you know, baby size and twin size quilt. I can quilt a twin size quilt in a few hours, you know, definitely in an afternoon on something like this. If I were trying to do it on my domestic machine, I would be struggling for several days, I'm sure, trying to push that through and trying to worry about managing my fabric.
Yeah, it's a much more enjoyable experience. You don't have to worry about your quilt falling off the side of your domestic machine.
Not at all.
You get to really enjoy the creative process.
I really can, and it's so nice because it's just a way to jump in and relax, and I don't have to worry about what accessories do I need, because everything comes with the Moxie that you need. I've got the side clamps are included. I can choose from this loft frame. I could even put it on our little foot frame.
That's right.
If I need to fill, if I have a different type of space or I want to do really large quilts, we have another frame available that you can load the machine or the quilt on with that too. So
absolutely.
It's so great. Do we have time to quilt some
Yeah, do you want to do that last little section?
Yeah,
and
we'll
see if there's any questions or anything that pop up in the last few minutes.
Maybe some little hearts.
Oh, nice.
And again, because I have, maybe I'll even just swoop into it that way. Isn't that cute?
That's so lovely. So we had a question from somebody asking if it comes with an 8-foot frame or the little foot frame. And the standard package does come with the 8-foot loft frame. SMP, however, may have some other offerings available for you, but it is compatible with other HQ products like the little foot frame. And that is a really space considerate one. It's a hooping frame system that really fits into smaller spaces.
Yeah.
So it does work with either one of those.
Yeah, that's pretty great. So you'll notice here while I was quilting these little hearts, look at these just perfect points in the center.
Yeah.
And that's because I'm in that regulated cruise mode. When I hit that point, I kind of pause for a minute. I call these pause points.
Yeah.
And I let myself breathe. When I get there, I can take a breath.
Right.
So I don't have to, you know, be white knuckling, holding onto the machine. I breathe when I get to these points, but because I've paused there, it just gives me that nice extra point or sharp point because my machine's taking a couple extra stitches when I'm in cruise mode. So I really, really love that. So
lovely.
Yeah.
Somebody did ask a question about what needles work on this machine, and our machines are built that don't use standard needles because our machines are very industrial. We know people are sometimes they have heavily stacked seams, and we want them to be able to get the most out of a big machine like this.
Yes, so it is a very durable needle.
Exactly. It's not going to break as much. It's really designed to perform for a high-end quilter. Can you tell us about the bobbin?
So the bobbin is an M-class bobbin, and that means, I tell everybody, M stands for mega, or monster. It's a really big bobbin. It holds several hundred. I can, depending on the thread weight that I'm winding on that bobbin, I can do 150 to 200 yards of thread in that bobbin. So I don't have to change it really frequently.
You can buy pre-wound bobbins, or the Moxie does come with a bobbin winder, so you can use whatever thread you have at home. And wind your own bobbins. One other question was about rear handles. There is an option to add a quilt. We call it the quilt from the back kit. where it plugs into the back of the machine here. If somebody is interested in doing pantographs or groovy boards, we have additional accessories. There's a handlebar system that plugs in back here. It also has the buttons so that you can control the settings on the Moxie as well. And when you get the quilt from the back kit, it also adds a little tabletop back here so that you can add your pantographs, your printed pantographs, and do that one. So full suite of options that are available for this machine. Every accessory that you could imagine. It really is, yeah, a great way to start building a long arm studio in your home. And some people do, they just start with the Moxie and the frame. They get confident with that. They play with it. They start making some beautiful things. They add a few accessories here. They might add some quilt from the back kit handles in the back in the future. And some people go right for the whole shebang with the computerized system at the beginning, but we won't get too much into that one today. We'll save that for another time.
We'll be chatting about that again later, but adding the robotics is easy and really great. It takes your quilting to a different comfort level. But I do love that even though I'm not a beginner quilter any longer, this is, again, with my husband and I downsizing, I've been able to still keep a quilting machine with me and still get to do this on the weekends, play in the evenings, and it makes things, brings a lot of joy to my life.
Well, hey, Denise, Josh, great job. And again, you know, Moxie's a very popular machine. And I got to tell everybody exactly how they can get this. And I want to again thank Josh and Denise and Handi Quilter for being on here, and Handi Quilter being one of our platinum sponsors. But guys, this is the Handi Quilter Moxie. It's the 15-inch long arm machine. And again, guys, we have a great special on this. $400 gift card at the time of purchase. And if you call in or you get on our website and talk to one of our live chat agents, we have another little special gift that we're going to give you if you call today or talk to one of our live chat agents on top of that $400 gift card. But guys, this comes with that loft frame. And again, it comes with that 8-foot loft frame, and you can actually have an option to make it a 10-foot with a 2-foot extension. And you can also buy that optional rear handle kit if you want to do pantograms and things at the back. But again, guys, it has 1,800 stitches per minute, has that front handlebar with a full color display, user-friendly icon-based display, LED light ring. It has the Handi feet mount with the 1/4-inch ruler foot installed, and the open toe foot is actually included. It has the 2 modes of the Handi quilt stitch regulation, the precision and cruise, manual thread tension control, the needle stop position control, easy software updates, and it has that high-speed rotary hook with the large capacity M-class bobbin, the integrated USB port, and again, guys, it has the warranty, has a 10-year casting warranty, 5-year electronics and mechanical, and this thing is designed and engineered and assembled in the United States, guys, and we have plenty of educational videos and tips and things on our website on the product page. So again, guys, it's $49.95. And you're getting that $400 gift card with it. And then we have another little special gift for you if you call in that we can help you out with, right now. And we have some special financing we can probably work out with you too to get you financing to get those low monthly payments. So again, guys, thank you for Handi Quilter. So, hey, man, we're moving on. And we have Janome in the house now. And we have Mitzi Red coming in. And Mitzi's up in Maryland. And so, Mitzi, welcome to the show for the first time. I think you're on mute, Mitzi. Oh, there you go.
Can you hear me?
I think you're lagging really bad. So,
yeah, we're in some storms today, so we seem to be lagging just a little bit. So we're going to do the best we can. Weather decided to show up today. I'm actually here at the headquarters, Janome headquarters in New Jersey.
Okay.
Thank you so much for having me on today. Looking very forward to it.
Well, thank you. And we're glad that Janome's part of the event. And I know you got a special machine you're going to show us right now. So take it away.
Yeah, thank you. All right, everybody. I am going to show you today one of the absolute favorite Janome machines. And not just because it's Janome red, but that's a good selling point too, with it being the red color. So today for you, I have got the Janome Memory Craft 6650. Now, I know I was watching this yesterday on Facebook, so I know we're able to do this. And I'm going to ask you as the viewers to do a couple of things for me. If you're a bag maker, hit the like button. Now, some of you may be hitting multiple for me. Okay. Now, if you are a quilter, hit those hearts. I'm a quilter, so I'd hit the hearts. All right. You should have some of those coming in. Third one. Who's my garment sewers? Hit the smiley face with the heart, like the care. Okay. Some of you probably all hit all three, and that's perfect because what that tells me is this machine is right for all of you. Whether it's going to be your bags you're going to want to make, whether you are doing your quilting, whether you are doing your garment sewing, the 6650 is going to take you through all of it. Now, I want to show you and talk about some of the favorite features that are here on this machine because it probably has a lot of features you don't already have on yours. And once you know about them, you're going to want to have one of your own. So let me take you through a couple of different things. Now, the front of the machine you can see is a nice big space. Do you know we've actually got 10 inches in this throat space here? And guess what? That is a solid metal construction. Okay, so you are solid with this machine all the way through. So you've got great space whether we're working on those quilts, whether we're working on the garments, whether you're working on those big bags. Either way, you've got plenty of space here. Now, this is a 9mm stitch machine. So when you're looking at your decorative stitches, your satin stitches, you've got plenty of width to do on those stitches with this one also. Okay. How about the adjustable pressure foot up here on top? I know you bag makers definitely know to appreciate this one, okay? Because I've done it myself. Sometimes we get so thick, we really need to bring that foot up, or maybe even sometimes take it down a little bit more. You can adjust it right here on the top, making it super easy for you. Adjusting those tensions, easy enough right here too. That's the knob right here on the front. What about the start-stop button? I'm going to show you that in a little bit, but how about if you don't want to use that foot pedal? You've got a start-stop button right there ready to go. Now, some of the features we all love having on any of our machines. We've got the lock stitch, you've got the reverse, your needle up and down. So you can choose to have that needle up and down position on there. Best of all, my scissors are right there. No more losing your snips on the side, falling off the table, knocked off the back. Your quilt took them off with it. I've got snips right there that are going to take care of it for you. Now, how about if you're starting out learning to sew, or maybe you've got your young ones learning to sew, or maybe you're a speed demon like me when it comes to making those stitches? You've got adjustable speed right here. This dial will take you all the way down to super slow, all the way up. I'll show you that in just a little bit too. You've got a really great screen here to be able to show you what stitches you're on. Your mode button, you've got different modes of stitches. I'm going to go over those with you because did you know on this machine, you're going to have 170 stitches and 2 alphabets. So you got more than you're ever going to need to pick and choose from. We've got all the different options that are on here as well. You've got for doing your twin needles. If you want to make those really pretty top stitches with those twin needles, you've got that going on. You can flip some of the stitches to go, maybe you want that decorative stitch facing the other way. You can take care of that too with it. Elongation, saving them, taking them back to the beginning. The options are endless on this. And what's amazing is a lot of these features only come on your more higher end machines, but the 6650 has those for you to be able to go ahead and go with that option. So you can lock the machine just in case those little fingers are getting in the way. You can always lock your machine too to keep it for that needle from going up and down. You can easily pick your stitches with the numbers that are right here on the front. I'll show you that again too, like in a second with the mode. And how about a separate bobbin winder? So all I've got to do is push it over once I have my bobbin, and it is one quick button, and I'm winding a bobbin. You know what makes it really nice though? On the back, you have 2 spool pins on the back. So you can have your thread that you're sewing with going at one point and have your bobbin ready to run again on the other side. With the little telescopic up here, you've got it going easily onto whether you're running those bobbins or whether you're getting ready to stitch and go right away. Easy to carry. You've got your handle on top also. So as far as a portable machine, it is actually portable. You're still in about a 24-pound range on it. So it's nice because some of us that have, when you have like the top of the line machines, they can be in the 30 and up range. So having this to take with you and have all of those same features you have been loving all along with your bigger machines, you've got it right here. Easily more portable than a lot of our big ones are for sure. Let's talk about those stitches because that's what I really want to show you. you actually do get a stitch card with the machine. Now, I don't have it on the back of this one, but there is a spot that you put a little piece in that you can actually mount this so you can have it visible at all times if you want it. If you don't want it blocking the way of the pretty quilt hanging on the wall, you can literally just take it right down. But it's going to give you all your different stitch modes. So like, for example, mode 1 is our utility stitches. We got plenty of those to go through. You can go into some of your standard and your straight stitch needle plate. I'm going to show you how easy it is to change that needle plate out in just a moment as well. Don't forget about all your decorative stitches. You've got plenty to choose from. You will never run out of decorative stitches to pick and choose from. But if I flip it over, there goes our alphabets as well. So you've got your alphabets ready to go. If you want to put those cute little labels in those garments or on the back of those quilts, you can certainly do that as well. No problems there. We got you covered on that one. So I mentioned a straight stitch plate. Well, you get not only your zigzag plate, but your straight stitch plate with this machine also. And I don't know if you're like me, but having to sit there and change out a needle plate can get really tough when we're working with those tiny screws, those little screwdrivers. You can really be fighting those. Can I make that easier for you? Oh yeah, I can. How about if I just push a button right here and my needle plate pops right off? How easy was that? Oh, I need to put another one back on. Maybe I switch over to my straight stitch. No problem. I'm going to slide that right in there, push it down. I am done. And guess what? The machine knows that I've got that my needle plate on too. So it's helping me to make sure I'm not choosing a stitch that's going to cause any issues with my needle plate. Okay? You want me to show you that one again? Because I'm going to put my zigzag back on it. Super easy. Just gonna go ahead and pop it right there. The button is right there, easy accessible to you. Needle plate comes off. I'm gonna put my larger one, my zigzag, back on there. And I am right back in and down. Now, can we make this machine any easier for you? Absolutely. Who wants a needle threader? You have your built-in needle threader coming right down that's going to take those and just put those threads and those needles beautifully for you. So we're going to save you a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of heartache changing out those needle plates and with your threader. So I know you definitely like seeing that option available as well. Now, you're telling me, all right, you've shown me all the features, show me some stitching, right? I got you covered on that one as well. So when I mentioned earlier about, well, my quilters, my bag makers, my garment sewers, those are a lot of different types of fabrics or leathers or pleathers or corks or faux, anything like that that you're going to be sewing on. Can it do that? I got you there also. So let me show you a little bit. I'll make sure my needle is still threaded here because I just popped that down. But I am going to show you exactly what I'm talking about. Now you may notice I'm standing up beside this machine. So how am I going to make it go? Remember I showed you that start stop button? I got you covered. All right. I'm going to start with our heavyweight denim. Now, single layer, right? No problem. Most machines can do that. What if I go to 2 layers? Yeah, no problem. If I take you to 4, let's see what it does on 4. You want to see on that one? All right. Got my threads out of the way. I'm just going to drop it right down and we'll bring my camera up here. Let's take a look at this, what's going on. All right, I've got 4 in there. I'm going to go ahead and send it off stitching. Did you hear that speed? Yep, I am cranked up all the way. I'm a speed girl. All right, I cut my threads, that needle cut, that thread cutter that we all love. That's 4. Easy, right? What if I fold this in half? What if I take you to 8? What do you think about that? Well, I think that is not going to be a problem. I'm not going to be speed demon this time so y'all can actually see it. So let's go ahead and send it through. Let it go a little slower. Doesn't have to. I can crank it up. No problem. That was 8 layers of denim. Did you see how easy that went through? I didn't even have to put the effort into it. It did it all for me. 8 layers. Easy. Okay. Now, bag sewers, right? What about like a faux leather, pleather, whatever you want to call it, okay? Can it do those? Absolutely. Now, I'm going to show you something here first. I'm going to put it through just a single layer. Breeze, right? No problem. Okay. Now, what I want you to think about is right now, I've got a very smooth surface on the back. Have you tried to feed faux items through a machine and it was really tough and hard to do? There's a solution for that. Now, this is an aftermarket part, okay? So you would have to go ahead and order it after your machine or when you order your machine, but there's actually a ultra glide plate and foot that can easily go on the machine in order to help you get those through. Remember when I showed you how easy it was to take that off, that plate? I've got you taken care of there again. All right, let's switch that on because I am fixing to make this glide through beautifully. Let me slip that in there. Quick pop on the back of there takes my foot off. I'm gonna put my ultra glide foot on. Make sure my thread tail is not in the way real quick. Now keep in mind, I am just using a cotton quilting thread in this machine right now. I have a switching thing out, and normally when I'm doing bags, I'm using a heavier thread. Doesn't matter, it's gonna feed it through just perfectly fine, okay? So, what if I start taking that through there? You wanna see it feed through? You think I could do that with the other one? Not as easy, but I can go ahead and get it to feed through. So when you're working with those harder to work with substances, like your leather, your corks, your pleathers, the faux substances, we can make this so much easier on you by just adding on that ultra glide foot and plate. So it doesn't come with the machine. You've got to add that on. But for my bag makers, cosplay, those kind of things, are working with those harder fabrics. Look at that. Beautifully done and fed through. All right. I'm going to switch that plate back out again because I know you guys love seeing that because it is one of my favorite features of this machine. And I'm going to take that foot back off. But I just want to show you that quick because I'm going to show you some other things. All right. Now, I've got our standard foot on the machine, okay? I'm not changing anything out today. However, do know in your accessory packs, you have so many feet options that are available for you. So you will definitely not run out of feet to work with, okay? So I did denim. What if I go with, grab them to me at a time. You saw denim. You saw faux leather. How about quilting cotton? No problem. Right? Exactly. I'm even going to double that up. So I've got 4 layers going, you know, compared to my normal standard when I'm piecing 2 layers, and no problem. I'm not even touching it and it's feeding it through beautifully for me, right? I'm not even having to put any work into it. Wouldn't it be nice if we could all just sit back and have our coffee and it does all of it for us? It kind of does. It kind of does. So now we've seen the denim, the faux leather, the cotton. What if I go with like a waffle style knit? Any problems there? Let's see. Nope. And because it has such a great feed dog system, I'm not having to put any effort to keep it in there and keep it going and keeping it straight. It's doing everything for me. How nice is that? Save yourself the work. Let the machine do the work for you, okay? Sewing should not be frustrating. It shouldn't be difficult. It shouldn't be hard. We all know it is occasionally. We all have to pull out our seam ripper sooner or later. But if it can do the work for you, let it do the work for you. Okay. What about the little silky stuff? Garment sewers. So what about on those? Can I do it? I'll just throw some extra layers on that one too. Easy, right? It's just gonna, again, I am like hands-free right now. Now, I don't always suggest you go hands-free, but you know, we want to make sure our stitches are nice and straight and those lines are, but still same thing. All right. So I've shown you a lot of different types and different options on there as far as what you can work with. What about if I go one to the next, to the next, to the next? Would I have to change my tensions, make adjustments on it? No, and I'll show you why. So let me grab some more here. What do we say? 8 layers of denim? Is that what we're going for? We're going for 8, right? All right. Now, because I changed out that stitch plate and I went back to my regular one, when I put my faux leather through here, I'm actually going to put it through on the smoother side because most of the time when we're stitching that anyway, we got the actual leather type side together. And but if I had my ultra glide plate on when I was doing this, I could feed that stickier side through, no problem. All right. So let me show you what I'm going to do because I think you're really going to like this. This may change your minds and decide that this is the machine you're taking home today when you see this, because again, remember at the beginning, I said, bag makers, quilters, garment sewers, I have got you covered. Okay, so watch this. Now I'm going to try really hard not to sew too fast on this one. but you know, I'm a fast sewer, so it's the way it is. And so we were laughing earlier, those of us that sew fast probably also dry fast, right? All right, 8 layers of denim. We're gonna start there. Okay, I'm gonna turn my speed down a little bit because I'm just gonna feed it in while it's going through. 8 layers of denim coming through. Okay, what if I take that faux leather and instead of 2 layers, I give us 4? What do you think? You want to see this one? I'm just going to feed it right up there next to it. I'm going to put it right through. Now, yes, the smooth side is against the plate and the foot right now, but that's just kind of helping me ease it in there a little bit because otherwise I want that ultra glide foot in plate. You know what? We're doubling everything up. How about I put through 8 on cotton? Now, this is like your regular quilting cotton. Have y'all seen me change anything yet? Nothing. No tensions. No nothing. Nothing's happening, right? Knits next. Let's double it up. Let's go 4 layers. I'm just going to put it right. Oops, let me stop that one because I'm going to slide that underneath that foot. It can take it. It's just that I'm putting through a bulk in there. All right. I'm going to start her going. Again, you've seen it. I haven't changed anything. I haven't touched a thing. All right. I'm going to speed that one up just a smidge. All right, let's just take all these layers and put it through here. Because, oh my goodness, have y'all worked with those little slinky materials and all of a sudden it feels like it's all going through there and what am I going to do with it? What if I do that with it? You see all that kind of just bunched up? And that's perfectly fine. Feeding through, no problem. I'm just moving out of the way so the needle doesn't get there. Oh, don't forget my scissors. We want to cut that thread instead of us having to work hard on it, right? Okay. You have seen the list. You have seen it happen. Check this out. There you go. Everything fed into one. I didn't change a stitch length. I didn't change my tension. I didn't change my foot pressure. I didn't change anything. Y'all watched it from all the way taken from the 8 layers of denim down to the slinky material. You set all, okay? And what did it do? It took it through perfectly fine. Now, those of us that are Janome fans, and we love it, to my Janome friends and family that are out there, some of the other accessories that I would highly recommend you get with it. Did you know this one can also take the HP plate and foot? Now, if you don't know about the HP plate and foot, these are the ones that do the most beautiful scant 1/4 inch. So for my quilters, I love these. This is my baby. This is the 1/4 inch I go to every time I get ready to stitch. Okay. So you have seen our 6650. So Blaine, if you can hear me on there, hopefully we're not cutting out. The storms are getting better. If we got any good questions or anything being said, what you got going on for us over on your side of the country?
Well, hey, Mitzi, we've got a great special. And you know the thing about this machine, what I love about this machine, it's got that solid aluminum chassis. That's what makes that thing so quiet. And also it's got so much power for penetrating those thick garments. So what a great machine. We're going to tell everybody how they can get it now. Again, we got to say a big shout out to Janome and Mitzi for coming on the show, and Janome will be one of our sponsors. But guys, let me tell you how you can get this. This is the Janome MC 6650. And you see Kyle's got the overlay up there right now. And guys, this is $15.99 is the price on this. And you get the free kit you see right on the screen, or you get a $200 gift card, your choice. But you have to give us a call to give us that choice, 1-800-401-8151. Or if you're on the website, you can just type in 6650 in the search bar at the top of the page, and it should take you to this Memory Craft page so you can see the product page. We have our live chat agents are standing by as well that can answer your questions and help you place your order. And if you're local into Southern California, you can go to our San Diego store down on Mission Boulevard, or if you're up in the northern, a little bit farther north, up in San Marcos, we have a store at the Nordal Center. Hey, stop by. They have this machine. They can let you test drive it. Again, guys, this machine is pretty awesome. It's $15.99. It has free shipping nationwide right to your door. And if you call in and you need a little help on those monthly payments, talk to them about some financing. We have a few some financing available all the way up, I think, to 18 months that we can finance this one for to help you out. But again, guys, great machine on this. Has those great LED lights. And what just a good looking machine. Y'all look at that. And it has that really good throat space on it. So you can use this for piecing on your quilts, a lot of good things to do with this. And man, we love this machine. And you know, this would even work, Kyle. You know, that cutie frame by Grace. You know,
it'll probably fit on it, right?
Man, this would fit right on that, and you could have you a pretty nice
Mm-hmm.
quilting machine by using this in the combination. You know, so you could basically for $2,500, you could have a almost like a long arm quilting machine.
And the cutie's on sale for $700 right now. Yeah.
So that's what type of machine this is, guys. We really like this machine, and again, you know, we're one of Janome's top dealers in the country, and we sell a ton of this machine for that reason that Mitzi was talking about. That punching power of that needle, it's got so much penetrating power on the garments. Plus, you know, with that aluminum chassis, it makes this a solid machine, and it's extremely quiet for the type of machine it is. So a great special we have on it right now, guys. You can either choose that free kit or the $200 gift card. And again, give us a call at 800-401-8151, or you know, just visit our website and put in 6650 in that search bar, and it'll take you to the product page. You can read all about it. And guys, we're moving right along here, and we hope you're enjoying what you've seen so far. I mean, we have had some great educators so far with some great products, some great specials, and I got to give you an update. We just got an update. There's only a few scan and cuts left. So if you're wanting one of those scan and cuts, you better call right now. I think you said 5 left, Kyle? Yes. 5 left. So if you want one of those scan and cuts, better get on the phone right now and get one. They are going fast. Heather did such a great demo on that. So, hey, guess what, guys? It's education time, isn't it? Yes, it is. We got one of our educational sessions now. So that's what we've been waiting for. Hey, we got Bobbie Norby coming in, and she's going to be talking about 2-color binding with Cuddle fabric. And so, Bobbie, welcome to our show.
Hi, everybody.
How are you today?
I'm just doing fantastic.
Well, I know we're ready to see your education, and we're going to have Candace come in, and Candace is going to come in and talk to you at the end of your demonstration and kind of ask you some questions. And then she's going to introduce, we got coming up right after you. We got Deb Donovan's in the house, and she's going to be talking all about our King Quilter long arm. But first, man, we were ready for you to kind of give some education. So take it away.
Okay. Hi, everybody. How's everybody doing today? I'm up here in sunny Ramona, California. I hope you're warm too, although it does sound like people are in storms, but we're good. So today you're going to see some of my favorite tools that I use, and I'm doing 2-color binding first, and then I'll do a quick demo on some Cuddle binding, which is done on the quilt behind me. That's Cuddle. I love Cuddle. It's easy, it's quick. One of the least favorite things I like to do is binding. So if I'm going to do it, I have to make it fun and exciting. So a couple things that I use with all of my binding and sewing is I use this acorn pressing system. There is a pen for your seams. There is a glue, and we'll use that today. And then there is also, I spray instead of Best Press. I use Best Press for my wrinkles. I use this fabric treatment in a spray bottle to make everything nice and smooth. Okay, so we'll be doing that. And then my favorite rulers for binding is the folded corner clipper ruler, which looks like this, and then a cut right binding tool. So I'm going to show you how to do all that. The first thing you do with 2-color binding is, here's what it looks like. A lot of times you do binding and the color on the front and the back are so different that you're stuck with which one am I going to use for binding. It'll look great on the front, it'll look horrible on the back, or vice versa. So when you use 2-color binding, as I showed you here, I have black fabric for my backing, and I have a bright color as my quilt. So here we go. Here's 2-color binding. There it is on the front, and this is what it's going to look like on the back. And it's easy peasy. Okay? So the first thing you're going to do, and you might want to write this down, is you are going to cut your strips. The back color, which is my bright color, is a 2-inch strip. Okay? Your front cover, which is my black, is a 1-inch strip. And at first when I did this, I thought, oh, that's really narrow. How is that going to look on my quilt? Obviously, it looks pretty good, right? Okay. So I have my 2 strips cut, and I need to sew them together. And one of the things I've never done very well is that lovely angle that you have to make to get them to work really well. And that's where my folded corner clipper ruler comes in handy. And it is marked 1 inches all the way down to 5. And I do believe there is a larger one now also. So if you have like your binding for the outside or your border, you can do a wider border on that and do your angles. Okay. So the first thing I'm going to do is, this is 2 inches. You place your strips one on top of the other, right sides up. Okay. And can you see? I'm going to move these out of the way, but we are going to use them so you can see. I'm taking my folded corner clipper ruler, lovely little thing that it is. 2 pieces are on top of each other. This is a 2-inch strip. I'm going to take the 2-inch marking, which is right here, and place that angle, if you can see that, right on top. And I'm going to make a nice clear cut. And I throw that away, or if you really want to save, go ahead and just do some little half square triangles. It goes in my trash bin. This is where the seam-align glue is fantastic. Okay, you take your glue, and I just dab it all the way down, just like so. Okay, so that piece is going that way. This is the other piece I just cut. It is going to lay right on top of that little piece there. And this is heat activated glue. Let's see. Hold on just 1 second. I'm going to move this over here. And I'm going to press this down and heat activate it. You don't need pins. And then it's nice and set. Okay. Put that off to the side. And then I'm going to take this and I'm going to sew my 1/4 inch seam. Quick and easy. And I do have my big walking foot on this big Solaris machine, which I absolutely love. And I do use my Sew Steady table as well, because it gives me a little bit more workspace. And I do usually use a leader and ender, but I didn't bring that today. So hopefully it doesn't get eaten up alive, right? So I've sewn that one piece together, cut my threads. And now I have a lovely, perfect piece that I'm going to sew together, right? And you do the same for your black piece. So hold your questions and we'll do that at the end. So you've got your piece that goes on the back. You've got your thin one that goes on the front. Sew those together. But before you do that, cut 10 inches off of one of those before you sew it together, because you do not want your seams to be right there. You'll have so much bulk, it'll be just miserable and not easy to work with, okay? So you've used the glue seam on that, which is great, that's seam align. Now you're going to sew your 2 strips together. And as you can see, I have already done that for you, all right? So now you're going to take your fabric treatment, which I love this too. I'm gonna grab this here, BJ. And I do put mine in a spray bottle. I buy the big gallon, which is bigger than this, obviously. I'm going to back up just one thing because I forgot to show you something. When you sew your strips together and you've got that angle there, this is the seam aligned pressing pen. You will never get your seams flatter than when using this. And it comes with a little nib, and you just take your little nib and you just press the liquid down like this. And now you get this beautiful flat seam. You won't get a flatter one by using anything else. And it's perfect for you, okay? 2 things to remember. This pen is fantastic. When you purchase this pen, it is empty. So make sure that you buy the kit, because you will need some of this to put in it. Those 2 go together. So you can always refill it, top, just pour it in, okay? Very easy to refill. And also what's nice too, is because it does have the nibs. These little nibs wear down. Go ahead, you can buy extra nibs. I think they come in a pack of 6, but I haven't had to use one yet. Back to our 2-color binding, okay? So you've got all that taken care of. And now I just lost my little piece of paper and my tools. You've got your piece open. There's your 1 inch and your 2 inch. We will fold this in half and give it a nice press. And again, this is where I use the spray fabric treatment. Press it all down. I'm using a small space, so bear with me here. Alrighty then. And you're just going to press this all the way down. Now, I'm the type of person, like I said, I don't like to do binding. All my binding is done by machine, except for when I do 2-color binding. I do have to do the back by hand. I like to sew my fabric to the back, my binding to the back of my quilt, flip it over, and sew it down by machine on the front. I'm not a hand sewer. People say, oh, relax in front of the TV. I don't do that. So I cheat, everything goes to the back, flip it to the front, and there it goes. I have done this as well, and you can do this. You can sew to the back and flip it over to the front, and you just do a very thin seam right on the edge with your edge foot, and it works, okay? So now we're going to sew our binding strip to our quilt. And we say, okay, let's do that. And I know sometimes getting the corners is not always the best. Let me see here. Remember, I'm a back to front person. Okie dokies. And you leave your little tails out, correct? And I'll show you the different part on there. And then how to do my angles. There it goes. So I've got my walking foot on. I have a 1/4 inch foot. Foot goes down. I do a couple stitches backwards. I lost my little foot there. And I lost my stiletto, which this one is one of the best that I use. It's got a nice sharp point. And then if I need to press something along the way, I can easily do that. Okay. So I'm just going to sew very easily all the way down. See all that. And then when I get to about 1/4 inch from the end, I do a couple of stitches backwards. Then I lift my needle up and I lift my foot up. I do not cut my threads. I turn it around this way. This is where my little stiletto comes in handy. I go forward up here. So it makes a nice little, I don't know if you can see that, nice little angle, little 90-degree angle. I press it down a little bit with my stiletto. Then I fold it back on itself. So it's a forward and backward movement. Get all nice and neat. And I wouldn't normally use yellow thread, but you can see where I'm stitching. And I take my little stiletto and I just kind of push it along because it's a little heavy right there, a little thick. And then I keep sewing until I'm all the way done. I do the same thing on every corner. Then I lift everything up and I cut a little bit off of this corner because now is the fun magic of how this little piece is going to work. And excuse my threads because there's lots of them under there. I would normally cut those. Fold it in half here and you have a nice little edge. You see that? I hope. Let me clip it. And then in the front, there's your front piece and there's your back. So you've got beautiful fabric on the front and you've got something that will match with the black. And then on your back, just a solid color that I have here with a floral that gives it another little bit of color and excitement to your quilt. Okay. So see how pretty that is? And like I said, I'm not the person that likes to do binding, so I have to make it fun. I'm a cheater when it comes to binding. I was just talking to the girls here saying, oh yeah, I did 6 quilts this week because that's how long I wait. This quilt has been done for 6 months at least behind me. And I just now did the binding. And why I waited, I don't know. But that's Cuddle binding, and I'm going to do that real quick shortly. But I want to show you the cut right tool. When you get to the end of the binding on your quilt, where did it go? It's not fun. It's, again, one of my least favorite pieces to do. So you have, I just lost my piece, and I am so sorry, you guys. Where did it go? Oh, well, I might have to. This is the cut right tool ruler. And what happens is we have to join these pieces together. Again, sometimes I cheat, I just fold them together and then they're done. And I've got a big lump and I don't like that look. So here are my 2 pieces right here that have come together. Well, now I have to make them angle. This ruler, the cut right ruler will help you do that. Okay, so you open up your binding pieces, your strips. Okay, it has left and right. Please pay attention to those pieces. It's very, very important that you do that. Oh, you know what? I forgot to get a pen. I'm sorry, you guys. I forgot to grab my colored pen to help us do this. No, I just any colored marker, pen, it'll do it. So you've got your binding like this, and you open it up. And let's say this is where the edge of your piece is, right here, right? And you know you have to fold this piece in, and you have to fold this piece in to make them match, correct? Make a little mark there with your little stiletto. That's fine, that'll work. And you've got a cross right here. You see that little cross? It's where this crease and this crease have come together. And I can darken it up for you so you can really see it. I know it's hard on this fabric, but it's where your 2 pieces of fabric have come together. You have this, and it's not going to work. That won't work so well. This says left. I'm working on the left side of my quilt. You put this little square intersection right where this intersects. You put that down. Okay? And then we're going to cut that off. Again, binding is my least favorite. So if I can do things to make it easier, I'm going to. And mine never match up when I do this seam. And so many people have told me different ways to do it. It doesn't work for me. And then you also see there's a flat piece. Once you've made your diagonal cut, you don't have that little flat piece. And we need that little flat piece. So again, you take your little ruler, you match it up to that angle and your bottom of your strip, and you make your little cut. That's all there is to it. Okay? You're going to do the exact same thing to the other side. But here's the difference. This is where you now have the right side of the ruler. And you definitely have to pay attention to that, or else you'll be doing what I do and you have to start all over again. And that's not any fun. Okay, I'm just making my little folds right there so I know where to place, again, this little hash mark. Okay, it's going down right there on that intersection, nice and straight. Okay. And I'm sorry I don't have any more samples of the 2-color binding, but I don't keep a lot of my quilts. I give them away and they're gone. I apologize for that. Okay. And then again, the ruler gets face down right along that lovely little seam, and you cut that little square off. Done. Just like that. Okay. I'm going to put that to the side because we aren't going to use that anymore. And this is now what you have. You have 2 pieces that look like this. All right. And on the folded corner clipper ruler, there is a QR code. that you can watch a video and they'll show you exactly how to use it. It is also the same with the cut right tool. And as long as I've been doing this, to be honest, I still make a mistake and I still have to go to the video to make sure I've got it right. Okay. So you now have your two pieces. You're going to put them together like this. If you can see that, just like you would. And there are pictures in the instructions. I lost my pins. There they are. And again, I would use the seam align to do this, but I've already done it a couple times, so it's not going to work so great. And these pieces just come together just like this. Well, it's not wanting to play nice today because it's been stretched out so many times. I apologize. Silence is golden, isn't it? Well, I'll probably swallow this pin. Not a good thing. You just make it go straight across. So you have a nice straight edge to go across there. And mine isn't going so straight right now. Of course it's not. Silence is golden. They should have some crazy music playing in the background for me. Okay. And then we will just sew that little piece together. This is a small area, so it's a little harder to manipulate, but we get it done. And just sew that down and don't run over pins because we're not supposed to do that. But this lovely Solaris machine with the up-down features is fantastic. Cuts my thread, not a whole lot I have to do. Okay. And see, and I twisted it. I knew I would. And it's will fit, and I twisted it, guys, so don't do what I just did. It twisted when I tried to sew it. But you now have a piece of binding that is going to go down flat, and you're not going to get two pieces of lumpy fabric coming together. I think I can show you on this quilt. I did it on this one here. And it's not going to show because I'm not going to be able to find it because it's perfect. But use your cut right tool. It works wonders and you won't make a mistake. Okay? So get those. You won't make a mistake as you just saw me do, but that's because I twisted it one too many times and I'm known for doing that. I have to unsew it and resew it together. That's why they call me Princess Rips a lot, because I rip and unsew sometimes more than I sew. But I don't think anybody else has that problem, right? Okay, now I'm going to do just a little quick thing on Cuddle. I do work with Sheehan Fabrics. They are Cuddle. They're your main manufacturers of Cuddle. It's commonly referred to as Minky. You will see that in box stores. It's a little bit more stretchy. The Cuddle from Sheehan Fabrics is not as stretchy. And what I have done is this is a cute little hooded baby towel. And I have sewn all of my binding on the back side. And it's all pinned down with lovely little wonder clips. I take my machine and I'm going to change my, no, I won't, I'll just leave this on. It'll be fine. Leave this one on. Of course, I've taken it off. And I'm going to use it's a 90-14 stretch needle anytime you use Cuddle. It's cut the same way. I use the folded corner clipper to do my edges, and I use the cut right tool to do my seams when I come together. Okay, so they all work fine. I'm going to take my setting for my quilting, and I'm going to go to a serpentine stitch. I like this look of the serpentine stitch. It's on the hood here, if you can see that. It's quick and easy. You can also use a zigzag. But this is raw edge. So you folded it to you've sewn it to the back, and then you're gonna flip it over to the front and sew it. The Sheehan Cuddle does not fray. That's why it's good to use raw edge. That's why I like using Cuddle, because you remember me, I don't like to use any kind of binding. And this is the cheater binding. So I'm going to flip it right over. I've got my serpentine stitch. I go to about a width of about 6 and a length of about 2. Okay. And I do have this so nice to get through all these layers of fabric because I'm going through 2 layers of Cuddle and 2 layers of terry cloth on this one. So just go ahead and pop that under there. And I'm just going to sew. And again, it's just going to sew beautifully along the Cuddle fabric. And there it is. That's all there is to sewing with Cuddle binding. I do it on as much stuff as I possibly can because I like it, okay? And if you need any tips or tricks on working with Cuddle binding, go to the Shannon Fabrics website and you will get plenty of tips and tricks, okay? So hopefully I was able to help you do some other colors of binding, different tricks and tips. The tools that I use, I wear them out. I keep multiples in my sewing room because I tend to lose them and then I find them later. But I always have them. I go to lots of classes and I don't like to take things out of my class bag and put them back in my house, so I keep everything together. All righty? So Candace, if you want to butt in and do any questions, I will turn my machine. Turn my machine.
Hi, Bobbie.
off. Hi, hon. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Hey, great to see you.
Yeah.
We did have one question about using the Cuddle.
Yes.
Both sides are not raw edge. You're going to sew one side and then flip it.
Yes.
The binding,
yes.
is that correct?
So, and when I use Cuddle, I cut it a 1 3/4 inch. It's raw edge on the back, and I flip it over to the front. Let me just undo this, and I'll show you. There it is, raw edge.
Okay, so yeah, you seam right sides together, and then you flip it over.
Flip it over and sew it down. Raw edge.
That looks like something I could actually do.
Yes, you could. That's why, like I said, I'm not a binding queen. I don't like it. I did 6 blankets or quilts because I don't like to do it. So when I set my machine up, I'm going to do it. And they're all going to get done at the same time. And Cuddle, I mean, this is a gorgeous quilt, and I did quilt on, it's, all Cuddle on the back. And then I just did a Cuddle binding. 1 3/4 inches is all you need. You don't need anything wider unless you want more, but you don't need it. And it's just done with a serpentine stitch all the way down, and it stays. It's not going to unravel. It's great for babies. They love the texture of it too. So those are my 2 favorite bindings since I have to do binding, unless I want to bind by check, which I've been known to do that as well.
That's the way I do it. I pay somebody.
I know, but then it gets expensive. So the 2-color binding is really, it's a nice touch because there's so many times when my backing does not match my front or come even close to it. So I have to do 2-color binding or faux pipe binding, but 2-color is awesome. Sometimes, like I said, I will stitch it to the back and move it to the front and then just use monofilament thread and nothing shows.
So when you do the 2-color binding, what size do you cut your strips?
The strip that you want on the front is a 1-inch strip. The color that you want on the back is a 2-inch strip. There used to be a card, and I've not seen it, and I looked for it. So if any of you find it, this is a 2-color binding card. I've not seen it in production in a long time. If you run across it, grab one. But this will explain it. It's just 1 inch for the front and 2 inch for the back, offset by 8 to 10 inches when you sew those 2 strips together so that those seams do not bunch up and you get so much bulk in one area. That's why I will even use that folded corner clipper ruler to get my angles nice and perfect. And I don't ever have a problem with them being off. I mean, they're perfect every single time.
So Bobbie,
yes,
you mentioned that you are a Shannon fabric educator.
Yes,
so
I am.
I know you still travel all over the country. Well,
I go where they tell me to go.
Pre-COVID.
Yeah, pre-COVID. Yeah, during COVID we did a lot of Zoom classes, but we have ambassadors throughout the whole country. We started with 30. I think we're up to 60 now. So we travel. We go to wherever we are needed, and spread the wealth of Cuddle. We like to do Cuddle dust. That's another
Spread
thing.
the joy of Cuddle.
The joy of Cuddle. Let me tell you guys something. People don't like to use Cuddle because of the mess. I get it. Two things that you really want to do when you're cutting Cuddle is have a portable vacuum cleaner by you if you can. And then before you've made your cut, vacuum it up before you even move any fabric. If you don't have that, use a lint roller brush. That will get everything up. When I do my binding, it's lots of little pieces. I take a damp cloth or towel. I bundle all of my strips and I throw it in the dryer for about 2 minutes, and that gets rid of all the Cuddle dust.
Those are great tips working with Cuddle.
Don't be afraid of Cuddle, you guys. You will absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. Like I said, most of my backings now have Cuddle on them. These are hooded towels. I have 2 daughters, and they have friends that are having babies, and they will relentlessly call me and say, hey, Mom, do you have anything laying around that I can use for a baby shower? Well, how much do we have laying around? But I will tell you, I do have these hooded towels laying around. Out of a yard of fabric, you can get 2 Cuddle hooded towels and 2 burp cloths. And then you just need terry cloth.
That makes a great baby gift. You never know when you're going to need one. So excellent.
Yes.
Yeah.
And your binding clips, they're the best things that you can use. I'm just wanted to show you the hooded towel.
Now you're also using a walking foot on your machine?
I am. I do that with all Cuddle. It feeds easily. Cuddle is slippery. Another reason why people don't like it. So if you are using Cuddle, use that seam line and just dot it around the Cuddle. Press it down. It's great. It doesn't ruin your Cuddle. I've done it with all of this. And this is the cute little hooded towel. Sans clips. So yeah, these are great baby gifts. Quick and easy. Okay?
I also noticed you are using the larger Wonder Clips.
I am.
They work better for quilts, don't they?
They really do, because there's so much bulk here. I mean, I've got a layer of terry cloth and 2 layers of Cuddle, and I can clip them better with these. And because they're larger, the little numbers on the back go up to 1 inch, so I can gauge how wide my binding on the front side is going to be.
Yeah, I only have a few of those big ones, but to do quilts, they're a must.
They are a must.
Yeah.
This and Seam-Align and the fabric treatment are my go-to. There's just certain things that I always have with me, and those are some of them. My fabric treatment does go in a spray bottle too. As I said, I do use Best Press to get my wrinkles out, but when I want a nice fine crease, this fabric treatment from Acorn is the best. I believe there are kits that have the pen, the Seam-Align, and
the
a
glue.
refill. Right. So pick
Yeah,
those
we
up.
love the Acorn product. It is fantastic. If you haven't tried it, definitely try that product.
I don't go back, and I tell people all about it, and I'll show them. I come quilt and sew at different places, and I have my Seam-Align, and people are looking at that going, what are you doing? And I just show them that little pen with the little nib on it, and they love it. They're like, where can I get that? And I said, well, at your local quilt store. So hit your local quilt stores and get that stuff. Okay?
Now, someone asked if you have YouTube or a web page or anything. Do you do any online classes?
We do. I do some through Shannon, and sometimes people say, well, hey, let's do some binding classes, and we'll do a binding class. Someone asked me to do a featherweight cleaning class online, which is fun. But anything that people want, we are more than happy to get those classes ready for you. Yep.
So we can find you through Shannon Fabrics, or just type in your name.
Just type in my name.
And I know we want to have you come back out and do a couple more classes for us, maybe later in the year.
Yep. There's some good stuff coming up, and we've got some great new products coming out too through Shannon Fabrics, and some great new fun, quick things that you can put together. Pillows, stuffies. I did a sleep sack, which was 2 yards of fabric, and it's all a Cuddle sleeping bag. Do my grandkids love it? Yes. To the point where the adults said, can you make me one? I said, sure, you buy the fabric and I'll make you one.
I know, we already know the kids love it, but Cuddle is fabulous. I just love the feel of Cuddle.
You wrap yourself in that and you don't want to get out.
We made a bunch of the scarves.
Yep. Scarves
and
are
they
great.
were perfect for the winter. They're so nice.
And they're great gifts. And out of 1 yard of fabric, I believe you can get three scarves. And they're just infinity scarves. They wrap around. They're great. I went to New York with 4 of my girlfriends, and I gave each one of them one. And it was cold when we were there, so it was nice. But yeah, that's a great quick class. You can do that online too. It's a fun one, and they're great gifts. They're great.
Well,
gifts.
Bobbie, thank you so much for being with us today. We really appreciate you sharing your knowledge with all of us.
Well, you're welcome.
I think everyone loved that because I think a lot of people hate binding.
It's one of those things, but try the 2-color. I'm sorry I messed up on my cut right ruler. But that's what happens even when I'm at home. I twist the 2 pieces of binding when they come together, and I just unsew it and redo it because I know what I've done. It's easy. And even with if you use that seam-align glue, it still comes out easy. Don't worry about the seam-align glue. It's not permanent. It will wash out, and it sews great through your needles. Never had a problem. Okay.
Excellent. All right. Well, Bobbie, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And you live right here in California.
Pardon?
I said you're right here in California. It's a gorgeous day outside.
I am. I'm right up the hill. All right, you guys, have a great day.
All right. We'll see you later. Bye. All right, everyone. So we are ready for our next presentation. And we have Deb Donovan back in our studio. She is going to show you the bells and whistles on this King Quilter 2. I don't think you've really had the opportunity to really see what this long arm machine can do. But Deb is extremely knowledgeable, and she does a really great presentation on the long arm machine. So, hey, Deb, welcome back to the show.
Hi, Candace.
So we're going to turn our speakers down since we're in the same space. But what are you going to show us today on this King Quilter?
This is the King Quilter 2 Elite. Yesterday morning, I showed you the King Quilter new sit down. So this is where the sit down cane started at, was our stand up King Quilter 2, which is our own. We're the exclusive distributor of it. So we love to tell everybody how proud of it we are and how amazing it really is.
Okay, well, we are looking forward to hearing everything that this machine can do and really why this is the machine you'll definitely want to consider if you want a long arm. Okay, Deb, we'll take it away.
Okay, thanks, Candace. So the King Quilter 2 has been around for a few years. This is the stand-up model, which means that it's on a frame. Right now, it's on the King Quilter 2 10-foot frame, but it does come with a 12-foot frame as an option at the same price, so you can set it up at whatever length is going to work best in your sewing room. What I think is the most important thing about the King Quilter 2 frame, well, first, it's metal. You've got metal at sides on it, which I don't think you can see too well, and I have metal rails so that you can give the most support. Nothing's going to really try and bow in the middle on you. The most important thing by far is that it's a 4-rail system. I have 2 rails up here at the front. I have 2 rails out there at the back, and I think that gives you the best quilting experience to have a 4-rail system. The front rail, the top one on the King Quilter 2 frame, is going to give you, that's where your top is loaded at. The bottom rail here, I've got my backing loaded on, and then you just kind of sandwich the batting right in the middle. We have ours tucked behind the, what we call the batting bar down underneath there, so that honestly, just so I don't step on it as I'm walking around during the demo. But it's a good practice to keep it tucked back there anyways, just to keep it off your floor and keep your little 4-legged friends away from it. The other thing that I think is nice about the King Quilter 2 table is that it comes with the back table inserts. I know you can't see them, but if you ever wanted to do pantographs or groovy boards, you don't have to buy those back table inserts. They're included for you with the frame. So you've got everything you need to do just about any kind of quilting you're going to want to with the King Quilter 2 frame. The 4-rail system, sorry, I forgot something really important. Back here, this is the idler bar. This is the 4th rail in a 4-rail system. This bar is completely parallel with this front bar right here, which means that I'm going to have a nice flat quilting surface all the time. My backing, or the finished part of my quilt, you can see the backing right here. It rolls up on this take-up bar, and you can see that I've got a lot of bulk up here. I probably have at least 2 yards of fabric rolled around this take-up rail up here. And if this rail was down here, if I didn't have this fabric would be pressing down on my quilt top, giving me an uneven surface, and I wouldn't have as good of tension and stitches as I do with a nice, perfectly flat system. The King Quilter 2, I'm standing in front of the Elite. There's the Standard and the Elite. It's an 18-inch deep machine, so it can go all the way to that back rail there. In theory, it should come all the way to the front rail here, but I do have the ruler base on it, so that's going to stop me just a little bit short. And it's 8 inches tall. I know I get a lot of questions about, is 8 inches tall enough? Because people like to do a lot of bigger quilts. But if you can see, I still have a couple of inches back here between the batting that I've rolled up at the top of the machine. So I guarantee you, you're going to be able to get to the bottom of a California King and not hit this top, hit the inside of the machine. So you don't have to worry about that with it only being 8 inches tall, because I know a lot of places are telling you got to have 10 inches, but I don't believe that to be true. So we're 18 by 8. You've got a fully cast system right here. It's a cast metal. They're assembled here in the US. We test a lot of them before they go out. This is my San Marcos floor model. It has a lot of miles on it. We've taken it to shows. We use it on the floor in the store. So this is not one that the service department has come and fine-tuned, especially for the event for you. It does have easy access threading on the right-hand side of the machine. Unfortunately, with Roger's camera angle, you can't see it right now, but if you look at the King Quilter 2 sit-down video that I did yesterday, if you have any questions about threading, you can see it right there. Because this is a stand-up machine, though, we did move the threaded. The thread is now right up front here, which means that I can easily reach it from the front of the machine. I don't have to do a really long reach to get to the back because we moved the thread spool right up within reach for most of us. It will go a speedy 2,200 stitches per minute. I don't think I can even quilt that fast, but if you are faster than me, then you can go that fast with it. You can control the speed in both regulated and manual mode. So you're going to be fine no matter how fast or slow you like to quilt. You've got 4 modes of stitching up here, which I'll get to in a second. The Elite is what I'm standing in front of right now, and it has the upgraded handlebars. It also has the extra lighting that's right here. On all of the King Quilters, you're going to get the LED light ring that's down here. But with the Elite, you get the upgraded handlebars, and part of those upgraded handlebars is the extra lighting. So you can see I just turned it off. I love a lot of light. I always have. So I'm missing that light. I'm going to turn it right back on. It's built into the handlebars right here. So you don't have to go and try and attach something else to your machine because the lighting is built right into the handlebars and it's always going to be there for you. So let me switch back to my main screen there. All right, the screen up here, this is the King Quilter 2 Elite. So it is a slightly larger 7-inch screen. Yeah, I already had the lighting control on there, but you can also, you've got also all of your stitches on here. You've got a low bobbin estimator that you can get to, quilting alarms, all that's built right into the screen. What you need to have though is really sitting right here in front of you. You don't have to dig through secondary screens to get to it. But before I get there, I'm going to tell you about the handlebars. The King Quilter 2 Standard comes with fixed handlebars. This is the King Quilter 2 Elite, so it has the adjustable handlebars. We do a lot of stuff here in the store. I'm not the tallest person in the world, so I actually want my handlebars to be right here. If I am quilting up here, not only am I lifted up, but I'm feeling some tension right in my arm right here, which is why adjustable handlebars are great, because I can move them to where I want them to be so that I'm the most comfortable and I can quilt the longest. So we have a lot of people here in the store. Corey is a lot taller than me. He likes them up high. I like them down low. I also like them tilted in a little bit, kind of closer to that 10 and 2 on your steering wheel, because that takes away the stress that I feel kind of in the back of my arm towards the elbow when I do a lot of quilting. The other thing that's great is if you like to do micro quilting or you like to do pebbles, these will actually adjust all the way down. So you can put both of them right down here. put your hands on them, and that's where you're going to get the most control out of your machine. And you can adjust them down when you want them and get them out of your field of view when you don't, because it's not something you have to bolt onto the front of the machine. Go back up to where Deb likes to quilt. Okay. We do have 4 modes on the machine. Basting mode, you can adjust for anywhere from 1/2 inch to 4 inches of basting. When you do that, I kind of think the 4 inches is too long. We use it a lot up at the front when you are just getting started, but I also like to quilt down the sides with a basting stitch. I have had the unfortunate experience before of quilting off the edge of my quilt while I was doing an edge to edge. And when I came back on, my foot grabbed the top of my quilt, flipped it over, quilted it down, and then I had to get up close and personal with my seam ripper. So I always baste down those edges from here on out, because I really don't want to have to do that again. So the basting stitch is, I've got it set up at a 1 inch basting stitch. So every inch, it's going to come in and take a stitch for me. Oops. I'm trying to stay out of your way, so it's a little bit wobbly. Turn the machine back off again. And then let me get that thread. Sorry, forgot I was going to need my scissors right here. So that's your basting stitch. If you do it at the edges and you make it, I like a 1 inch stitch. It goes all the way up to 4 inches, but I feel like that's a little bit too much of a good thing. Then you don't have to worry about having happened to you what happened to me, where the edges of your quilt get flipped over, they get quilted down, and then you have to deal with that problem. So manual mode is where most of us started to quilt on our domestic machines. That's the one where the needle goes up and down absolutely all the time, and you can't do anything about it. The machine will go up to 2,200 stitches a minute, but like I said, nobody quilts that fast, but I'm in charge. However fast I move my hands is however fast the machine's going to go for you. So I've got the controls right here on the handlebar. I've got it set into manual mode. It's at 61% of maximum speed because that's one of the presets that's already set in there. So let me pull up my bobbin thread real quick. And the beauty of having all that right there on the handlebars, I don't have to play with the screen. In manual mode, oh, that's fast. In manual mode, no matter what I do, the machine's going to keep going. It's going to go and it's going to go. If my hands go slower, my stitches get smaller. If my hands go faster, my stitches get bigger. It's really good if you want to do like micro stippling and that kind of work, because any little inconsistencies, or some people that learned how to quilt on a non-regulated machine are going to have an easier time getting started this way. You can do your patterns with it if you know what you're doing. And I say if you know what you're doing only in that if you know where your hands are supposed to go. If you're going to need a second to pause and figure out where you're going, the needle keeps going up and down, so you're going to end up with a little thread bond there. So there's manual mode for you. Machine's going one constant speed all the time. I can change the speed of it. I've got the speed control up here, but it's actually more convenient to have it on the handlebars. So I can just sit here and slow the machine down if I see my stitches getting too big without having to put my hands and my eyes up on the screen. I can just make those adjustments right here on the handlebars. And let me cut that thread. Manual mode's got a lot of uses. I know everybody loves regulated, but I'm a big fan of using the right stitch for the job, and manual has a very good place in the world. So, then you've got your idle or your cruise control, as I like to call it. Needle's going to go up and down all the time, just like in manual mode, but it is a regulated stitch, which means that it's going to sense how fast my hands are moving, and the stitch is going to change to match that. I can still control the speed of the machine here, and I can control the stitches per inch. So what that's going to do, and the stitches, I mean, I can't flip it over and show you, but the stitches on this machine are going to be equally balanced on the front and the bottom. So no matter what I do, the needle's still going up and down, and you can hear the tone of the sound of the machine change as I go different speeds. This one is not my favorite for designs where I kind of have to think about it, because that needle is going to keep going up and down all the time, which sometimes can leave something on the back that I really don't want to see. Oops, kind of boxed myself into a corner there. Again, I still have that speed control right here on my handlebars. So, oh, that was the ruler base. So if I want to change my speed, I can do that right there. And no matter what I do, that needle is going to keep going up and down. It's just the speed of the machine's going to change based on what I'm doing. Oops. Tighten that back up. That's the other thing that the controls on the handlebars are great for, is pulling up your bobbin thread. All right. Now, the last mode that you're going to have on your machine is precision mode. In precision mode, the machine's not going to move the needle until I move the machine. So I'm going to turn it on right here, and the machine's not doing anything. I'm going to hit the start button, and the machine's still not doing anything. It's waiting for me to tell it what to do. I'm going to pull up my bobbin thread first and then turn it back on. So I'm ready to stitch. It's waiting, and then when I move, it's going to move, and then it's going to wait again. If you're one of those quilters that likes to look at your field of view and figure out where you're going to go next, then that's why the King Quilter 2 with the precision mode on the stitching is going to be a good fit for you, because it's going to wait for you to decide where you want to go next. So I bet you my little shamrocks are going to turn out better here, because I don't have to worry about where the machine's going to go. Oh, I'm hitting the front rail. So I can still go 4 to 22 stitches per inch, on the King Quilter 2. So I've got it set at 14 right now. That's the speed stitches per inch that I happen to like. I know a lot of people like them at 11, 12, which is a little bit smaller, but with the King Quilter 2, you can set whatever feels right to you. It's fully customizable. You can set the stitches per inch, you can control the speed, you can control the tension of it, and you've got your electronic tensions up top, and then if you really need to, you can adjust the tension on the bobbin as well. You've got a front load bobbin case, which I'm not going to show you because I got the batting tucked out of my way, but you've got a front load M size bobbin underneath here, so it's easy to get to, and it holds probably about 210 yards of thread. So that's going to give you a lot of stitching that you can do before you start running out of thread and having to do that. You've got a lot of bonus features on the Elite 2. I'm not going to show them to you, and Roger's not even going to try, but I do have back here the rear handlebars that come included. They have exactly the same controls as you do on the front, and there's a screen back there as well. So you can quilt from the back if you want to do groovy boards or you want to do pantographs. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to move anything. You just have to walk around to the back of the machine, lay out your pantograph, and start quilting with it without having to do anything else. Because like I told you before, those back panels, those back boards are already included with the frame. You're also going to get the bigger screen with the King Quilter 2. Bigger is better. Everybody needs a bigger screen in their life. And the upgraded handlebars. But also you're getting a couple things that you're not going to see so quickly. You've got the light, the bonus light that's going on here. You're going to have the electronic tension that you can control on the screen. And you get the low bobbin alarm with the King Quilter 2 Elite. Sometimes I can hear it when the bobbin's about ready to run out, but a lot of times I can't, because in addition to the quilting machine, I usually have some music going on in my background. So sometimes I can't hear it, but that low bobbin estimator is going to give me a warning before I'm about to run out of bobbin thread, so I can decide if I'm going to finish this row or I'm going to finish this block and play chicken with my bobbin, or if I'm going to call it and I'm going to change out the bobbin before I run out in a place that's more inconvenient for me to change it at. So what you got, it's compatible with a lot of different accessories. I know that our website has a few of them that you're getting included with the machine right now, one of which is the ruler base. The ruler base is what I have on here. It's tucking around the base of the machine. That's giving me a really flat surface so that I can do ruler work on it. If you see right here, that's as big as the ruler base is on there, which means that if I grab one of my rulers, it's not tipping off of the edge of the machine, because the machine's actually only about this wide. So this is giving me a nice, stable, sturdy surface, almost like a table, for me to do that ruler work on. And that ruler base is included with this because we think that everybody likes to do ruler work. And we think that we're just going to include that and 2 rulers to get you started in the package. The other thing that's really great that Blaine's chosen to include is my favorite, the glide foot right here. It's a clear foot. Sorry, you're probably getting a little bit of glare off of it. But the glide foot is cup shaped. If you look at the regular feet, they are all flat at the bottom, which means when you get to a big, thick seam allowance, like say the middle of it where the a pinwheel all comes together and you've got all those pieces of fabric there at the middle, you can fan those pieces out all you want, but you still have some bulk going on there. Sometimes that regular standard foot or the ruler foot will catch on there, but this glide foot being cup shaped is going to glide over the top of those seam allowances and not push and tug on your quilt top as you're trying to go over those seam allowances. So, and the ruler foot, which we have on the machine right now, is also included in the bonus package. So you got a lot of good stuff going on with the King Quilter 2, no matter whether you pick the 10-foot or the 12-foot frame with it. Blaine, were there any questions?
Hey, Deb, I don't think there's, I haven't seen any questions really come up, but you're right. That King Quilter, is just an awesome machine. And, we're pretty proud of this thing because there was a lot of work and R&D went into this. But Deb, the number one question people always ask, how hard is it for a beginner if they've never had a long armed? How hard is it for them to get this thing, set it up, and start quilting?
Oh, it's not that hard at all. I mean, it does come to you in 4 or 5 boxes. You've got the machine head, the handlebars, the bobbin winder comes in a box, and then the frame comes in, I think, 4 boxes. But it's really not that hard. There's good instructions. There's good videos. And what our owner has always said is that to set up one of these frames, it's going to take you 3 hours, 2 people, and 1 bottle of wine when you're done. It's not that complicated. We give you all the tools that you need to set up the frame. The machine, you're just going to set on the carriage back there, bolt on the handlebars, attach a couple of wires back there, and you're ready to go. And then there's lots of videos that are out there to show you how to load your first quilts onto the frame. I always tell everybody to get started with charity quilts or a cheater quilt, something like that, where you can practice and not feel too bad about the inconsistencies that you will get. I know that at home to this day, I have sample pieces of fabric that I just do all my practice quilting on as a warm-up and to practice so that I know what I'm doing before I get to the project. And so that's what you're going to do when you just start quilting too. You're going to get something that you're not going to do your daughter's wedding quilt or anything like that. Just do something and you can always donate it to a charity when you're finished with it if you didn't turn out as good as you want. But it is going to take some practice to get the stitching to where you want it to be. But that's okay. I mean, I've been quilting for 20 years and I still can't do a feather. I leave those to Corey.
Well, Deb, that I think, everybody talks about the same thing. It's like, it's very intimidating to see this big long arm, and it's, they see people like you or they see people like Corey and different, professional quilters that do these awesome feathers and all this stuff, and they get a little intimidated. But, y'all all started at one time or another too, and you have to start. That's the main thing I always tell people. And, you helped me when I had my little quilting challenge that we did. And again, I was a little intimidated by it too. And I kind of cheated. I used the Robotics to do all the stippling on the quilt, but it is, it's a little intimidating to start because you don't know really how to do it. But again, I think the main thing is we always just say start. Just start somewhere. And again, all of you out there that have you're using your domestic machines right now, if you have the room, I would highly recommend getting a long arm because it's just going to open up a whole new world to you. And again, we have a great special on this today. The King Quilter 2, we absolutely love this machine. And we're going to offer it in 2 different frame combinations. You can either pick a 10-foot or that 12-foot frame. And again, we have 3 robotic systems that'll fit on it if you ever decide you want to upgrade and go to robotics. So we have a great thing to do it. And today, guys, this is $1,000 off on the King Quilter 2 Elite, $62.99, free shipping right to your door. And we also have 60-month 0% interest financing available for you. So guys, I mean, if you've been looking for one of these, we can get those monthly payments down to about $100 a month for you to own one of these great machines. And I'm telling you right now, for that price, you can almost about $10,000, you can even have a whole robotic system. And that's pretty much unheard of in the industry for an 18-inch long arm on a 12-foot frame. So again, we have that 10 or 12-foot frame you can pick from. Our machine has the 18-inch throat space. You have 4 to 18 inches stitches per minute, 2,200 stitches it's going to stitch out per minute. And again, we have a really nice accessory pack that we're going to get with it. But guys, give us a call, 800-401-8151. All of our phone operators, all of our chat team, they know this machine extremely well. They're all long arm experts. They know long arm. We know long arm better than any dealer in the country because we sell more than any dealer in the country. And we sell all the different brands, but this is our own brand. We went out and said we wanted to make a machine for ourselves that exactly like what we want, an 18-inch with all these great features on a great frame. And again, like Deb and I were talking about, don't be intimidated by this. The main part about quilting is just getting your frame set up. Get that frame set up nice and level, and it's going to be, like power steering on a car, and it's going to be trouble-free from there once you get it set up right. And we can also aid and help you with that. Our techs a lot of times will even FaceTime people on their phones and walk them through different things when they get hung up. But we have a lot of videos, a lot of instructions to help you every step of the way. And again, guys, this thing is a great, great machine. We're super proud of it. Again, give us a call at 800-401-8151 if you just have questions, and they can walk you through a lot of different things. If you're on the website, up in the search bar, just type in King Quilter. It's going to take you to that product page. You'll see the King Quilter Elite, the Standard, and our brand new sit-down, which Deb is going to be back tomorrow to demonstrate that sit-down version we just came out with. It's the world premiere launch this week on the show. And, again, if you want a sit-down with free motion, we have that as well with that new Quilt Vision table. But Deb will be back tomorrow to do that. But right now, she just got finished demonstrating our King Quilter 2 Elite. And guys, it has that adjustable handlebars with those great LED lights. The rear handlebars where you can do pantograms from the rear with that nice screen to control the stitches in the back. And again, can't say enough about it. And the pricing, you are not going to beat the pricing on this anywhere, with any machine other than the King Quilter. And so give us a call at 800-401-8151, or if you're on the website, just chat, type in the chat and they can help you out as well. Got that great financing available, $1,000 off. And so what a way to go. Guys, we're going to keep moving on. And speaking of robotic systems, one of the robotic systems I was talking about that will fit right on the King Quilter that is well proven very well, and I've used it many, many times with our next guest at our trade shows. We have David Hooke from Lighten Up coming up, and he's all about he's the inventor of the QBOT, and he and I have worked at trade shows, and we've used this on the King Quilter numerous times, and I absolutely love this robotic system. Works extremely well, and y'all probably heard the name QBOT, but David has been he started out Monday, and he's been taking y'all from the beginning, teaching things how it'll do, and he's keeping advancing every single day. So hopefully you've got to watch him every day, but today is day 4 of him, and he's just keeps advancing. And tomorrow he's really going to show you all the pro features of the QBOT. So David, welcome back to the show.
Good to be here, and we got another full day today, another project just for day 4.
Well, we're anxious to see you continue because I know this education just keeps progressing. So I know everybody's extremely excited to see what you have to offer today.
Okay, well, let's get started and we'll try to get this all done today, and I think we can do it. One of the things that we try to do just as a company and our mentality here, our driving rules, is let's do more than just quilting on a quilt. Let's use the quilt frame and the machine. They're powerful tools, but you know, crafters and sewers and quilters go through these peaks and valleys of what they do. And you don't want to get into a rut of just doing the same old table runner every time or the same old wall quilt and mixed in with big bed quilts every now and then. And one thing about these frames and machines, they're a horizontal surface. And if they're not used, they will start to collect things. And we don't want stuff to collect on our frames. So today we're going to do a neat project. We're going to do a bag, a little mini tote bag on the frame. And what I have hooped up on the frame is some muslin and then some foam. This is about 3/16 of an inch Pellon foam fill, and then a top piece of batik fabric. And we're going to make a mini tote. But wait a second, we don't have a mini tote design in the QBOT. We haven't saved anything yet. But we do have something that we've printed out. And if you were making this conventionally off the frame, you would have to print out a pattern and then tape your pieces of paper together and then take this over to your cutting board and align everything and cut everything out. But what if you could just take the same design and it's just printed on one single sheet of paper like this? We're going to make this mini tote bag today, right now, hopefully inside 30 minutes. So I'm over at the QBOT, and you can see on the frame, I've taken a copy of that pattern and I've taped it down onto my fabric. So this is taped all around so that it doesn't scoot around. I'm going to go and use my line quilting function to actually record this boundary and save it. And then this will be the cutting line that we will use later. So I've marked out my points off camera so I don't make a mistake when I'm selecting the points around here. I want to do it with the least amount of overstitching. I'm going to use my offset, which is that little laser, and this is kind of nice. When it goes from here, it's nice and bright, but as soon as it's in the black line, it dims down quite a bit. So I know that I'm selecting the right point. Now I'm just going to select the points on this piece of paper. I'm just basically, this is old-fashioned, just tracing the pattern into QBOT. And if I were to make this tote at this size, this would be one tiny tote. But after we're done selecting all the points and saving this design, we can then bring it in as just a pattern. And then we can scale it to any scale we want. So here is my over tracking right there. That's my back tracking line. I'll go around to this side. And I'm selecting several points on this because this has kind of got a bow to it. This isn't just a straight line. It's got a little bow to it. So we want to capture that. Couple more points. And we're done. We've selected all the points we need to define. Actually, I need to undo one. I think I missed one right there, like I missed yesterday. I got to work on my selecting skills. Okay, so there I'm done. And there's our design. So what do we do now? We're not going to quilt this. We're just going to save it. We're going to save it as mini tote. Press OK. Done. Now, back to the fabric. We just peel up that piece of paper. Now we're going to do some stitching. So I just go back to my main menu, and I'm going to go into pattern quilting, just like yesterday, just like day 1, 2, 3. And I'm going to use, instead of my offset today, I'm going to use, for this I want to make this as big as I can. So I'm going to uncheck my offset, and I'm going to place the needle at the full extent that I can go, and then select my boundary points. So this is just my boundary of what I have hooped up on the frame. There, I've just selected that little rectangle. I press done. No inner boundary shape. I go to my save patterns and bring in my mini tote. And it looks pretty good, but I can see that I need to modify it just a bit. It looks like it, when I had the paper on the frame, it was rotated. So I just nudged it 1 degree and I rotated it. And that looks good. But let's see how big it is. Let's make it, it's pretty close. Let's make it 10 3/4 inches. So that's pretty nice. Now all we have to do is we're going to quilt this out or sew it out. It's really not quilting, I guess. We are using a quilting frame, but it's just really sewing. We're going to move to the start point. And what this is just the guidelines and cut lines for this project. So it's going to be sewing the cut lines. So imagine this were a paper pattern and we traced the cut lines, or if it was the tissue-y kind of pattern and you had it pinned to your fabric, these outside lines are what we will trim to when we construct the bag. And the inside lines are what we're going to align, how we're going, the different textures we're going to put on the fabric. And we're just going to let this go. We can put that into the little screen, and then we can see some examples over here on our little example table. This is a tote bag, same basic design, and here's where we're going with this. We're going to put in a texture up here. There's a spot underneath this piece of ribbon right here where these two designs intersect. That's that vertical line that I had selected a minute ago. And then we've got cross hatching on the bottom. Here is an example of exactly the size we're doing today on the frame. And this is a different material. This is a nice denim. And you can see with the foam in there, the textures that we get. And speaking of textures and bag making in general, this is a little train case. And here you can see, yeah, I think you can see that pretty well. You can see the textures of those pebbles beautifully quilted out on QBOT. And then on the bottom, we have, again, some more texture. This was a crosshatch, a diamond crosshatch, and finished off with some really nice piping. Speaking of finished projects, this was yesterday's project that we did finish off, and we have it on our Instagram. These have been bound, and they look great. So back on the frame, we have just finished up the outline of the bag. And now we're going to do the next step, which I like, and I've shown every day this week. I really like to do cross hatching. If you haven't seen or gotten the feel for that, I love the cross hatch. Now on here, we have this center portion, and it is, let me pull up my original piece of paper. Oops. It is this section right here. So that little H section there, we're going to fill with cross hatching. And it's just as easy as going to our crosshatch button. We will use the offset. I'm choosing this point here. And remember, this is a cut line. So we can trace around that, or because all of this is getting cut away anyway, I'm just going to select basically a rectangle here. And I'm going to go just outside a little bit so that, again, the excess will get cut off. And I select my rectangle. And I press done. No inner boundary shape. And since I have practiced, I know how much time I have. I'm going to do a 1-inch grid spacing. I'm going to rotate that 45 degrees so it's in a diamond shape. And then I'm going to look and see how well it is centered. I can move this around, and I want to keep it pretty even on the verticals and pretty even on the horizontal lines, top and bottom, so that it's basically in the middle. The design isn't skewed to one side noticeably. Because if we can make it as perfect as we can, then we should. I'm not going to do any jump stitches because everything along those edges is either going to be cut or it's going to be hidden by a ribbon later. So there, I'm ready to start, and I move to start point. And here's where it gets fun, because when you start putting a little bit denser design into the area, you start to see that the effect of the foam really kind of pop. And this is the first time this week that we get to see the crosshatch feature actually being used. So what it will do is it's calculated the most efficient way to go around that box so that there's the least amount of overstitching along the boundaries. And it's just going to go to town. You can watch it a little bit because it is kind of nice to watch. Because we left it at a 90-degree square. It's a square crosshatch. And we can be guaranteed that everything is going to be perpendicular, because with the QBOT, well, it just does it. We don't have to worry about ruler work or holding that ruler. If you were doing this traditionally with a ruler work, you'd have to hold that ruler and make sure that your lines are perpendicular, and then every subsequent line is parallel. And in theory, that will always work. And in practice, sometimes the ruler slips, or as you're moving this hand with on your handlebar and you're moving the machine, something can catch, or you notice that you might have slipped on the ruler if it's not really down. So with QBOT, we just don't worry about it. We let it go. I've got a sample over here where I've done, I think this fabric over here is for another kind of train case where I've done a larger example of cross hatching. So this, we actually wanted to have a big piece of fabric for that train case project. And again, cross hatching, it seems so simple, but when it's done really nicely, it adds a lot of texture and fun to the design. Here, this is very hard to look at, just polka dots, but we do have some wavy lines on that. And then on this one, we actually used a metallic thread just to highlight a little bit. Black can be difficult with a pattern on it if you don't have something that tries to pop out of there to maybe fight that a little bit. Since we have a little bit more time over as that's quilting out, and you notice that I'm not really paying attention to it. Yesterday, we didn't get to show another project that we did in a similar fashion as yesterday's project. This is bunting, and we quilted out the bunting shape all in one on that piece of orange fabric with the backing on the back. And then we cut these individually out, turned them, and then we did these letters, which are adhesive letters, with the decorative stitch around it, which came out really, really nice. So back at the frame, we're cranking through this. You can start to see the pillowing that we're getting. The ribbon we're going to use on this bag, and I'll get it out of the way, is this. And this will be placed right here along that seam. So in our next step, when we go over here, we're going to be careful that we place our design nicely. And we're going to use that as a template. Okay, so our cross hatching is done. We hit exit. And I pull up my bobbin thread and trim all that like normal. Okay, so now we need to go over and I'll do this panel right here. So we need to put something in it. And I like it to match this. This is kind of neat. Looks a little bit like, could be nice water, Pacific water. Looks like a little turtle too. So we go into pattern quilting. I'm going to use my offset. So I'm selecting my points. Again, I'm selecting my points over there with the laser. And I'll set a point there. And you know what? Because I got to remember that this is our trim line. I'm just going to go outside just a little bit. I'm going to stay in line with this line, but I'm just going to go outside, because if you can give yourself a little wiggle room for later in the trimming process, you might as well take it. And I'll mark outside here. We don't have to be as precise because we're not trying to be precise here. I'll go outside just a little. And just so that I'm good here, this is my boundary. Okay, and I say done. And do I want to set another boundary shape, an inner boundary shape? No. I want to go into my Fast Tracks design, and I like this scallop. Scallops are always fun. So I'm going to select this as my design. But I really don't like it in that orientation. So I'm going to rotate it 90 degrees. And then that looks a little bit small. And it looks a little too circular and a little bit too perfect. So I am going to turn proportional scaling off, which is that button right there. And now with my two fingers, I'm just going to stretch it that way. And I'm going to stretch it a little too much that way. There we go. Bringing it back, bringing it back. There we go. And let's look up and down, get things kind of even, maybe stretch it just a bit more, stretch it just a bit more. Yeah, I think I like that. And I think I've got it pretty even on there. So now, once I've done that, I hit my trim, I trim to boundary, I say okay, I press done, and I'm going to save this pattern as scallop, because I have to do the other side when I'm done with this side. I move to the start point. So basically, what we're doing here is a vertical edge-to-edge design. So just like in quilting, we're doing an edge-to-edge, trimming it to the boundary. It just so happens that that's a vertical design. And let's just check our placement here. Well, when we put our ribbon down, yeah, that'll look nice. So normally, what I was just saying is normally if we had a quilt, we would do this design and we would do edge to edge. And scallops are not particularly fun, even with a ruler, because you have to be really precise when you're doing that kind of ruler work to make it look right. If you're not hitting the offset just right, things go south pretty fast. So we've done one. What do we want to do? We want to do the next row, or the next, in this case, the next column. So I hit overlay, modify, and I just use my finger to move it over. Just like that. Now I need to nudge it some more to get it to look really good. And I think I like that. I trim again to the boundary, hit OK, press done, and move to the start. So keeping with the little bit of the nautical theme, this kind of looks like it could be like the fish scales. As soon as it's no longer a perfect circular scallop, it starts to look like a scale. And as it's going along, it hits these beautifully as it goes. Now, this could have been, my preference would be maybe to have this a little bit denser to really make it pop, but we're doing a quick, we're just doing a quick demo, trying to keep it under 30 minutes. And this one today, I want to actually complete it. Okay. So again, we've done that row, and I think we should do one more row. So same procedure, overlay, modify, move it over, and shift it. I'll shift it down this time. Nudge, nudge, and nudge it down. It really is just that easy. Trim to the boundary. Okay, done. And move to start. And press go. Oh, nope. Oh, sorry. Just as I was saying press go, I forgot I should pull up my bobbin thread. I got out of rhythm, but I caught it. Whew, we're safe. In that row, once this bag is trimmed, that row gets, the lining goes in and then top stitched. So all of that very end gets tucked under another seam. Okay, so we're done with that. Now we can exit and we should do the other side. So let's just do that. And believe it or not, in this little segment, we got step one of this project all done. So again, pattern quilting. I'll select just outside. Using my offset, I'll select just outside the area on the top and bottom. I'll be precise when I'm selecting the vertical here. Good habit to be in, even though this gets hidden under a piece of ribbon. Go down just a little bit. There. And then outside on this side. Now we have to pull in that design. So we go to our saved patterns. I pull in my scallop, but we have to think about what just happened. It pulled it in and scaled it to that size, to the size that's on the screen. And look at that. I need to scale this to be 100% now, to be just like the other side. And I need to rotate it 180 degrees so that the scales all go the right direction. Now I will move it down. Give a little bit of clearance for that ribbon. I'll look to my other side to see how it was put in there. And I think I'm pretty good right about there. Trim to the boundary. Done. And then I'll move to the start. You get into this rhythm, pull up the bobbin thread, and press go. Well, that's quilting out, just so I have enough time to show some examples over here. Here we have a couple of pixie cups that we made. And same sort of, we took the pattern, traced it on the QBOT, and then filled the different areas. So this bottom was just a circle. I put a little spiral in it. And then we used a fast track, or yeah, I think this was a fast track design, and this was also edge to edge quilting. So if you imagine this laid flat out, that would be edge to edge. And you know what? It came out looking like a log with the bark. And then if you cut it, that would be the rings of the tree. So that was a happy little accident. filled off or finished off with a lining and some cork. We'll get some quilting going over here again. So I'm going to trim my bobbin. Easy, easy. Overlay, modify, and just move it. And you get into a little bit of a mantra with this because the procedure is always the same. Trim to boundary, okay, done, and move to start. Pull up our bobbin thread and press go. We'll just let that go. And then we'll finish this up with one more row. Back over to the samples. Here was another pixie cup, a little bit bigger though, so it's a little bit taller. Works really nicely as a pen holder. That's a nice edge-to-edge design, and the gold thread on the denim looks really nice. And there's my favorite perfect cross-hatching again. So back on the frame. We've done that row. And I will trim my threads. Overlay, modify, just move it over. Looks pretty good. I'll leave that. I don't think I even have to nudge it. I trim to the boundary and press done. And we'll move to the start point. Pull up my bobbin thread and press go. And then we'll look at, while that's finishing up, we'll just look at quickly at the details on this bag over here. So once the fabric has been completed, which is what we're doing now, we've completed the fabric. We have a seam down here. We box in the corners for your bag, for you bag makers out there. Add a lining, and Shelly added a nice little pocket in there, little place for the pen. And what's neat is the way that pen is held in is with some elastic that is put right where the hole where you turn everything inside out. You just hide it right there in there, just like that. So that's a great little project. And when you think about these things, what we've done here on the frame, I just did one, but you can imagine if you had, say you were doing something for a wedding and you wanted to do something for the bridesmaids, even a little mini tote bag or something for the tables at an event, you would have the width of fabric or even longer. You could even have pieced fabric out there, and you just go assembly line 1, 2, 3, do 4 at a time, depending on the frame, your frame width. And your project, you can do this all in one setting, depending on the width that you have to quilt. So on the Moxie, we have about 11 inches, 10 3/4. I was being safe. On the King Quilter 2 Elite, you add another 3 or 4 inches to that. And if you have a 24-inch, so forth, you can, the bigger the machine, the bigger the project you can do all at once. But today was just a tip. When you're not making quilts, you can be doing other projects on your frame with QBOT, of course. So I'm going to hand it back to Blaine. I think my time is just about up.
Well, David, thanks so much. Another great demo, and you keep progressing through. So everybody will need to make sure they tune in again tomorrow to see we're going to keep kind of going some more features and up it. But got to tell everybody how they can get this. Guys, this is the Cubot. This is the version 3. And guys, this is the robotics software that you can get. And again, if you've been thinking about robotics, if your machine has a frame, it'll fit on there. He's going to make one that'll fit on it. The price is $51.99. We do have a call-in special. We do have 60 months, 0% interest financing available. And if you're on the website, you can just go in the search bar, type in QBOT. It'll take you to that product page. We have live chat agents standing by that can answer your questions as well. But again, if you have any questions, give us a call at 800-401-8151. And guys, this thing does it all. I'm telling you what, if you want automated quilting at your fingertips, the QBOT is for you. It's quick setup and easy learning curve. It leads you step by step. It has, gives you professional results, has that 4-point scaling, onboard rotation, record your own designs. And that's one of my favorite features is the record feature. And so it has quilting designs that are built in for you. So you just, have all those at your fingertips as well. And again, it's compatible with most studio quilting frames. And that's the great thing about it. And they actually, on our website, we actually have a list you can click with all the compatibility frames out there on the market. But again, guys, we are a big fan of this, and it will fit. This is one of the robotic systems that will fit on our King Quilter 2. And man, I tell you what, I have done this personally, proven it time and time again how awesome it really works on that in our King Quilter. And so we're pretty excited about this special we have today. So guys, again, if you're interested in robotics, give us a call right now, 800-401-8151. And I was just told that our phones are extremely busy. So guys, if you can't get through on the telephones, Kyle is going to put in the chat on YouTube and Facebook. He's going to put that chat link. He's going to put the link for a Google Sheets page. And what that does, when you hit that link, it opens up Google Sheets, puts your name, your phone number, and what you're inquiring about, the product you're interested in. That gets updated real time in our call center. They'll be able to see it up on the screen. And guys, they're going to give you a call back. As soon as they get off the phones, they're going to call you and answer any questions you have or help you place an order. So again, that's that Google Links sheet that Kyle's putting in there, and our Google Sheets link. Guys, but we're moving on. Hey, we're fast-paced mode. And Kyle, Andrea, are y'all still, and Roger, y'all still hanging in there?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, they're still hanging in, guys. And so everybody, we just got an update. The warehouse is slam-packed, busy over there, sending stuff out from yesterday and today. So they're super busy. And all the call center people are just slammed on the phones. So thank y'all for all your orders. And we're going to keep this thing rolling. And again, guys, our next guest is Alba Fekete. And Alba, y'all probably know her from Janome. We actually played some of her videos that she had made for Janome on here on a few of the machines or a couple machines that we featured. But Alba has made the switch now. She is actually working for Juki, and we're super excited to have Alba back on our show. And she's going to be talking all about that DX4000 QVP today. So Alba, welcome to Quilt Fest Day 4.
Oh, thank you for having me, Blaine. It's a pleasure to be back with you.
Hey, we miss you. It's been a while since we've got to see you live.
Yes, I am live. It's not Memorex. I'm super excited to talk to you about the DX4000.
Well, hey, we're excited. We got a great special on it today, so take it away.
Perfect. So I want to speak to you about the Juki DX4000, and I'm going to share some of the features that I've fallen in love with and that I think that you would really love on the machine. First, let me show you this beauty. This is the Juki DX4000, and one of the things that I want to point out to you is that beautiful 12-inch bed, which means from my needle to the side, I have that beautiful 12-inch throat space. Plus, I have 4.7 inches in height. This is perfect not only for quilters, but for home deck sewing, for crafting. I really haven't come across a sewing project that this has not met my needs. Now, you may notice the table that is along the machine, and that does come with the machine. And that table is giving you 22.4 inches in the length and 13 inches in depth. So that just gives you a beautiful amount of space. What I want to start to go over is right over here, what comes with the machine. This is a really nice package. And I'm going to let you know, when I opened up this machine and I got this, the first thing I noticed was this little box. And I was like, ooh, I got a birthday gift. So let me show you this box, and I'm going to open it up. And it comes beautifully packaged. And look at how easily I'm able to keep all of my accessories. What I loved is this is the way it came out of the box. And I love that everything, not only did I get everything with the machine, but everything is put away so beautifully. Just a nice selection of feet. I'm going to pull a few things out that I want to show you. One is that straight stitch plate. And the straight stitch plate does come with the machine, and many machines do come with a straight stitch plate. But what makes the Juki different is you get interchangeable feed dogs with that plate. So these feed dogs are specifically matched up with the plate so that they're just the right size for that stitching. Now we're going to adjust our camera and come really close in, and I am going to show you why that's really important. So all of the feet on the Juki DX4000 are a drop-off foot. So normally with the regular plate, the zigzag plate that's on the machine, when you go to put your 1/4-inch foot, you're going to notice that when you drop down your foot, it is not positioned absolutely correctly. And you may notice that on either the right or the left of the foot, you're missing out on part of those feed dogs. And Juki has come up with that perfect solution. And this interchangeable feed dog system is exclusive to Juki. So let me show you how to change out the plate. You get this really handy tool that fits into a slot right in the front of the plate. And you just want to slide it in there. And you want to turn. And when you give that a little bit of a turn, your plate comes right off. How easy was that? And my screen is telling me that my throat plate is off. So it's censored and it knows exactly where you're at. And I had mentioned that the feed dogs are interchangeable. So I am going to lift up on that feed dog and I am going to remove one. And I am going to switch to straight stitch sewing. So here is my feed dog, and I'm going to put that in for you. And what you do with that is you tilt it and snap right into place. See how easy that is? And now I'm going to change my plates. And here is my straight stitch plate, and with a snap, it just goes right into place. Now you're going to notice that the feed dogs are much narrower than the normal or standard feed dogs. And as I said, this is an exclusive feature to Juki, and I really love how smart this is. Now I put my straight stitch plate and my foot onto the machine, and it is asking me, please make sure you have the right foot on and the correct stitch, and it made those adjustments. And right now, when I lower that foot, my feed dogs are completely underneath my foot, giving me that perfect stitching, so that when I do stitch right along that edge of the fabric, it is going to guide my fabric perfectly. And whether I am using that straight stitch foot or I am using my 1/4-inch foot, I'm going to put that on right now. And I'm going to position that right in place and lower my foot. And even with my 1/4 inch foot with the guide, or with my straight stitch foot without the guide, I am getting that beautiful, perfect stitching. And what I am going to show you is those 2 lines of stitching. My straight stitch foot gives me that beautiful scant 1/4 inch. So I'm going to move that a little bit closer for you to see. So you will see those 2 lines of stitching. One is from the straight stitch foot, one is from the 1/4 inch foot. And I absolutely love this system. It seems so simple and so straightforward, but Juki, being in that industrial market, they know this technology well. So they brought all of that industrial technology into that home machine. And again, I'm going to remove the plate so that I could go into different areas of the machine. And all I do, my tool to remove the plate is going right in the front. And I am giving that a twist, and I am removing my plate. Also, what's really smart is each one of the 2 plates comes with its own cover, so that I don't need to be looking for that cover. And again, I want to press down and put that plate on. And I didn't change my cover, my feed dogs. So let me switch those out. Here are my straight stitch feed dogs. Now I'm going to put the zigzag ones in, and look at how easy those switch out. And if you do skip a step like I did, it will not snap into place. So you will know that, let me rethink my steps and let me think about what I need to redo. And I am putting that zigzag plate on there. Now I did want to go back to the box. And I'm just making sure that I'm in focus with my camera person. And I just love that all of my accessories are really neatly organized. Now, getting organized is not my strong suit, but once I'm there, I stay organized well. So I love that Juki gave me a home for everything in this molded box. And it's just a beautiful, it looks like a little gift box. So here I am, I'm going to put back everything that I took out. And I love when everything has a home. Now, not only do you get that accessory tray, but you also get, when you're not using your extension table, the tray that goes around the machine. And you'll notice this is what would be in the front of the machine. And it has all molded areas for all of your accessories, plus the area that's available in the rear of the machine. So when this is on the machine, it closes up and there is a spot for everything. I did not want to forget to talk about the foot pedal. Now, if you've watched me in lives before, you know I rarely sew with a foot pedal. My foot pedal rarely comes out of the box, but this was really impressive to me. So I wanted to make sure to share that. The foot pedal on the Juki DX4000 has the side pedal. And you may be familiar with a secondary pedal on machines, and usually they do one function. They either trim thread, they raise the foot, but on this machine, I love the fact that I could program one of 7 functions. That's right, I said 7 functions for that side pedal. So I could determine, do I want to go in reverse? Do I want to cut threads? For my specific project, what's going to work best for me? And I could change that according to the project that I'm at. So this was really impressive, even to a person that rarely uses a foot pedal. I was impressed with that. Now, I'm going to have you come in a little bit closer, and I am going to take you to the screen on the machine. And I'm just making sure that we're all in focus, and just bear with us as we move our cameras. You're going to notice this beautiful 7-inch color screen. And I love the fact that this screen is intuitive and it's going to be user friendly. On the screen, I am going right now into my main screen for sewing, and I am going to touch that stitch number. And if I want to scroll through, you would think I would have to turn a dial, but I can actually swipe, I can scroll, just like I do on my smartphone and on my tablet. So all of those same instincts that you have with your smart devices, you have on your machine. And what I'm going to show you is something, it's the little things that impress me, like that foot pedal. But now I am going to show you, I am in the settings mode, and I could go to support. So just really easy to navigate through. And I am going to go to the instruction manual. I don't know about you, but I know when I forget settings that I need for a sewing project, I need to go back to that manual and I never find it. It's always with my glasses or my scissors or just someplace where I can't find it. And look at how easily I'm getting to that table of contents. Now, if you're like me, that writing is really small. So just like on my tablet, look at how I'm able to enlarge that to get to exactly what I need to see and be able to read it. Now, let's say I do want to go to a combination mode in sewing. I can select that and it brings me right to that page in the manual to give me all of the instructions, and I'm able to zoom in and zoom out. I absolutely love having this right at my fingertips. But as my husband would say, wait, there's more. There is a Wi-Fi setting that will allow me to go to the Juki website, digital tutorials, the manual, and instructional videos. So I love that all of this function is right in my machine that I am able to get to very, very easily. And I wanted to make sure to show you that. So right now I am going to go into that Juki website, and you're going to notice a QR reader. So with my smart device, I am able to scan that and even go into the videos from my smartphone or directly from my machine and be able to go. Right now, I am on that Juki website. Wasn't that quick and easy? I just love how functional the machine actually really is. Now we're going to head back to the needle, so just bear with us as we move. And I am going to show you another great detail, and that is in our sewing capabilities. So right on my screen, I am touching sewing, and I am going to talk about the smart feed. Now I've pulled this down in the rear of the machine, and what smart feed is a built-in dual feed. And I'm going to bring that accessory box nearby. You're going to notice that some of the feet are open and look like a U in the background. So any of those feet, I am going to be able to connect that smart feed. I'm going to lower my foot and I am going to lower my smart feed, and I'm tapping smart feed on my screen to let it know that I have that activated. Now I've prepped some fabric, and this is a heavyweight denim. Now you're going to notice I have 10 layers of denim. So right in the center, you're going to see where my fingers are, how thick that fabric is. And then it goes thinner, thinner, thinner. And this would normally be a nightmare to sew through. I am going to go from that thickest point and sew down to the thinnest. And I'm looking at my stitching is set. And look at how easily I go from one to the other. And now I am going to do that in the reverse as well. Usually that is the harder of the two. So I am going through all of those layers of denim. Now here I am at 10 layers, and now I'm going down in thickness on the other side, effortlessly. And that is with the Smart Feed system. I am touching my scissor button to cut that. And let me show you just how effortless that went through all of those layers of denim. So what I like with having that Smart Feed is when I am working with doing some projects, and here I did a triple fold as if I were hemming something, and I am going to do a seam. Normally, this is something that's a difficult process, not with the Juki. So as I am coming up to that seam, look at how effortlessly that went over all of those layers. So not only can it do delicate fabrics, but I'm really impressed that it could handle all of that heavy fabric as well. And that Smart Feed, it just is right there whenever you need it. So here I just deactivated it, and I'm going to show you again how easily that snaps into place. I'm just lowering it, and there that is. And that gives me that built-in walking foot or built-in dual feed. And I love that I'm able to do that with multiple feet and in multiple ways. Now I'm going to bring you back over to the screen to show you a little bit about navigating through the machine. And I just want to make sure that we're in nice focus for you. So you'll notice my screen is dimmed. It's gone into energy saver mode. And when I simply tap it, it goes nice and bright. And in the settings mode, I am able to set all of that. Now, here I am on a straight stitch, but the DX4000 has 368 stitches and 4 fonts. So when I want to go to different areas and different stitches, I am going to tap on that stitch number, and I have all of my categories right up top. So I can scroll through my headings. I can scroll through my stitches. So here I am on decorative stitches. I love the fact that I can really scroll through this, and it's very intuitive. I wanted to show you again an overview of the table with the accessories that come with, and the 2 samples that I have on the table, my little dress form showing all of those beautiful stitches. But I'm going to double check with Blaine to see if we have any questions or anything that I did not cover in my demo. I don't hear Blaine coming back on, so that means I did a really thorough job with going through everything. And I really hope that you enjoy that DX4000. And I'm going to show a couple of other things. I just love that technology with that 7-point feed dog system, just how straight it really pulls and how it reacts. So I'm going back to a straight stitch and I'm selecting that. And when I select that, look at that, I barely need to hold that fabric. It just pulls beautifully straight, back and reverse, and going forward again. And let me show you how beautifully straight that's stitched without me even holding onto it. And that just shows what a great quality machine, and that the mechanics within it, all of the metal parts, are really going to give you that quality that you are looking for. And again, I just love the screen, how really simple and easy it is. I have some settings on my screen that I can set. So I can set my presser foot lift, which means when my foot is up and I start sewing, it lowers. And when I come to a stop and I touch my scissor, it will lift. And I love that function because it makes it really much easier for me to complete my projects and just get that professional finish that I am looking for. And I love how easily I'm able to maneuver from different areas of the machine. Now, I want to tell the machine I want to trim automatically. So when I am stitching and I go to a locking stitch or a reverse, it now cut my thread for me and lifted the foot. So I love that I'm able to turn all of these features on and off as I need them for the project that I need. Blaine, I'm just checking back with you to make sure that there's no questions and nothing that I need to answer for your customers.
Hey, Alba, so far there hasn't been any questions, and it sounds like you did a great demo. And again, thank you so much for being on the show. I know we haven't seen you in a while on a live, but so good to have you back. And it's good to see you with Juki. And I tell you what, I hope you're as impressed with that 4000 as I am, because I think that's been a great machine for us, and we're super excited to be able to offer the great special we have today.
It's been a very impressive machine, and I think your customers are going to absolutely love it.
Well, again, thanks, Alba, for coming on the show, and thank you, Juki, for being one of our sponsors. And guys, we're going to tell you how you can get this 4000 QVP. Again, guys, this is a fantastic machine that Juki's come out with, and it is the DX4000 QVP sewing machine. And this thing has all the bells and whistles of any top of the line machine on the market, and it has that great Juki name on it. $39.99, guys. It's free shipping nationwide right to your door, and we also have 36-month 0% interest financing available. But we do have a call-in special. The only way you get the Quilt Show pricing, you have to call in. Again, 800-401-8151. And guys, I was told that the call center, that the phones are ringing off the hook today. So if you can't get through, it's busy, don't leave a message. Kyle is going to put the Google Sheets link in the chat. And how that works is you just hit that link. It'll actually open up Google Sheets. You just write your name in there, phone number, and the product you're asking about, and save it. And what it'll do, it updates it real time in the call center, and they get to see that. So as soon as they get off the phone, they're going to give you a call and answer your questions for you or help take your order. So again, we're making sure that everybody's getting getting their orders placed today, because we know it's extremely busy on the phones. And also, if you're on the website, you can go up in the search bar, just type in DX4000. It's going to take you right to that product page. You can read all the features and things about this and our live chat agents are standing by. They can answer your questions and help you place your orders as well and give you that call-in special. But guys, again, this is such a great machine, full of just so many features on it. And it has that great lighting package. This is one of the better lighting packages on a sewing machine you'll see. And then it comes with that 13 feet that come with it. So 13 feet that come with it. So it's got a great accessory kit, all the things that you need, typical you're going to find in a machine. This thing is packed full of it. And again, we can't say enough about this machine. We absolutely love it. And again, if it's a Juki machine, the quality is there because all their products is such good, high quality. And, Juki's famous for being in that industrial environment. So they bring a lot of that same industrial technology into their home machines. And that's what makes them so awesome. So guys, we are going to continue on, and guess who we got in the house now? We have got Ashley Jones is going to be here. She is from Dime. And, again, we've had Ashley on some of our shows before, and she always, brings so much to the table. And I've known Ashley for years, love working with her. And today, guys, you're in for a treat because she is going to talk about some software that if you're a quilter, this is almost a must-have. It's almost like if you got a sewing machine, you need thread. If you're a quilter, you need this. And she's going to talk all about my quilt embellisher. And so, Ashley, welcome to the show.
Hey, Blaine. I'm so happy to be a part of Quilt Fest again, and happy St. Patrick's Day.
Happy St. Patrick's Day to you. Now, are you still down in Puerto Rico?
I actually am in Florida, so in the Keys now, so the Florida Keys. So I consider myself a Yankee now. I moved north of Puerto Rico.
Okay.
So.
Well, hey, I hope you're having as good a weather in the Keys today as we are out here in California. I mean, it is absolutely pristine day, and what better day to be such a great day during Quilt Fest.
I totally agree. And I am excited to be a part of Quilt Fest again and talk about, I'm going to share with them, Blaine, how they can do some custom quilting with the software that we're going to be talking about. So I think they're going to be excited.
Well, Ashley, I absolutely love this software because, again, whether you're a beginner or somebody who's been doing this for years and years, being able to take and plan a quilt the way you can on this software is just awesome. So I'm ready for you to show us all how this thing works.
Okay, sounds good. Well, I'll get to it. So I've got my screen shared so we can see the software. So when that comes up, I'll get started. We're going to be talking about My Quilt Embellisher. So My Quilt Embellisher is a software program that you'll install on your computer. This is created by Dime, Designs and Machine Embroidery, which I know all of you guys are familiar with, our Snap Hoop Monster, which is perfect for your quilting needs. But I want to talk to you about getting a custom quilting design created because every quilt out there is completely different. And so having a software to be able to create a custom design, it's the way to go. If you want it to be unique, if you want the design to be perfect for your quilt, this is the way to go. So I'm going to show you some things that I've done and then step you through the process. So let me just give you a little inspiration here. So I'm in My Quilt Embellisher. That's the software that I'm using. But what about something like this? Look at my quilting for my log cabin. I have created a custom design that quilts the dark color of my fabric different than the light side of my fabric. So that's definitely something that you can easily do in My Quilt Embellisher. And with this, I actually created one block. And then, of course, on my embroidery machine, I'm quilting this one block, but then I'm getting that look, obviously, as I go through and quilt the entire quilt. But custom quilting, guys, is another type of quilting that is great for your smaller hoops. So I love that. And then here's another example. How many people out there have ever wanted to quilt around an embroidery design? So you have an embroidery design on your quilt. You don't want your stitches to run through it. You know there's a way, but you just haven't yet figured it out. So I'm going to show you how to do that today in My Quilt Embellisher because that's a common question that we get. But you can also do simple things like this. This is simply a shape that's built into our software here. So under our artwork option, you can create this shape and then turn it into stitches. And you can see I just circled it around on a circle path and turn that into a cute little quilting stitch for that block. So really simple, right? Also this, I'll actually show you how to do this. I've created these custom designs to fit these blocks particularly, as well as that spiral shape. And not only can you avoid quilting like embroidery designs on your quilt, but you can also avoid areas that are text, or maybe it's just a part of your fabric. So if you've got some beautiful detail in your fabric that you really want to avoid with your quilting, you can bring in an image and create that around your image. So, and this program will also do crazy quilting. Look at those gorgeous stitches. So doesn't that look fun? So you can create those custom stitches to go on your crazy patch blocks. So let's get started. I'm going to show you how to do some of these things. Make sure you're asking questions. So I'm reading the questions as they're popping up. Sometimes it's hard to read and talk, but I'm definitely trying to read as it goes through. And so I'll try to answer your questions along the way if I see one pop up. So if I miss it, make sure you ask again. Okay, so I'm going to just go to a blank page here, and let's start from the basics. Okay, so again, I'm inside my Quilt Embellisher software program. It says Embroidery Toolshed here at the top because all of Dime's software is housed inside of Embroidery Toolshed. It has a built-in block library, and this is the absolute easiest way to create a design for your quilt. So what you want to do is you want to locate the block in the library that is the same block that you have in your quilt. So you can see here as I kind of flip through some of these, we have all kinds of blocks. There's over 2,000. I'm going to skip around here to some of the ones that I know that you guys probably will know and love. But this program has tons of blocks for you to choose from. And so somebody said, are all of those pre-programmed? Yeah, the stitches that I'm talking about are pre-programmed, but we're also going to show you how you can kind of, do your own thing as well. So, and yes, you can customize these blocks. Now, these blocks are for creating your quilting design. These are not for piecing, so don't get that mixed up in this particular presentation. These are for creating your custom quilting design. So I'm going to go back to a basic kind of block, or let's do something. Let's go to some of the stars here. We all love stars, right? And let me grab one here. I don't want it to be too intricate so that you can kind of see what's going on. But I also want you to see that you can do this for, any type block. So as I'm scrolling through here, like I'm basically just looking for the block that I want to use. You would be looking for the block that's in your quilt. You can also search here if you want to. So let's just choose this one here. So if this is the block that's in your quilt, excuse me, I'm going to zoom in. All you need to do is select the block and then make sure it's the same size that's in your quilt. Okay, so that's the first thing I'm going to do. So if your finished block is, say, a 12-inch block, you put in that number and click apply, and it will adjust your block to that size. So now any design that I put on here is going to fit my block as long as this is the same block in my quilt. So now I can select individual pieces of my block, and I'm holding down my control key. And because this is a block that I pulled right from the library, I don't have to do any tracing. I just need to select the part that I want quilted and then choose my quilting option here. And look at that. So it created that quilting option that easy for me. And I'm actually going to change the color so it's brighter. And now if I select, say, these, and I want a different type of quilting, let's do like a shape echo. All of these stitches that I'm showing are built into the software, and you can see how it echoed the shape of a circle there. And then I'm going to choose this last one here, and we're going to choose something different. So again, another built-in type option. These 6 options here. All I have to do is click it and then choose the quilting type that I want. And look at this. This is actually a really long list. So I can just see one that I want, select it, and click OK, and it'll fill it with that shape. Now, I know that there are a lot of people out there that don't like their quilting that tight. So you can definitely convert this to be whatever you want. So I know noticed someone is asking about yes, you can use this with your scan and cut if you put in the same dimensions and choose the same block, or you could even bring in your FCM file. It will read that. But I can actually adjust the pattern length here, which is actually going to open up my stitches a little bit more. So if you don't want this to be as tight of a quilting, you can make that density adjustment. So whatever type of quilting you want. Now, each of these pieces here would fit right on my quilt block. And so what I would do is I would use the features on my embroidery machine or either print a template to make sure I get that just right. So, and somebody said, the question went so fast. So is this software? Yes, it is software that installs on your computer. And yes, we do have videos. We also have a Facebook group that you can go and ask questions. Our educators are over there answering questions as well. And so, yes, we've got all kinds of help for this program to help you learn how to create these designs. So, but what I would do is I would save these and take it to your embroidery machine. We actually save in all formats for all embroidery machines. So you can save to any format. We can even save to long arm formats. If there are any of you out there that have a long arm machine, then you can save these formats. So Barb said, is this done on an embroidery machine? You can do it on your long arm or an embroidery machine. We save to both formats. So yes, it will work long arm or an embroidery machine. You can see down here, these are our long arm formats. We've got for a variety of different ones, and we also save to commercial formats as well, like DST for the embroidery machine. So isn't that cool? Now let me show you something else. So this was a 12-inch block, so we know that we don't have a machine that, or a hoop that stitches that large. Hopefully some of the companies out there are listening and we'll get one day. And so, but until then, what I would do is I would save these pieces separately. So even though I don't have a 12-inch hoop, this one piece I could fit in my hoop. I'm going to go over here and look at the size. This one diamond here is actually just under 6 inches. So I could break this up into pieces. So I could save maybe 2 of these. These together are 11.8 by 5.8. So I could fit those portrait in one of my hoops, but I can do a file, save as, and just click this option that says selection only. That allows me to save with the just the things I have selected. So I just saw a question fly by. Man, you guys are quick with the question. So Penny says you can use it on your brother or Novus. The software installs on your computer, but yes, it will work with any embroidery machine. We read and write to all of your common file types. So yes. And then I see that we got the comment, yes, it exports the robotics in those formats. So that's perfect. And yes, you can use it on both Windows and Mac. So either one will work. And it operates natively on Mac. Okay, so now that we've seen that, let's talk about, okay, my block is not even in that library. So how am I going to create my custom design? So what I would do is I would take a photograph of my block, try to make it as flat as possible, and I would import it into the software. So I'm going to do File and Load Backdrop. And then I'm going to locate the image. So I actually have some images here that I've worked with in the past. And so let's play with this one. So this is a photograph of a block that's in a quilt that I already pieced together. So I took the photograph because I knew I was going to want to design my custom quilting. And the first thing I want to do is I want to define the scale. So defining the scale allows me to mark raw edge to raw edge, and it's not measuring the picture. Right now, it thinks this is a 32-inch block, and I know I didn't make it that big. So it was actually a 12-inch finished block, so it's 12.5 from raw edge to raw edge, and you can see how it resizes my image. It resizes it so that my quilting that I create on the image is going to match the exact size of my block. So let me zoom back in so we could play with this. So now what I usually do is over here is I lighten up the image. This is just so I can easily see how to design right on top of it. Now, here's the thing about stitching or designing on an image. Now, when we get a block from the library, it already has the shapes broken up for us. So I can easily select the shape and add the quilting. But here, I don't have a shape already built in. I have to make sure to trace these shapes. So we have built-in shapes that you can draw. So let's say I want the entire quilt block to have the same quilting. I just drew a block around it, and then I can add my stippling if I want this entire block to be stippling. So there's my design. Now that to me is not very custom. To me, custom is when we're fitting our designs to our different areas. So what we might want to do is keep our rectangle here and just make the centerpiece here. I'm just drawing the rectangle. And I'm going to fill that with a quilting motif. So let's choose one. Let's try this one. I love playing with all these different motifs. I literally could just play all day and never get anything truly quilted. So I can create that design there. But now let's do the triangles, and then we can do these rectangles here separately. The rectangle, again, I can just click and draw that right on there. And these are my quilting fills. So I can just click that shape. So I can click, and maybe we want this one to be a echo, and whoo, that's really tight. So we're going to make that a little less dense. There we go. Now look what else I can do. So this star starts right in the center. I can actually pull it the center so that it looks like it's starburst from the left to the right. And then I could copy this shape if I wanted, and I don't have to redo it. I could copy and paste it to these others. And then let's do the triangle. So we do have a triangle tool, but I find if it's a right triangle, like most of our quilting, it's actually easier to use the pen. And I can just trace this shape by click, and I'm not including my seam allowance whenever I'm tracing this around the edge here. And then I select my triangle, and let's fill that one with a different one. And I want to show you what else you can do with this as well. So let's do this one, and that filled that up nicely. And now, granted, I probably would not use all these mixtures. I like playing with these. I'm just kind of giving you an idea of what you can do. You can also change the direction of the stitches. Look at that. So I can move this little line here and change that direction. So isn't that cool? And I can, maybe you didn't want that to be a triangle. Maybe you wanted the quilting to be in this entire square. Well, then we would draw a square. So let's do our square again. Just like that. And then I would just click from one of these options to fill that up. So here we have this very long list. You could see I used one of these earlier, but we can choose something different this time. So let's try... what do we want to try? Let's do these gold bricks. These kind of look cool. And then there we go. And then again, I can adjust this much more open. Just depends on the type of quilting you like. And there we go. And then I can always change that direction. Don't forget that. So if you want your bricks to be a different direction, you just adjust this angle line. There we go. So you can create your custom design from an image or from the built-in block. So let's talk about one more thing that you can do. So these are custom quilting fills, meaning that you select an area, you click on one of these options, and it fills it with the quilting stitch. But we also have other types of built-in quilting. So in this little gift box looking icon here, you can choose from quilting designs that are a square, circle, a rectangle, or a triangle to fit the shapes in your block. So let's just pick one. So let's just do this square since we're doing the square in the center there. And I could move that right into place. Now that was a happy accident that it was the perfect size because I could have resized this. So let's delete our other quilting for our shapes. And let's say this one we want to be an entire block. So we could actually stretch it. because this is built in, we can stretch these designs and it does recalculate the stitches for these quilting designs. So these are all built in quilting designs as well. There's so much in here. Okay, so those two, these built-in quilting designs here, and those fills are what I used on my log cabin block. You can see in the blue, I created one of these fills, and this is a built-in embellishment in the center and on the side here, that floral. So that I used a combination of both of those. Now, let's talk quickly about avoiding your embroidery design. So I'm going to go in and let me grab a block to work with. I'm going to use this block here. This is a good one to put an embroidery design in the middle of. So let's say that this is the block that's in your quilt. Then you're going to make sure you make it the right size. So make sure that it matches the size in your quilt. If it's an 8-inch, 12-inch, whatever, so that your quilting design is going to be the right size. I'm just going to leave it 8 for now. And then if you have embroidery on your quilt, chances are you probably own the design. So I'm going to bring in this design here. And it's already stitched on the quilt, but I just need to create the quilting around it. So I'm going to select my design and my shape there and use my centering tools, make sure I'm centered because that's the way it's stitched on the block. And then I am going to select my cupcake, do a right mouse click and create an outline around it. So, and I'm going to create my outline about 1/4 inch. And then select my outline with my block and combine those two, merge those. And look how it creates that cookie cutter effect. So it kind of stamped out my shape so that whenever I choose one of my quilting stitches, it's not going to stitch over my cupcake. Right? So how cool is that? And if you've already stitched the cupcake, I'm just using my cupcake design to help me create the quilting around it. I've already stitched it. So I'm just going to remove it before I save my design and stitch that on my quilt because I don't want to stitch the cupcake twice, right? So now let's add some quilting around here. And I want to show you one more trick with these little quilting designs here. So I am going to choose, let's choose the circle echo. And notice I'm going to increase the density here a little bit, and I'm going to make it a darker color so that you can see what's going on. Notice I've got 4 separate circles. If I just click my combine option, I can actually have one concentric circle, but those are 4 separate triangles that will be quilted on my quilt. So isn't that cool? I mean, you totally can manipulate these designs to be whatever your mind is thinking of. So I love that. So let's say we don't want that. We wanted to go to something else. It's as simple. Again, we changed our mind. We just select it and we just pick a different stitch. So we look through here and we're like, what do I want? And you just scroll through looking all these options. Let's choose this one and see what it looks like. So super cute. And again, I generally like a more open quilting. So I'm going to make that a little more open and show you one more thing here that you can do around this cupcake. You can make the software echo the shape of your design. So we've already created that outline around the cupcake. If I just click this echo shape here, it actually does the quilting echoing the shape of my cupcake. And you can actually do that with any design that you bring in, or if you use any of the built-in designs, you can make it echo the shape of your design. So isn't that cool? So hopefully some of you guys out there have Quilt Embellisher, or if not, you're going to get it so you can play. So I see that Nana 31331 says in the embroidery, the whole quilt on the top block by block. So yes, you can embroider on the whole quilt like this. Usually what I do is I make my quilt top, I sandwich it together, and then I save these designs, and then I can go to my embroidery machine, position it over my quilt exactly as I designed it on the screen, and then I just press start once I get it all lined up. So the key is making sure that you're nice and lined up on your embroidery machine. So Okay, so let me show you how to create this. This is a different type of quilting that's really, really easy to do, but this is something that I actually love to do more than anything. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to open this block again so that we have a blank version of it. So let me open up a new page here. I'm going to go grab my block. This is another type of quilting that you can create. So here's the block that I was using. I'm going to rotate that. And then what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to use these two shapes to make a design. So I'm going to copy and paste those two triangles. And you can see here I've got those there. And I'm actually going to resize them smaller. Now, remember, any shape that we have, we can select and we can fill it with our quilting, just as you saw a few minutes ago, okay? But what I'm going to do here, I'm actually going to make these a dark, dark color so we can see. Instead of filling it, I'm actually just going to click to turn it into a run stitch. So now I've created a perfect triangle quilting that's offset from my seam here. If you like a very open quilting, that's a great thing to do. But I can also zoom in, and I'm going to show you how to edit this. If you choose the shape tool, I can actually add points along the side or either drag the sides in. So let's do this one down here. I'm going to scroll down just a bit. And so it's all on the screen. So I can actually click this side and pull this in and kind of make this little loop-de-loop quilting here that still perfectly fits my triangle. Look at that. Isn't that cool? You could also add a point here and then just slightly pull these sides in, just like that. And now you have another perfect quilting for your triangle. So isn't that awesome? So really simple. And then the spiral that I created, remember our drawing tools that we use to draw the shapes on our picture of our quilt block? I can actually draw a spiral here by selecting the spiral. I'm going to tell it to do 2 revolutions. And then I just click and drag, and it draws a perfect spiral. Well, this is just an artwork, but all I have to do is click that run stitch to turn it into a run stitch for my quilting. And then what I did here was I simply copy, pasted, and then I mirror imaged this both horizontally and vertically, and then moved that over, lined it up with my points there. And I copied and pasted each of those throughout my design to make that quilting. So is that not super easy and really cool? So I love this. This again is my quilt embellisher. You can use it to create a ton of different types of custom quilting for your quilt. You can use the built-in blocks, the built-in shapes. You can also create a label. We have built-in text and frames. So these cute little frames here, if you see one that you like, you can select this. And it's just an embroidery design that's actually going to embellish around your text. And so then you could use the text tool and add your quilting text in here. So just by choosing one of the built-in fonts here, maybe you like the cursive font, but you can say made with love, because all of our quilts are made with love, right? And add that to your quilt label. So let's do on a separate line here and apply. And then before we go, I'll show you one more thing here. So this particular text, you can see that it's cursive and not all of the letters are touching. So I can always manipulate this any way that I like, but I like my cursive letters to touch. So I can actually adjust the kerning by dragging these letters closer together. So if they all need adjustment, usually I put in a number over here so that it adjusts them all. But if you only need a few of them to be adjusted, you can just drag them together. So these little double arrows here allow me to change the width between my letters. So look at that. Isn't that super neat? So really, it is a very powerful software. So I see that we have, so why would you need anything else? Well, I definitely agree with that. That is so true. So can this software be used on any embroidery machine? It's not on an embroidery machine, Tiffany. It's on your computer, and then it saves the design for your machine. So, and so yes, you can use it with pretty much any embroidery machine because we saved to all those formats. So, and then we've got, is there a list of sewing machines this software will work with? Helen, ask the question and we can get the answer, because it works with all brands. Every brand that of embroidery machine that Sewing Machine Plus carries, we actually save to all of those formats. So how does, oh, it went too quickly. I missed that one. So, well, we're almost out of time anyway. So Blaine, I probably should ask you to come back so that you can tell them the special, because I think the questions may keep coming and coming and coming. I think they liked it.
Well, Ashley, I believe they did, because, you know, again, I kind of give the analogy, if you got a sewing machine, you need thread. If you're a quilter, you need this. I mean,
absolutely, I agree.
So
and someone had just mentioned, Blaine, I want to throw this out there. Mac compatible, yes. And somebody said upgrades free, yes. We call them updates. When we add new features, they do get them for free. We don't charge for any of our updates, and that also keeps it working with their latest machine formats and the latest versions of Windows and Mac. So really nice.
Well, Ashley, we've got a great price on this, great special, Quilt Show Festival. Thank you so much for coming on the show. It's good seeing you again. And we got a big shout out to Dime for being one of our sponsors. Couldn't do this show without our sponsors. So sure to appreciate it, and hope you have fun down in the Keys.
Thank you. Thanks for having me here, Blaine. I really enjoyed it. And I hope everybody out there has a good time. And make sure you buy things when these are on special, because these are great prices, Blaine. Thank you.
All right, Ashley. Good seeing you. All right, guys, you heard that right here. Ashley is telling you all about this product. And again, Kyle's going to put that overlay up there for you. Guys, this is the great software. It's that My Quilt Embellisher software. And if you want to design quilts and the things that she was showing you to do, this is a must-have. It's $599. Guys, free shipping right to your door. We even are going to offer some 12-month 0% interest financing on it. But guys, give us a call. We have a call-in special for Quilt Show pricing. You got to give us a call at 800-401-8151. Or if you're on the website, you can just put in My Quilt Embellisher in the search bar. It's going to take you right to the product page on this software. And if you want to have any questions, you can talk to one of our live chat agents. Hey, if you're local San Diego and you're in the area, you can stop by the San Marcos store or the San Diego store, either one, and we can help you out with this as well. So again, guys, if you are in that market to design your quilts ahead of time and kind of put the layout and all those different things, this is a perfect software program for you. $599 is the regular price. Give us a call. We have a Quilt Show special today. All right, guys, we're going to move right on along. And guess what? It's educational time again. So we've got one of our educational sessions coming up. Got an incredible teacher. She was here earlier in the week. We got Catherine Wilson back here again. And today, Catherine's going to talk all about paper piecing the easy way. So welcome to the show, Catherine.
Thanks, Blaine. I'm happy to be here. We're going to get started really quickly unless there's a reason not to.
No, it's all yours.
Okay, I'll take it from here then. All right, so I'm here today really to talk about paper piecing the easy way. For a lot of people, paper piecing is really intimidating, and it really shouldn't be. So you get a bird's eye view of my studio here. So here I am. And we're going to be working on this block here today. And it's a simple unequal geese block. In the Judy Niemeyer world, there are geese everywhere, but they are never the normal geese that we are used to seeing. So they always go somewhere weird or across an edge or into a corner. So I'm going to show you the quick way to get this block done. So I made this block individually this morning. It took me about 25 minutes. Generally, I make 8 of these blocks in about 40 minutes. So this format is really designed around speeding up your process, making it easy because you're making multiples of the same unit. So it all starts with picking your fabric. So in this case, I'm going to make 8 of these blocks. So that means I need 8 pieces of fabric the size of my template. So this is my fabric template. It will come on paper in your packet. And you will stack your 8 pieces of fabric underneath it. And then you're going to cut them apart. Now, I'm sure you guys don't want to see me cut these apart on camera, so we did it off camera. So I made 2 of these, one that has the dark blue on the outside and one that has the light blue on the inside, and one that has the light blue on the outside and the dark blue on the inside. So all I did was took the light blues from the other stack and exchanged them with the ones that were originally dark blue in this stack. So because I've already made one, I only have 7 pieces here, right? So I have 7 pieces of fabric under each of these components. And I have 7 sewing papers. So if I count these out, there are 7 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, there's one over here. He went on a runner. Here he is. All right. So that's the first step, getting my fabrics ready. The second step is really to rearrange my fabrics for speed piecing. And to do that, I'm going to take a look at them. Each one of them has, I don't know if you can read those. Let me get it where it's in camera. There we go. So each one of them has a little set of section numbers over here on the right-hand side. So this one happens to be section 10, and I know that this one has exactly 10 sections. So this one is the last set. So I'm going to put him in the back. So I'm just going to put him up here. I'm going to put this sew side that is marked to the top. And then I'm going to find the next one, which is piece number 9. I'm going to turn him over and put him with the sew side to the top. And I'm going to keep going through my entire stack here in numeric order. You have to remember your numbers. It's back to first grade. That one's 7. This one is 6. This one is 5. And again, every time I'm putting them with the sew side to the top. That is my indicator of how it's going to hook together in the end. Then 3, then 2, and finally number 1. So when you get to number 1, you will notice that number 1 does not have a sew side. That's because we're not going to initially sew it to the paper. We're going to only sew it to the paper when we put the second piece on. So my fabric is now ready. Now I'm going to go get my papers ready. So we cut them out. And for the first one, for my guidance, I have used just a regular flare pen. You could use a Sharpie marker, whichever works, whichever one you have. An Adenta pen will work if you have one of those in your sewing kit. And we're going to trace the dotted line on the pattern. So the dotted line on the pattern is essentially your seam allowance line. And I've marked this on here so that when my paper is folded back, because that's the part that I'm going to see most of the time when I'm sewing, I can actually see those marks, right? That helps me know that my piece is going to fit. Now, once you've paper pieced for a while, you won't need those marks. So you'll notice that I only marked the first one so I could show you guys how to do it. I haven't marked all of these papers because I kind of don't need them anymore. So my first step is really just going to be to evaluate my papers. Look at my unit, see where I'm going to start. I'm always going to start on section 1, which happens to be this unit over here. And then I'm going to look at my fabric, right? So upon first glance, it looks like that would not fit. But it does, because it actually fits upside down and backwards. And this is by far the hardest part of paper piecing, is getting the first piece to fit. So what I'm going to do is separate the first piece from the set, turn it over so that the pretty side of the fabric is against my mat. And then I'm going to put my paper down on top of it. Now in this case, I'm just going to use some Elmer's school glue, just your regular little glue stick that you get from Target or Walmart, whatever your favorite store is. And I'm just going to glue them all on. So I'm going to do that piece over and over. I'm going to flip this over so they're pretty sided against my board. Put a little glue on the back of my paper underneath that unit. Put it down right in place. And I'm going to go all the way through my stack, doing all of these pieces. And that's really where this technique becomes very speedy, is that I am grouping all of the like tasks together. So in the business world, we call this batching, where you do everything of one type at one time. And really what it does is it speeds you up by reducing the switch time that's needed to go between activities. So just got a few more left here. I'm going to go all the way through the stack, and you're going to work all the way through the stack on an ongoing basis. So this one's got a little wrinkle in him. So we'll just get the little wrinkle out. Continue to glue all the way through the stack. Oops. One final one. And now that I've got them all glued on, I'm not going to need this glue anymore. This is just used when attaching paper to fabric. For the rest of the event, I'm going to be using a sew line glue pen. So this one is mine. You see it's got my name on it. I go to classes a lot, and so I have my name on everything. And then I have mine epoxied into what was a yogurt container, a Yoplait fancy French yogurt container. It's made of glass, and just a little, you just need about a ½ inch of epoxy. It just makes it stand up nice and make sure that it doesn't roll around, especially at classes. If they go rolling, you will have a problem. They'll get lost. All right, so we have gotten all of our papers in through position 1, right? So we've used all of the fabrics beyond underneath this paper. If you have a fabric left over and no paper to put it on, or you have a paper left over with no fabric, that's an indication in Judy's method that something is wrong. You either have mixed your fabrics up somewhere, or you've cut one too many, or you've got one too few papers. Any one of those could be true, but it's an indication at each step in the road that there's a problem. If you get to a point where you've done this process and there's fabric under here, or you have one of these papers left, there's something wrong. So that's a great indicator to stop now and fix it while you can. All right, so now that we've got all of those on, we're going to get started. So the first thing we're going to do is take our first paper, and I have two tools here. I have a piece of Mylar plastic. This is a heavy duty Mylar plastic. You do need the heavy duty one. I don't know if you guys can hear that on camera, but it makes like a whooshing sound when you roll it. I don't know what that's flip it, flop it. I don't know. You want the one that makes a lower sound so that it will catch your ruler. All right, so this is a Mylar. You want the heavy duty, and you're going to use it in conjunction with this ruler. So this is an add a quarter ruler. They're made by CM Designs, and they have a small little lip here. And that lip will run into this piece of Mylar and stop it from moving. So it's what allows you to add your seam guide or your seam allowance onto your piece. So I'm going to take my Mylar, and I will advise anyone who's going to go buy Mylar to please go buy the frosted one. Don't buy the clear one. You will leave it on your mat and cut through it, and you will cry about it. So you buy the frosted one, and I usually mark them up with stickers or something so I can easily find them. But for this purpose, I wanted to make sure you could see it well. So I've placed my Mylar on top of the piece I've just glued on. And I'm lining this edge of the ruler or of the Mylar up against solid line 1. Solid line 1 is my sewing line. I'm going to sew on it in just a moment. But first, I have to put 2 pieces of fabric under it, not 1. So I'm going to fold my paper over onto the Mylar, put a crease in there. Then I'm going to drop my add a quarter and I'm going to trim this piece. And now I know that this piece is perfectly trimmed. The other thing that I keep generally on my desk, which I moved mine out of the way, but I should move it back, is a bowl. So this is just a 99-cent bowl from the Target dollar spot. It happens to be the shape of a heart. So I probably got it at a Valentine's Day event. All right, so we're going to continue all the way through this stack. So we're going to place this one, make sure it's flat, line it up on line 1, fold on line 1. You should be cutting off a small amount. You shouldn't be cutting off a huge piece of fabric, but you should be cutting off a quarter, maybe up to a ½ inch, depending on how well you placed, how precisely you placed that piece. All of the pieces are oversized. The ones you've cut out are oversized intentionally so that you have a little give, a little leeway in terms of exact location when lining these up. So you're going to work your way all the way through. Now, if I were doing multiple colors, so if I were making my backgrounds each a different color or my geese each a different color, I might number my papers so that I could put them back in order so I could get them back with their friends. So I'm not doing that on this project because mine are all the same. All of the geese and all of the backgrounds live in their own color family and in their own fabric. So I don't have to worry about accidentally mixing them up. So this is the next to last one. And now we're back to where we started. This is the first one that we put on. So you notice it's marked. So when I fold this first one on line 1, and I put down my add a quarter and trim, that seam allowance, if I place this down, that dotted seam allowance line that I drew in with the marker is exactly where that seam allowance is. So it's time to put on piece number 2. So I'm a little crowded here because I've got my sewing machine on my cutting table today. So I'm going to have left these folded, and you can see through the paper, I don't know if you can see on my camera, hopefully so, yeah, that I can see where those marks are. That helps me know exactly where this next fabrics are going to go. So I'm simply going to pull them out of their stack, put them down. Now this time I want them face up because I want these 2 pieces of fabric to be pretty sides together, right sides together. And now I can see my drawn in triangle, and I can see that the light blue that I'm adding sticks out beyond both of those edges. So then I know it's going to fit. All right. And I'm going to take a little glue. So this is that sew line pencil I was talking about, or sew line glue pencil. And I'm just going to put 2 little dots of glue. Seal those up. Use the pressure and the heat for my hands to seal that glue and keep going down the stack. So I'm going to pull one down, put this one across. He goes right there. Glue him in place. And once I have this whole stack done, I'm going to run over to the sewing machine and sew them. So I don't think you want to watch me do all of these because this is a little bit boring. But I'll do this one and then I'll run over to the sewing machine. So my machine is right here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and sew right here on this solid line, right? So I'm going to sew on the solid line. I'm going to sew with a 1.8 or 2.0 stitch, depending on your machine. You don't want it so small that you can't see it, but you want it small enough that it's a little bit hard to get out if you have to pick it out, which is why it's important to make sure that you sew on the right line. And we're going to sew on the solid line. Okay. I'm sewing with my left foot. This could be interesting. All right, so I've sewed on line 1, and you can see I got that off a little bit. That's okay. It's still got plenty of seam allowance and is ready to go. So now I'm going to take it to my ironing board, and I'm going to press this just like that. Okay. You're always going to be pressing it away, well, towards the piece you've just added or away from where you started. So I'm going to move over to the iron for just a second and give it a nice strong crease. And then we're going to start that process over again. So trim, place, glue, sew, repeat. So we're back to trim. So this time we're going to pick it up on line 2, which is this one here. Now I'm right-handed, so I always like to have the line I'm going to be working with straight up in front of me. So I will put the ones I've already done on the left, and then I'll pick up here. I'm going to drop this on top of 1 and 2 because I've already done pieces 1 and 2. Fold on line 2. Now, when you get to this part, this little edge is actually sewn to the paper, right? Because it is behind the seam allowance of the previous piece. So the best way to do that, a lot of people worry about tearing their paper. The paper is really not a problem as long as you don't completely destroy it. So the best way to tear the paper without messing up your fabric is to pull the paper all the way to the back. So put it flat against your Mylar template, and then just take 2 fingers and pull this away. So don't pull too hard. It comes away pretty easily. That way it doesn't jinky up your paper. So now we're just going to trim. So I've trimmed that piece off. I'm going to do the same thing. I would just put it so until I had 8 in that pile. Now in this case, we're going to keep moving so you guys can see this all come together. So this piece we've already put on here. So we're going to turn it over to the back. And we're going to pull the next piece, which is section 3. It's right here. Now, in this case, I'm going to just take 1 piece off, put it here, and put this paper back on because if I put it away without the sew side showing, I might forget which one it is. So it is this one here, the long one. And it goes on like this. Now, some things to note to make sure you know that it's going to fit. First of all, I can see that there's the dark blue, which is the piece that I'm adding, all the way along the sides here, right? That's where it needs to cover. And all the way along the back here. So if I lift up this light blue one, you'll see there's dark blue under there. All the way beyond where the light blue ends. So I know that that's going to fit. So I'm going to lift up that seam allowance, put a little glue. Right, and now we're back to the sew step. So off to the sewing machine I go. And here I am. I've sewn on that dark blue. I'm going to open and flip that, and you can tell it's going to get and cover all of that corner. All right, so I'm going to go give it a quick press. And now we're back to the repeat step. So trim is where we start. So this now goes on line 3. So this is line 3, this long one here. Gonna fold it all over. Now in this case, I'm gonna cut off a little bit of fabric 1, fabric 2, and fabric 3. So I'm gonna drop it down, knead it up with the Mylar template, and trim. Okay. Then I'm gonna get my next piece. So here it is. I just need one of them. Okay, now this one is an awkward looking piece. So to make sure it's going to fit, we're going to look at this edge. When I look at the piece, it goes into this edge over here, but not very far. It's not very big over there. And it ends just beyond where the seam of the light blue and the dark blue are. So that is right there. So you can see the piece is plenty big. I'm just going to pull it up, place it down like that. Now, I can't see that blue, that dark blue. I know it's there, but I can't see it. So sometimes I will pick this up just to make sure it's there and sticking out, right? As long as it is, we know it's going to fit. We're going to grab our glue pen and keep going. So 2 dots of glue, close it with your fingers, and off you go to the sewing machine. Now, in terms of direction on these, it does not matter if you start in the middle or if you start on the outside when it comes to sewing. You're not going to really be able to chain piece the papers because there is a void. No matter which way you go, if you try to do 2 next to each other in the machine, because they are on paper and the paper extends beyond the end of your sewing, you can't really do them in a truly, what's the magic word there? It's just totally escaped me. When you sew them back to back. You guys know what I'm talking about. You sew all the time. So you can't really do it because there's basically paper in your way. So now I've sewn this one. I'm going to go press it. Okay. There we go. And now it's time to put another goose on. So we're going to flip this over, have a look at it. The last line that I sewed is number 3, so I'm going to line 4. And now I'm going to set that one up. So foldy template on top, fold it over. If you feel like it got off when you folded it, realign it, pop those few stitches, drop your add a quarter, and trim. Okay. Now you're going to take this blue one and do the same thing. So all the way up the entire length of this block, I am basically doing the exact same thing over and over. Trim, place, glue, sew, press, repeat. And that's kind of the mantra. You'll see it all over my website. You'll see it on my flashcards. You'll see it on lots of my marketing materials. It's really a 5-step process all the way through. You do the same 5 steps. There are a number of other additional components when doing a fancy Judy Niemeyer. She has about 28 techniques for things like circular piecing or curved piecing, S-curve piecing, you name it, it's probably got a technique for it. But essentially, they all start with this one, which is being able to do basic paper piecing. So if you know your numbers, and hopefully all of us do, and can get your fabric prepped, that's really all there is to it. 5 steps. Trim, place, glue, sew, press, and repeat. So I'm going to press this one now. And there we go. So it's very quickly becoming this guy. So you notice as you go, continue, they get smaller. So these pieces are greatly oversized so that they basically get cut down to size while you are sewing rather than while you are cutting. So if you are an imprecise cutter or have issues with your shoulder or have carpal tunnel or any of those things, the great thing about these is you don't need to be super precise when you're cutting. You need to be precise when you're sewing, but your cutting is really taken care of. So it looks like Candace is wearing to get back in here. So,
hey, Kat.
Hey,
that was fantastic. I never really understood the process of paper piecing, and you did a great job showing the process of that.
Thank you.
I know you are our paper piecing queen. You're a Judy Niemeyer educator, certified educator. And we have a couple of people just asking, where can they find you? Do you have a website? Do you have YouTube videos?
Yeah, I have a website. It's Queenie Quilts, QUEENIEQUILTS.com. It usually has a full listing of all my classes. I do teach nationwide, so I am traveling quite a bit. I do obviously teach locally. I just taught weekend before last, I think, at the Mission Bay store, and then I'm in San Marcos sometime in the summer, but I can't remember when. But
I think in June.
Is it June?
But we haven't decided which quilt we're going to do. So
no, we have not. So if anybody has any votes, now's the time to get in your vote. So yeah, so I'm kind of all over. I do Zoom classes, and I have a YouTube channel. Everything's branded under Queenie Quilts, so you can find any of it with the same name.
Excellent. Well, Kat, thank you so much for being on. I know some people either hate paper piecing or they absolutely love paper piecing, but it's definitely a skill to learn.
It is. And it is a love-hate relationship. I eventually hope to convert everyone to the love side.
Okay. Well, Kat, thank you so much. You have a great day.
You guys have a great day.
Well, hey, we are ready for our next segment. We have got Handi Quilter in the house. We've got Sarah Watts and Aimee Losee. And Sarah is the Vice President of Product Marketing at Handi Quilter. So she makes sure that they bring the very best top-of-the-line products to you. And Aimee is the studio educator. She's been quilting for a long time. And I love that so many of our sponsors and educators were taught by their grandmothers. So I think that that's just so great that they've picked up the love at a very young age and have continued throughout their life. So, hey, Sarah and Aimee, welcome to the show.
Hi, thanks for having us.
Well, we're thrilled to have you guys back and talking about the Pro Stitcher Lite Robotics. So I'm going to turn the time over to you and let you get started.
Thanks so much. Yeah, you know, it's funny. I actually learned to quilt with my grandmother as well. I was 17 and took a class at our local quilt shop. I wanted to spend some time with her. They had been trying to make me into a seamstress and wearing dresses, which wasn't really my style. But I really enjoyed quilts. They were like fabric puzzles, and I loved puzzles as a kid. So I was willing to make something, not to wear it, but to use it. So that's funny. Yeah, my grandma and I, we were the quilters. First quilters in the family. That's fun. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Thanks. So yes, we're here to talk about Pro Stitcher Lite today. Yesterday, if you guys were on with us, we talked about the Handi Quilter Moxie machine. And so here we're going to talk about Pro Stitcher Lite. which is the robotic system specifically designed for use with your HQ Moxie. As a side note, it can also go on to a Simply 16 if you have one of two frames. It's sort of frame dependent. So here in our studio today, we have our Moxie with our Pro Stitcher Lite set up on our loft frame. That's kind of the standard frame. It also would work on a little foot frame if you had your Moxie or your Simply 16. So those are kind of the two things that you need, is one of those machines and one of those frames. So let's see. This robotics unit comes with everything that you're going to need. So it comes here with this 11-inch tablet display up here. Comes with all the cables, all the stuff that you're going to need. Comes with the unit inside that you put into your carriage. So everything that you're going to need for either machine, either frame, it's going to come with it. It also includes 250 designs ready to go. So that's really fun. You can never have too many designs, right?
No.
Yeah.
You can add more.
Yes, we always add lots more, right? Okay, let's see. I know that sometimes the computerized quilting can seem really overwhelming to people. You got to learn a whole new computer system. It feels overwhelming. Just like everything, you just got to practice, got to learn. We have lots of great educational resources available to you. ProStitcher.com, there's a lot of great forums, groups like on Facebook and stuff that you can join and take a look. We, of course, include educational materials with the purchase, but there's a lot of resources out there for you as well.
Including your retailers.
Yes, and the retailer as well. They can be a big help to you as well. Yeah. So what we've done, Pro Stitcher Lite, it's fully functional computerized system. So we have tried to make it as easy as possible to walk up to the system and use it, but still make it as fully functional as possible. So you're able to do edge to edge, you can do blocks, you can do customized, you can kind of do a mixture of all of the above.
Yes.
Okay. So Aimee's going to give us a little test drive. She's going to walk us through all sorts of fun demos here. So
yes. So with Pro Stitcher Lite, the first thing you need to start with is what we call a frame space. And that frame space is the space you actually have in your frame. So we will start with that. And I'm going to do that by going to my area tab, which is right there. And I'm going to go just up to my frame, to the top of my frame, and I'm going to click that frame space, and I'm going to click that to corner. And then I'm going to go to the bottom of my frame space, and again, I'm going to click that to corner. And I'm going to zoom out just so you can see that. And I'm going to use my pan, which just moves my area. So you can see that. So that's my frame space. So I cannot quilt outside that frame space. So next, what I want to do is I want to bring in a design. So I want to bring in a block that I want to quilt. And I think I am going to go ahead and do, what quilt do I want to do, or block I want to do? Let's do this petal squared. Okay, so I have a block, and it's a kind of wonky block because I'm not a great piecer, that I want to put this block in. So I need to make an area. And because this area is not completely square, I'm going to use what I call multi-point. So I'm going to go to the corner of my block. I'm going to hit that multi-point. And normally you would hear a ding, but I have that turned off for the benefit of the camera. I'm going to go to the other corner of my block. I'm going to hit that multi-point. And I have this button down here that's a little house. I'm going to click that just so you can see what I'm doing. That's my refresh button. I'm going to go down to the other corner of my block, and I'm going to hit multi-point. And then I'm going to go to the other corner of my block, and I'm going to click multi-point. Okay, and I'm going to hit my refresh button again. Well, it didn't really change anything because what the refresh button does is it takes in consideration my area and my design, and it's going to bring all that center into view. Well, I want my block to fit perfectly into my area, and there's different ways that we can do this. But today I'm going to do the simplest way, and this does not always work. I am going to use the skew button. And you can find this under the Modify tab. So on the Pro Stitcher Lite, we have the tabs up at the top, and then under that you have a ribbon. And then onto the side, you have the sidebars. So I'm going to try these different SKUs. So let's first try the border SKU and see how that looks. I really like that.
That looks great. That looks great. Yeah. Sometimes my square blocks do end up looking a little wonky like that. We're all human beings, right? So they don't always turn out perfectly square.
Let's see what the other SKU looks like. No.
Well, it looks like the border SKU is a little bit better for this
the
one.
one we want. So,
we name them SKU and border SKU. And yes, the border SKU does work more often better when we're talking about borders. However, they each have different algorithms and different math behind them. And that determines how it will stretch and manipulate your design to fit into your area space. So if you don't like the way one works, try the other one.
So, and SKU does not always work. So there's other functions you can use, and we'll show that in another block. But once I have my block how I like it, I want to hit baseline. And what that does is that's going to freeze that block how I made it. So if I were to close my area, it's not going to go back to how it was. It's going to freeze it as a new design. It's not saving it, it's just freezing it. So now we are ready to go ahead and quilt this design. So I'm going to go to Pro Stitcher tab. I'm going to make sure my quilt is highlighted. I want to make sure my stitch and start and end is highlighted. I also want to make sure that pull up is on and my stitch is highlighted. All of that is ready, and so I'm ready to hit run. Okay, so this box will come up and it's the verify settings, and it'll bring up a box saying my stitch length, which right now is at 11, which is perfect. It's also telling me, make sure your needle is up, because what happens if your needle is down?
It will try to move. It could potentially try to move the machine with the needle down in your quilt, and that is not what we want to have happen.
No, it'll tear a hole in your quilt. So it's how I like it. And I can also check that Opti stitch and make sure I have the speed how I want. And so it's pretty good. I think it's a good speed for how I want it right now. So we're going to go ahead and hit proceed. And it's going to automatically go to the start point. So earlier when I was in here today, I did turn off in the view my start and end. And so I'm going to turn those back on just so you can see those. Okay, so there we go.
So by your start and end, you added the green and red. These happen to be on top of each other in the center of the block, but it's useful to know where it's going to start stitching and where it's going to end stitching at times. And I notice you have green thread here today, Aimee, for St. Patrick's Day. We're all wearing some variations of green. Happy St. Patrick's Day to everybody.
Yes.
Have you made any St. Patrick's Day quilts?
I actually keep telling myself every year I need to at least make a table runner to put on my front entryway table.
Yeah.
I have my Valentine's Day quilt or front table runner. I have an Easter table runner and a summer one.
Yeah. For those of you commenting, maybe share some of your favorite St. Patrick's Day projects for other people looking at the comments. Now, Aimee, as this finishes up, I did notice you had another option on the right-hand side, which was trace area, I believe. What might you use that for?
So if I want to trace, like stitch in the ditch, so I did multi-point when I did my area. So I went along my actual block. So if I want to trace that area or stitch in the ditch, all I have to do is go back to the Pro Stitcher tab, which I'm going to go ahead and bring up my bobbin thread first. So I'll go to my Pro Stitcher tab, and I have this trace area here. I'm just going to push that, and it is going to trace my area. And I don't have to take my machine to the start point. It's automatically going to go there. Again, it's going to give me that box to make sure my needle's up and the settings are how I like them. I go ahead and hit proceed. And I'm going to pull my bobbin thread up and hit resume. It'll take those locking stitches. Trace that area. So then I have my block stitched in the ditch.
Well, that's fantastic. So you didn't even need to get out rulers today to do that.
No. And I do this a lot on my quilts at home.
Yeah, you like the look of the stitch in the ditch?
I do.
Yeah,
I
me
do.
too.
Or I like to go like 1/4 of an inch inside and outside. So there's different ways people
to
like
kind of
do it.
emphasize that. Oh, that's a great idea for using that.
All right.
Okay.
So let's go ahead and bring our bottom thread up, and we are going to do a different block. So if I had my machine outside my area, so where my crosshairs are, that's where my needle is. So that represents my needle. If my machine is outside my area and I want to quilt my block and I go to Pro Stitcher and run and I hit proceed, it's going to give me this message because my machine is outside my quilting area. So if you get, or outside my frame space. So if you get that message, then you need to make sure your machine is inside your frame space. So that's a safety measure that we have with the Moxie or with the Pro Stitcher Lite. All right.
Yeah. So, and that goes, it's not so much of a big deal if you're talking about to the right or to the left, but this prevents the machine from running into the poles, which is not a fun experience to have happen.
Exactly. So I'm going to go ahead and go to the File tab, and I'm going to click Clear All. That's going to clear everything except my frame space. Okay, so I want to do another block. I have another block down here, and it is a pretty nice block. It's we're actually going to do a 4-leaf clover for St. Patrick's Day. I saw one in here. It's in the blocks. It's a shamrock. I'm going to go ahead and open that. So the actual size of it is 3.73 by 366. So you see the size of it there. So I'm going to make an area, and I'm going to make it just under this other block. I'm going to hit my 2 corner, but I want to make my area, say, 5 inches by 5 inches. So I'm using my 2 corner this time, and I went ahead and just typed in my area. So there's my area. So I'm going to show you just a different way that we can fill this area with this block. So again, I'm going to use my Modify tab, and I am going to this time use my Align. And I'm going to align my block into the center of my area. So I'm going to use center. So that looks pretty good, but I want to fill that block a little more. So I'm going to resize my block. Now with resize, you have your width and your height. I have lock highlighted. I want that lock highlighted because I want to resize it proportionally. So I'm going to use my plus and my minus keys down here at the bottom to adjust my size to how I like it. I like that. How do you like that?
Looks great.
Looks great. Okay, so let's go ahead and quilt that. Again, we're going to baseline it. We always baseline it once we finish with our changes to the block. We're going to go to our Pro Stitcher tab. We're going to make sure those things on the side are selected. We're going to go ahead and hit proceed or run, and then we're going to get that, make sure our needle's up, make sure our stitch length is how we like it, and then hit proceed. And it's automatically going to go down where it's supposed to be. Pull up our bobbin thread, and we'll stitch out our perfect shamrock.
You know, it's funny, Aimee and I were talking earlier this week about what we should do for our demo yesterday when it was just the Moxie without the robotics. And Aimee suggested, was it Pictionary?
Pictionary.
Yeah, and we thought that would be so much fun, but then we both got nervous because neither of us can draw very creatively on the spot. And it's just so fun to be able to have these great ideas that you might have in your head, like a shamrock, a 4-leaf clover on, you know, your green St. Patrick's Day quilt. And you don't have to worry about practicing drawing or sketching it out or using a template.
Exactly.
It just does it for you,
Exactly.
which is super fun.
We actually get to do that tomorrow with Josh. So.
Oh, well, see, Josh is actually, he's a very good drawer on the
He's an
spot.
artist.
He is. Some people do have that knack. It's not that you can't practice, that you can't use other tools to get yourself there, even if you don't have a robotic system.
Oh, yeah.
But Pro-Stitch Lite certainly makes it easy with just a few buttons.
Definitely does.
Yeah.
Okay, so now I want to show you what we all love to do is edge to edge. So I'm going to go ahead and go to the File tab again, and I'm going to clear all. And again, that's going to clear everything but my frame space. Now I want to bring in a design, and this time I'm going to bring in a continuous line design. And that's right there under the Pro Stitcher designs. And I want to pick a design because we're going to actually pick a design that we're going to use a feature called wrap on this because I want to show you this great feature. So we're going to do this fancy clamshell. It's called clamshell with a curl. It's really pretty. And we are going to just make an area. So I'm going to go to what I'm going to consider the top of my quilt on this fabric. I'm going to go to my area tab. I'm going to hit my to corner. And I'm just going to do, let's say 10 inches by 10 inches. And then I'm going to hit my refresh.
Now, Aimee, is this a 10-inch block, or is this just kind of representative of your entire quilt top?
This is going to represent my entire quilt top.
Great.
Just because I don't know how far it is. Actually, do you know what? We can use another feature. So if I'm not sure, like if I didn't measure my quilt, let's go ahead and measure. We have this cool tool right here that's measure. Let's go ahead and measure how far we have over here to my chalk line.
Okay.
So I have, and if we use my pan and move it over so I can see, so I actually have almost 18 inches. So we can actually, let's do that. Let's change our width to like 17 inches. And then we'll do 19 inches.
Great.
So, and we'll hit our refresh. I actually like that better. And it's still in my frame space. So I just cannot have my area outside my frame space. Okay. So I want to fill my area up with my clamshell. I'm going to go ahead and turn that measure off so we can see. So it's not going to disappear until I hit another function. So I'm going to go to my repeat tab. And when I hit my repeat tab, I have two selections over here. One's grayed out right now. I have basic and I have wrap. So first I'm going to use basic. And on the right, I have fill, I have stretch, and those are what I'm going to play with first. I'm going to do that fill. It's going to put that design in that area, how many times it'll actually fit at its actual size. I don't like how it is.
It's not what you had in mind.
It's not what I have in mind. So I want it to fill the whole area. So I'm going to do the stretch. Still definitely not like how I want it. So I'm going to do the vertical. I'm going to do stretch. Still not how I like it. Okay, so let's do some repeats to make it smaller. So I'm going to do this both horizontally and vertically until I have it how I like it, like the size of it, how I like it. And so I can hit this 1-to-1 to actually see the actual size of it and then hit my refresh. Now, clamshells are meant to be offset. Those are definitely not offset. So we have this fun feature called wrap up here. So I hit wrap, and I need to wrap horizontally. So I'm going to hit my horizontal key right here, and I am going to wrap it each row. So if I do a row, look at that.
One touch of a button.
One touch of a button. Okay. So now I have everything how I like it. I think it looks good. And so once I have it how I like it, I can go ahead and hit my baseline. And with an edge to edge, sometimes you can't get an edge to edge all done at once. And so you want to be able to come back and do it tomorrow or later, or you have to go somewhere. So I always make sure I save my edge to edge. So I go to File and I click Save and just save under Selected. When you save it, make sure it's not the original name like clamshell with curl. Make sure it has that repeat in front of it, or you can touch that and you can name it whatever you want to name it. Okay, we're not going to name this, or we're not going to save it just for this time, but once we have it how we like it, we're ready to stitch it out. Okay, so with this wrap, you do have a few more jumps than you would normally have.
Oh, Aimee, what's a jump?
So all these red and green dots on the side are what we call jumps. Okay, so under Pro Stitcher, you can change it to where with your jumps, you actually, is it under settings? There we go. Your auto jumps. You don't have that. Okay, so we're going to go back. Okay.
So it'll start on a green.
So it'll start at a green. It'll end on the red.
Okay.
And then it'll say there's an auto jump, and it'll go to that. It'll let you bring up your threads, clip your threads, and then you'll hit resume. It'll go to that next jump. If you need to advance your quilt, say the next row won't fit in your throat space, then you do what we call drag and drop.
Awesome.
And so it's pretty neat. And we do have a tutorial on how to do that on ProStitcher.com, which will become your best friend.
Yeah.
ProStitcher.com will be your best friend. So,
and one of the reasons we only stitch left to right is that's the way that the long arm machines, mechanically speaking, that's the way that the bobbin and everything likes. It's just the way it stitches out its happiest. Going from right to left can make your machine not as happy. So we generally will stitch everything left to right. When it ends up on the right hand side of that row, it'll let you bring it up like Aimee was saying, clip your threads, and then it'll start on the left side again for the next row.
All right. So are you ready to see how this stitches? Okay. So again, it's going to go right up there. It's going to bring up your bobbin thread. It's going to do a tie off.
And there it goes.
And this is a beautiful design.
I really like it with the variegated thread too.
Yes.
It really gives it a lot more dimension, I think.
It does.
Yeah, it's really pretty.
I love variegated thread.
Yeah.
Denise was actually quilting with a variegated thread on the Capri yesterday.
Oh, okay.
And it was beautiful. And I'm like, oh, I want to do a variegated thread on mine. So I ran into the studio and found a green one. So are there any questions that you have?
Okay, looks like we have Rita asking, does it tell you when to advance your quilt? It will get to the end of a row, but it is up to you to advance your quilt. Now, if you hit resume or run on the Pro Stitcher Lite and it senses that what's about to be stitched out is going to go outside of that quilting frame space, it will give you an error and say, hey, can't do this, something bad may happen. So there is a little built-in assurance there with that for Pro Stitcher Lite.
All right, so I can show you just real quick how we would advance our quilt after it finishes this row. So this box will pop up real quick that says long jump pause. When that pops up, it's going to tell you to trim your thread and then press resume. So what you do is you pull your machine away, grab that thread, take a stitch down and up, again, pull that thread away or that machine away, and you're going to cut your bobbin thread. Then what I do is I take my machine to the center of my quilt and I take it to where my crosshairs are just above that next row I want to quilt. Right there, I'm going to put my needle down, and then we have this function called drag. And I'm going to click that drag, and it's going to turn green and turn to drop. And what happens when I advance my quilt is that, so Sarah's advancing my quilt. What happens is that design is going to move with my quilt. So go ahead and put the latchets down.
Okay.
And we'll straighten out our fabric. Okay, so so when that drag is hit, what happens is the quilt is attached to the machine. So the machine wherever the machine goes, the design on the tablet goes. Okay, so then once it's where I want it, I go ahead and hit that button again, and it turns back to drag, and it's not green anymore. Go ahead and bring my needle up, and I'm able to move my machine, and my design stays where it's at. So that's how we advance our quilts after we do what's not in our frame space anymore. With this actual design, I could have actually probably gotten, well, I could have done
a few more rows.
several more rows with this design.
Yeah.
But that's how you would advance your quilt. Any other questions?
I saw a question, does it make coffee? It does not, unfortunately. I saw one quickly about thread weight, and I think yesterday you talked about thread. Go ahead. Any quality thread?
So any quality thread, the thread I have on here is called Fantastico. It's, I think, a 40 weight thread. With a 40 weight, you match your needle size to it. So I have a size 18 needle with this thread. You get better stitches, better tension. You don't have the thread shredding and breaking.
Yeah.
That's the big thing. If your thread is shredding or breaking, your needle's probably too small for that thread.
Yeah, if you're using a good high quality thread, you're going to be just fine. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Let's see. Oh, hi, Blaine.
Blaine's back.
Hey, so a little birdie told me that y'all may be having a quilting retreat going on over there at the headquarters today. Is that
Oh, we
right?
do. We do. What do you guys have going on in the studio today?
We have a basic retreat this week, and next week's a pro stitcher retreat. So
Okay.
so
Well, I got to
lots of
say
fun,
hello
lots of fun.
to one of our customers is over there. Karen Kolb is over there
Oh,
taking our
yes,
class
yes.
today. So
Yes,
I've got to say hi
she
to
is.
her and all other SMP customers and all the other ladies at the retreat. I want to say hi to them. And hey, thank y'all
All
so
right.
much for coming on today. And we got to say a big shout out to Handi Quilter for being one of our platinum sponsors. And as always, guys, that was great. And but I got to tell them how they can get this awesome Pro Stitcher Lite. And again, guys, this is the Pro Stitcher Lite, and this is going to fit on two machines that Handi Quilter has. It's going to be on that Simply 16. It's also going to fit on your Moxie. Now, that's the two machines that this is going to fit on. And if you today with purchase, you're going to get a $400 gift card. And what we're going to do, if you give us a call, you can go on the website and buy this right now and get the $400 gift card. But if you call us at the call center or you talk to one of the live chat agents, we got another little special gift that we're going to offer to you at the time of purchase. Guys, this is $59.95. Great price to make that Moxie or that Simply 16 fully robotic. And again, we have some financing available. Give us a call at 800-401-8151. Or if you're on the website, just type in Pro Stitcher Lite and it'll take you right to that product page. Now, here's the thing about it too. We also have the Pro Stitcher Pro version, and that's going to fit on all the other long arm machines that Handi Quilter has with those frames, along with our King Quilter. Pro Stitcher makes it for Handi Quilter. They make it for us for our King Quilter. They also make it for Baby Lock for their long arm and Janome their long arm. So guys, if y'all have one of those machines and you want to make it robotic, you can get the full version, Pro version of that Pro Stitcher. We have that as well. So you can just go to our product page, type in Pro Stitcher. It'll take you to the category page. You can see both of them right there. Give us a call at 800-401-8151 because our sales agents are standing by. They can also answer any questions because they know this software extremely well and can help you out. So thank you again for Handi Quilter being our platinum sponsor and helping us out with this. Couldn't do it without them. And really want to thank Sarah and Aimee for coming on, and great job with the explaining the Pro Stitcher Lite. All right, guys, we're moving right on along, and hey, we got Brother in the house, and we are going to talk all about the Brother NQ1700E embroidery only sewing or in a machine, and we have Sarah Vetzer back in the house today, and Sarah is she's a national educator for Brother and a Brother ambassador. So Sarah, welcome back to the show.
Hi, Blaine. It's good to be here. Thanks for having me back.
Well, we're glad you're here, and I know that you love the 1700, and everybody doesn't really know this, but that 1600 that we had out was like a huge popular machine, one of the most popular machines Brother's ever had. This is taking its place. They've put a few little upgrades on it, and you're going to tell us all about that and the little upgrades they have. And so take it away.
Absolutely. Yeah, so like Blaine just said, the 1700E is Brother's midline embroidery only machine. and it is the newer model. The older one is the 1600E, and Brother has definitely added some really, really great features to this model, including wireless connectivity and some other top-of-the-line features that I am going to show you today. So to get started, you can see the machine behind me, and it is about 30 inches long with that embroidery unit attached. And without the embroidery unit, it weighs only 20 pounds. So it's really easy. I live in an apartment and I have a very tight studio space here. So it's great for me to be able to easily move the machine over to a shelf when I need a little more table space. And yeah, it just fits really nicely on my table here. So this is embroidery only. If you are a quilter who is looking to maybe add embroidery to your quilts, but you have a really great sewing machine that you love, this is a good add-on option for you. So you could get that midline pricing for embroidery only, and you don't have to go crazy getting a combo machine. It's also really easy to use. It's very intuitive. So if you're a little nervous about learning how to do embroidery, don't fear. This machine, like I said, very easy to use. It'll hold your hand along the way, and it'll make learning embroidery really fun. So out of the box, the machine has 258 built-in embroidery designs for you to play with. And you don't need a computer to edit designs right on the screen here. So we have a 5-inch LCD touchscreen. I'm going to get in closer in a few minutes and we'll take a look at everything going on there. But it's a really beautiful screen. It's a perfect size for editing your own designs, and it's packed with editing features. So 258 designs to play with, 13 lettering fonts. That's 60 new designs added from the 1600E, and that's 2 new fonts added from the 1600E. So that's more of what has been added from that previous model. And like I said, you can edit right on screen, so there's no computer needed, which is really awesome, and it's very easy to use. The machine comes with 2 frames included. So you get your 5x7 frame, which is really handy for lots of different projects. And you also get the very impressive 6x10 frame. Look at this thing, right? It's like almost as big as the machine back here. So this is a really big, impressive size, and it's very fun to embroider with because you can get really crazy and do really big, beautiful designs in this hoop. The sample that I always love to show as a perfect example of how great that hoop is this jacket with that 6x10 frame. I was able to embroider the back of this jacket. Really beautiful. And this is one of those new designs that comes with the machine as well. It's some nice zebras and some foliage there. And the machine stitches at 850 stitches per minute. So this design was stitched out in less than an hour. And it cuts those jump threads for you as well. So you could just sit back and relax and stitch out a beautiful big design. Another one of the frames that is optional to use with this machine is the magnetic flat frame. And I love showing this frame. This is actually the first magnetic frame I've ever used on an embroidery machine, and it is such a joy to work with. It's really lightweight. It's 5x7. And there are 6 really strong magnets here. And it's called the flat frame because it's truly very, very flat. I have kind of a really thick blanket hooped here to show you how well you can hold lots of different things in this frame. So this is like a little bunny lovey, like a baby blanket. It has a big plush head. It has very plush material. And this frame is holding it no problem. This is the bulky point of the blanket there, and it's locked in really tight. I can show you guys. I'm holding this with one hand, and you can see my project is not moving a bit. So like I said, lightweight, easy to hoop things. Those magnets are strong, but they pop on and off effortlessly. So optional accessory, the 5x7 magnetic flat frame. Highly recommend it. It's a joy to work with. Show you guys some other samples before we go on over there. Now with all those editing features, I'll bring that bunny back out. I was able to edit this whole design. It says "Some Bunny Loves You" right on the machine. So I added the text. I did 2 separate lines. I was able to curve the text. I was able to change this one word to a different font than the rest, as well as a different color. And yeah, I love that you can just create all your own designs right on the machine. It's really creative and fun to use. That being said, for all my quilters out there, you can make your own beautiful quilt labels. You can incorporate designs, text, you can put the year on there, you can make them really big with your 6x10 frame, or you can make them smaller with a 5x7 frame. Here's another little sample that I love. This is another one of those built-in designs. It's a nice little bunch of lavender with some flowers. And of course, a crowd favorite is the No Problema towel. Now again, 850 stitches per minute. This was done in a half an hour. And you can see there's lots of intricate detail in there. It cuts the jump stitches for you, the jump threads. I added the text on the bottom, and these llamas are part of the new included designs on the machine. Okay, so let's get up close and I'll show you that beautiful screen. So here we are. This is the screen that is loaded when you turn your machine on. And right down here, you have your wireless connection. And I could speak about the wireless connection for a minute because it's a really exciting new feature. And it means a couple of different things. So one thing is that you will, when you're connected to your network, which you'll know you're connected when the symbol is blue, like it is right now on my screen. When you're connected, the machine will notify you when you need a software update, which is so helpful because we don't always remember to check the website for software updates. But now, if you're connected to the internet, a little exclamation point will pop up here, letting you know that it's time to go to the Brother Solutions Center and download a new update. And you could keep your machine running very smoothly with no thought at all because the machine thinks for you. So I love that feature. The other really exciting feature is that you can transfer designs wirelessly from your laptop or your computer to your machine. And you could do that with PE Design 11 if you have that software. You can transfer the designs that you create there directly to your machine with the click of a button. And you can also use Brother's new transfer software called Design Database Transfer. It's free to download and use for PC owners. And it accesses all the files that you already have on your computer. So if you buy any embroidery designs from third-party sites or iBroidery.com, the Design Database Transfer software accesses all that on your computer. And again, it allows you to transfer wirelessly to your machine. And I love using that software. It's also very straightforward and easy to use, and you can transfer multiple designs at once over to your machine. So in your machine pocket here, this is where you can access your designs. And if you're not comfortable with using that wireless function, you also still have the option to use your USB. It has a USB port, and if you prefer to transfer your designs that way, or if you have USBs that already have a ton of embroidery designs on them, you can still plug them in, and you can access that USB drive right from this screen. The little machine is where you access the designs that you have saved on your machine already. And then the wireless pocket is where you would access any of the designs that you transferred wirelessly. Okay, and then these other categories are all of your embroidery categories. So some of them have categories within the categories, like this one. We have some seasonal designs. We have buttonholes, buttonhole decorations, and this crown category is where you can find a lot of the new designs that are on the 1700E. So I'm using the arrows on the front of my machine to scroll through all these pages. You can see right here, there's 8 pages of designs just in this category. And then if I want to select a design, like these are the zebras that I showed you a minute ago on that jacket, I can select it and it'll preview it for me right here on screen. Right up here, it grays out any of the hoops that are too small to stitch this design out in. So really helpful to see right away I have to use my 6x10 hoop. It also gives you the exact dimensions of the design right at the top. And then if you press this hoop preview button, you can get an up close preview of the design. And you can also select the hoop you're going to use and it'll preview it inside of the hoop so you get a good idea of what the proportions of that will be when it stitches out. Okay, and then this category, we have 14 more pages of designs in here. Again, 258 designs total, ready to go in your machine. And then we have our monogram alphabets. We have a pretty gold one with flowers, as well as a blue one with flowers. So those are beautiful for monogramming or any initial projects that you want to do. And then we have our text category here, and there are all 13 of our fonts available to us. And if you select a font, it takes you over and you can go ahead and scroll through the entire alphabet here, uppercase and lowercase letters. You have your numbers and your symbols and special characters as well. And once you start typing out, let's type out Quilt Fest. You can see it gives me the option to toggle between large, medium, and small. So right away, you could just jump down to a small font. You can also hit enter and get a brand new line of text. I'm going to cancel that for now. And I'm just going to show you the very last section that we have here, which is our frame pattern combinations. So you can choose any of these shapes. I'm going to go ahead and pick a heart. And then you have 4 pages of different options for your frame patterns there. I'm going to go ahead and select one of these and set it. And now we're brought over to our editing page. So the editing page has all those editing functions that I was talking about. You can move that design around in your frame. You can size it up and down. You can rotate it by 90 degrees, 10 degrees, or as little as 1 degree to get really precise placements. You can change your thread colors right in here. You have your thread palette right here. And if you use the arrows on the front of the screen, or the front of the machine rather, you can filter through 4 different color palettes. But let's say you get to the blues and greens, you can then use the arrows up here to filter and go through all different shades of blues and greens. So it's not just 4 color palettes. There's actually a lot more on here than you realize. Okay, and then you have your mirroring, you have your stitch density. And then you can go ahead and add more items. You could save your design. So I'm going to go ahead and add some text really quick. Again, I'm going to type out Quilt Fest. I'm going to say quilt and then enter. And then I'm going to go ahead and type Fest. Okay, so really easy to type that out and see the lettering that you're typing. You can also preview it before you go ahead and drop that into your embroidery area. So I typed in large font, so that's going to be really big to start, but I'm going to show you how we can edit that really quickly. So I'm going to go ahead and set it. And I'm going to use my zoom tool up here. You can zoom up to 300% on this screen right here. And once you get to 300%, I don't know if you guys can tell from there, but there's these tiny little dots on the screen that act as a really great grid to help align all of the portions of your design. So very easy to see everything and line it up just how you'd like. So now that I have some text in my design, this new editing option called Font Edit opened up, and I could click in there. And now we have all of our font options. So right here, I could click multicolor, And what that's going to do is instead of having these words all stitch out in one color, it activates the multicolor mode. I can click OK, and I can go back to my thread palette. And now each letter of my word is going to come up separately, and I can make them all different colors. I'm going to turn that off. Now, if I go into array, that's where we're able to put our text on a diagonal or curve it and do lots of fun stuff there. This section allows you to go ahead and test out different fonts right on the screen there. You can preview them, you can jump around. And so that would be one way that you could make Quilt a different font than Fest. And I love that you could do that right on the editing screen. So if you change your mind about the font, you can always edit it here. And then here you can play with the letter spacing. You can make it wider or closer together. You can even split off certain letters. If you want the F to be all the way over to the left, you can kind of cut it off and move it. And then you can also play with the size. So like I said, this is a pretty big lettering design, and I'd like it to fit inside my heart. So on this size tab, I can toggle down to small or medium, or keep playing around like that. I can just move over and make all of those letters medium. Easy as that. And again, you have the option to change fonts for individual letters. So like I said, so many editing options here. You can get really creative. The sky is the limit. Once we go to end edit, I'm able to show you guys a few more of those high-end features I was talking about before. So down here you have your trace function, which is going to help you tremendously in placing your design in your hoop. And then you also have the color sort function. Oh, my patterns are overlapping. So color sort, if you were to have multiple portions of this stitch out in similar colors or in the same color, you can activate color sort, and what the machine is going to do is it's going to stitch out all of the portions of the design that are in the same color at the same time. So it eliminates unnecessary thread changes, and it really streamlines the whole stitch out process. And I use that function probably every time I use this machine. I love to stitch out embroidered patches. And so I'll fill a whole hoop with 10 different patches. And when I activate that color sort, instead of stitching out one patch at a time, it'll stitch out the same color in all 10 patches and then go back and do the next color in all 10 patches. And so I only have to change the thread 4 times instead of maybe 40 times. So it's a really, really great feature. All right. So I'm going to back out just a little bit and show you guys how we can thread this machine. So the threading is hidden right under this nice little hood here. Go ahead and slide your thread on. And the arrows that are printed on the machine are a guide to how to thread it up. So it's really foolproof, and you will always have those instructions there for you if you forget how to thread the machine up. So I'm going to do this really quick. Down here, you're going to clip your thread, and then you're going to trim it on the side. And then you have this little lever here. And this lever activates the advanced needle threading system. So I'm going to get up really quick to make sure everyone can see how this works. So right over here, you press this lever and the thread snaps right into the needle down there. It works every single time and is such a dream to use. No more having to look in there and try and thread the needle by hand. This machine with the advanced needle threading system makes it so easy. All right, and then the last function that I just want to highlight quickly is the auto presser foot down. So I'm going to load in my 6x10 frame here. Slides right in and it locks down and you're ready to go. And so my presser foot is raised and my design is loaded on here. And normally this start button would not be green yet. Normally what you would have to do is lower that presser foot before you could start your stitch out. But with the auto presser foot down function, the the start button is green, it's ready to go. And once you press that, it will automatically lower that presser foot for you and start your stitch out. So it eliminates that extra step of lowering the presser foot, which may not seem like such a big deal, but it really is a very nice function. All right, so that is the NQ1700E in a nutshell. Wondering if anyone has any questions at this point. I'd be happy to answer them.
Well, hey, Sarah, great job. I think you did such a good job. There's not hardly any questions out there that I saw. So, hey, again, thank you so much for coming on the show. And you've got to thank a big shout out to Brother for being one of our sponsors and helping us put this event on. And again, you did such a good job on that. And I know that, that machine, oh my gosh, if you're in the market for a mid-size embroidery machine, I mean, look no farther. I mean, this thing is it's the 1600 on steroids, right?
Absolutely, yes.
Well, thank you so much. And we're going to show everybody exactly how you can get this again. So everybody, this is the NQ 1700E. And I almost said 1600, the 1700E. And what a great machine this is. And guys, we have a great price on this right now. This is, you saw all the things that come with this, with that huge 6x10 hoop, under $2,000. And guess what, guys? We have a call-in special. We do have a Quilt Fest special pricing on this. Give us a call. We have some special financing available. Give us a call at 800-401-8151. Now, look, if you can't get through on the phones, we know it's been slammed busy over there today. Hey, Kyle is going to put that Google Sheets link in the chat. So when he puts that in there, all you have to do, if you can't get it through on the phones, just open that, hit that link. It'll open Google Sheets up, put your name, your phone number, and the machine you're interested in. That gets updated in the call center real time on the screens. As soon as they get off the phone, they're going to give you an outbound call and try to help answer your questions or take your order. But again, guys, what a great machine. And again, Sarah went over all these things, but this thing has 258 built-in embroidery designs, 100 frame patterns, combinations, 13 embroidery lettering fonts. And so again, like I said, it has that huge 6x10 embroidery area. So man, you're getting a lot of machine, guys, for a mid-size machine, all under the price of $2,000. And again, it always comes down to, if you've got a great sewing machine right now, why not add a great embroidery machine? So again, this is the reason these are on. But guys, Ella Bly saying another crazy awesome show price. You are 100% correct, Ella. It is. This is a great price. Kyle, do we have an update on the inventory levels of these? Because guys, I know I got a really good price on these, and Brother gave me quite a few of these, but I know they've been selling like hotcakes, so I don't know exactly even where we're at right now.
Give me 5 seconds.
Kyle's going to look it up in 5 minutes while we're doing it.
5 seconds.
5 seconds.
So we've sold about 15 today.
15 today.
So there's still about 30 left.
30 left.
Yes.
So we're in still good shape. So we'll probably be sold out of those by tomorrow. So again, guys, if y'all been thinking about one of these machines, don't wait. Go ahead and make that call and get it. And here's the thing. If you're going to get that special pricing, you have to get on that Google Sheets list. If you can't get through, here's what we're going to do. We're going to make sure, if you've watched the show all week, we're going to extend all the show specials you've seen till close of business on Saturday. So that means we're going to go all the way till 4 p.m. Pacific time on Saturday with all the show specials that you can still get. But here's the thing. If you get on the Google Sheet, we're going to honor that price all the way through the week next week. But you have to be on that sheet. That means that you couldn't get through and they're still trying to get you a call. We're gonna, and if you get on that sheet, even if you want to think about it, get your name on that sheet, because we'll honor all the pricing as long as you're on Google Sheets. We'll honor that pricing even next week. But guys, we want to make sure that you take advantage of this, because this is a, one-time shot. And again, you see these machines. I mean, we sold 15 of these a day. Kyle said we had 31 left. They are going to go quick. We will sell out of these by tomorrow. I promise you. This is one of those machines that we can't ever keep them in stock. And I was just very fortunate that, brother allocated us a pretty good bunch of them that came in. And I think we started the show out at 61, Kyle, something like that.
I believe it was like 55 or something.
Okay,
just
50,
shy of 60.
Okay,
yeah.
55. So we started the show out at 55. So you can see how well these things are selling. And again, guys, you want to make sure if you want one of these, get on it, because they will be out tomorrow. So, all right, another great special. And hey, we're moving right on along. And hey, so I want to go real quick, Kyle. Can we go to the camera live in the call center? I want to see how our call center people do. If y'all, hey, are y'all still live over there at the call center? I see Robert in the background, so he's still alive, wasn't he? Yeah. But so again, live shot of the call center. They were all busy today, and so we're glad we're able to have them on the show. And we don't have our live feed in the warehouse for some reason. And then Kennedy had to go to class, so she couldn't go out and take outside to see how much packages are all in the staging area back there. But again, guys, it's been a really, really busy day here at SMP, and we're glad that you are along for the ride. And we hope you're enjoying the show and all the things you've been seeing, because I'm telling you, the level of educators and teachers we have on the show is unmatched. And I'm super excited that we have all the quality people we've had. And we hope that you're enjoying it. And the bigger thing is, hope you're learning something and you're getting some tips and techniques that you can use. And again, if you've been, in that market for your dream machine, we're hoping that, we've shown it on the show. But here's the thing to remember this. Even though the machine of your dreams may not have made the show, give us a call anyway, because we have some products that are on special that might not have made the show or on the show that we can still give you the Quilt Show pricing on. So that's the main thing. Give us a call regardless, and they'll let you know real quick if it's on special or not, because we have, thousands of products on our website. So we want to make sure that, if you're in the market for that special machine, that we can hopefully help you out there, because we do a tremendous amount of buying from the manufacturers, and we really try to work really good deals, especially when we have Quilt Fest going on. I'm always trying to get that special pricing so I can pass the savings right on to you. So, all right, guys, we're ready to go to our next presenter, and we have Grace back in the house. And you know what? We got Jarrett Erznoznik back in, and I think Jana Matthews.
Jarrett
is that right?
and Jana, I believe.
Jarrett and Jana?
Yep.
Okay. Who knows? We don't know who we are always going to get, but this is Nathan's son, and then we have Jana Matthews. So a while ago we had LJ, that's Nathan's daughter, and she said we don't need Nathan. That was pretty funny. Did y'all not think that was funny? So anyway, guys, let's go to the Grace headquarters, and let's see Jana and Jarrett. Hey, how are y'all guys doing today?
Great, Blaine. How are you?
We're doing great. So Jarrett, I got to ask, are we missing your dad?
No, I think we're better without him. Don't tell him though; it's fine. We definitely got it covered between me and my sister. We can just take over the Erznoznik name for him. It's fine. He's gone anyway. So,
Jarrett, you got to remember this is recorded.
Yeah.
So
that's right. I've already said it. I've said it before.
This morning it was like LJ was like, Nathan who? Well, guys, we're super excited, and the reason this is such an important session today is we've talked, about frames, we've talked about Qniques, but today we're going to talk about the Qnique 15 on the QD frame. And to me, this is like the most perfect combination for somebody who is wanting to get into quilting that never has before. Man, go ahead and make the move and get a QD, with that Qnique 15. And that is just an awesome combination to start out with, don't you think?
Oh, yeah. I mean, that was why we picked this. We wanted to talk about it because it's like that starter pack, right?
Yeah.
Just perfect to get going.
Well, we're excited for y'all to show us all the demonstrations and how that works together.
Thanks so much, Blaine. Yeah, so Jarek and I, we affectionately call ourselves the JJ team here at the Grace Company. And so we're excited to talk about, because we've already talked about the Qnique 15 Pro. Mark and I talked about that on Monday. And then I think it was LJ and Melinda, they talked about the cutie, but we get to talk about both together, right?
And it's a deadly combo.
It's a deadly combo.
It's a
I love
deadly
that.
combo.
Yeah. So we've got behind us, we've got not only the Unique on the cutie, but we also have the cutie with the domestic. So you can kind of see the difference. So we're going to talk a little bit about that. Like, what's the difference between the two? If you already have a domestic, what kind of changes do you have to make to get the Unique on there? It's going to be a fun thing.
And Jana, I guess that's what we can start with, right? You know, how easy, you know, let's say you have the cutie frame, how easy is it to move up to the 15 on this frame?
Yeah. So, and I think the thing is like, what about the cutie has it? So the first thing we're going to have is that the top plate and handles that you have your domestic sitting on, and we have them right here, you're not going to need those for the Unique, right? So right away, first thing you can notice on the Unique cutie frame that we have is that the fabric can drape. You don't have to roll it up. You can, but you don't have to, because these frame, the handles, you don't have to have that top plate. The Unique just sits right on top of that bottom carriage. And so that bottom carriage has what kind of ball bearings again?
You know what, Jana? Honestly, I can't remember the name of them, but what I do know is that they're super smooth. And when people come up at shows and they try it out, that's the first thing they always say. They say, wow, you know, this is super smooth. And the 15 on this frame, you know, all of that, it just glides. It works real well.
Yeah. The other question we always get all the time is, okay, I've got my domestic on there. It weighs so much. How much does the Unique weigh that has, is it going to tip forward, right? So we have this on the exact same table, which is just a, you know, a table that you set up.
Yeah. It's a
disposable
typical
table. Yeah.
table you can get from the hardware store. It's very standard, very affordable. It just goes to show, you know, this really can go anywhere.
I've had people who said, oh, I'm going to start quilting out on the patio now.
Yeah.
I don't have to be stuck inside while I'm quilting. So let's talk a little bit more about the Unique on the 15 Pro on the cutie. So you can see, yeah, it's just, again, on this same table, we've got it all set up. It doesn't need the handles in the front because we have them on top of the 15 has them connected. So let's talk a little bit about the Unique itself. So just like other...
One thing I wanted to reiterate is just it's super easy to upgrade. If you're going to go to this machine and you already have the cutie, you don't need anything additional. You're just going to not use that plate anymore, and this is going to go right on there.
Yeah, so there's not a lot of new setup or things you have to plug in or try and twist off or anything like that. Yeah.
But what we're really getting to is these together, right? This is a really good combo.
Yeah, so starting out, so right away, the one thing that you notice is you're going to have a lot more quilting space with the Unique versus your domestic. So most domestics are what? 10, 12 at the most.
A lot of the times that people that have out there, a lot of the times they're even 7, 8 inches. And Jana, can you tell me how big of a difference does it make? Because people always wonder, you know, is it a big difference? What have you heard?
Yeah. So my number one thing that people will tell me is I now can quilt a 13-inch square. I don't have to be limited to 9 inches or 8 inches. And so we can see right here how much closer or farther you can reach with that Unique, much different than with the domestic where you're only getting just a few inches or handling. And you can see I'm bringing it right to the edge. Our cutie is not falling off our table. There's it's completely sturdy.
It's incredibly
Jerk's
stable.
hand is not trying to keep it sturdy. Yeah, it comes all the way to the front. So then we've also got with the Unique, one thing that you've got better than when you're just using your domestic, right? So you're quilting front and back, you got lots of space.
Yes.
But then you also have that control on your hands, right?
Yes,
so
absolutely.
with your domestic, you're trying to run the foot pedal. How do we do it with the Unique?
You just press a button.
Press a button.
That's it. And then when you move, it will sew at the speed that you're moving at. So it'll keep those stitches the same length apart. It's that stitch regulation that is built into this machine. So that is really a major upgrade over domestic machines versus using the foot pedal. Foot pedal is absolutely viable, but when you're really wanting to get and not worry about, you know, how fast am I moving it, it's just one less thing to worry about. And really creatively, it opens up a lot of your brain to just be focused on what you're doing instead of that, you know, speed and motor speed. So it's a really fantastic difference.
Yeah, and just like all Unique machines, we've got the 4 different stitch modes, right? We've got the precise, and precise allows you to quilt, I guess, precisely, right?
Yeah, precisely. It's exactly that. It's just that exact amount of stitches per inch. You're going to get that with the precise mode.
And when we go into the screen here, you can see we have a touch screen on this model as well as using the buttons. You don't have to just use the buttons, but you have both in case you're needing to switch between. You don't have to let go of the handles just to get it going. So we have the precise mode. We have all the stitches per inch, like Jarek was talking about, where we can go in between, and we can just easily move that up and down, or there's a jump button so that you can choose and select specific ones that you're trying to do. But if your hands are around the handles and you're quilting and you're wanting to stop for a moment and then switch out the stitch per inch, you have that ability as well.
Absolutely. The buttons are super easy, but to have a screen where you can just quickly tap on it, really it is a good upgrade, and it just makes it intuitive. You know, the buttons are not complicated, but the additional level of, you know, kind of easier, same sort of thing as upgrading from the foot pedal to the stitch regulation. You know, it's just that other step of, you know, less things I need to worry about.
Yeah.
Is really how I see it.
And I love that. So let's do some sewing on the precise mode so everybody can see what that's like. So you can see as Jarek goes faster, it goes faster. As he goes slow, it goes slow. But when he stops, it completely stops, which means if you're going to try and fill in a spot, or if you're trying to follow along as like feathers or something like that, you're not going to be able to do that as easy, right? So for that, we have the next mode, which is cruise.
And cruise mode is a really fantastic mode, Jana. When I was with Mark talking about the 21 Pro, it was the 21R, I spoke some about this mode. I am actually a personal really big fan of this mode. It will always go at a minimum speed. And now what this is great for is when you're doing corners, you're doing small little stippling, you know, it cruises. It's a very smooth transition, and you can get really small details. And I'll go ahead and show you what that looks like here. If we go ahead and go in, well, let's give that a second over here. If you go in, it's always going to go at a constant speed. So when you move, it'll speed up with you to go to that maximum speed. But then when you're going slow, you can really get into those corners nice, because it'll line up directly. Because with the precise mode, right, Jana, you're always doing exactly 10 stitches per inch. So if you half of one of your 10 stitches in that inch happens to be in the middle of a corner, you know, it might be slightly bent. But with the cruise mode, it can kind of get more stitches right into that corner, and it's just a really neat mode.
I like cruise as well because when you're trying to fill things in, sometimes you're trying to start and stop. And if you're just going back and forth really small in that design, your starting and stopping is just going to feel adjusted and flail you a little bit. Now, if we go back to the screen a little bit, you can see you were talking about the minimum speed. You can adjust that. So right now we have it at 15, but again, you can just press that, go up and down to go to the additional pieces so that you're not stuck on just the one minimum speed. You can adjust it to whatever is helping you quilt the best way. So the next mode that we have is just a nice basting stitch. You can set that on small or short, medium, or long. So you have that opportunity to just do a nice basting stitch, because who doesn't love basting on a machine rather than by hand? I know I'd rather do it by machine. And then lastly, we have the manual mode. Now, why would anybody want manual versus all the regulated stitches?
Well, Jana, there's still use for manual, and there's a lot of people that are really comfortable with manual as well. So if you're trying to do some designs or some sort of thing that you're used to on your regular machine, you can absolutely switch over to manual mode. And now manual mode is also really great for filling things in if you happen to be doing some sort of thread painting. And it also, if you get in the rhythm of the manual mode, it glides really well if you get used to that constant speed. And manual is just like your sewing machine back at home. It's a one set speed, and you can adjust it up and down with the screen, or you can adjust it with the buttons here. So it's still a very useful mode to have, and you wouldn't want a machine without it.
Yeah. One thing I like about the manual mode is that you can also, again, set what % of the manual you're doing. So if you like it at 100% of the machine speed and you are just cruising, going along, you can have that. But if you're like, let's back it off a little bit, this is the speed that I'm going to do, then you can set that as well. Another thing on the screen that I love with all Qniques is that you've got the needle jog. So if you walk away and your machine gets bumped, or the needle didn't get down, or a thread broke, you can press the needle jog button and the needle will go down in increments so that you can match it back up to where it needs to be, which is
Yeah.
perfect for the cutie.
Exactly. So because you're shifting, what Jana was alluding to there, because you're undoing your fabric and shifting it on here, lining that back up, you can get your needle to go down ever so slightly. And I'll just show you here. And we'll go back and do another camera angle here. If you just go down here, you'll see that my needle just barely jogs up and down. Oh, apparently, oh, right there. So you can just slightly adjust it. So like, let's say you're wanting to line it up with where you ended, you can get that really close to the fabric. So you can just start right on there instead of kind of being like, oh, well, I look like I'm close to it. As quilters, we want to be really direct and spot on with that. So that really helps, especially when we're shifting this around, because you are going to have to move it. That is great for lining it back up.
Yeah, because I know one of the tips that Melinda and LJ gave when you're doing your cutie or Q-zone hoop movement is to put that needle down. But if for whatever reason you can't, you've switched between quilts, that allows you to hook back up to where you were starting from. So the Qnique machine with the cutie. What other fun things about the Qnique help us with when we're using the cutie frame?
Well, really, I go back to the throat length, Jana. It makes a way bigger difference than you were thinking. And also another great thing is you can absolutely use a domestic machine with the cutie. But if you want to, a lot of people have an embroidery machine or it has other features, or they're going to use it for a different project, having a dedicated sewing machine is going to make a huge difference in your workflow. More worrying about, taking it on and off. You can absolutely take this on and off. If you don't have the space, Cutie is the solution for that. But if you do have the space and you want to leave it on there, having another machine dedicated to that is really great. That's what I like about the setup together.
Yeah, and I love that you don't have to be afraid that, oh, what am I going to do with the Qnique if I'm moving my cutie around because I have it on my cutting table and I'm going to be moving it and doing lots of cutting. So now you've got the Qnique that you can also lift it on and off as you need. Although probably not as easy as the domestic, but it's available and it's not super uncomfortable or impossible to move around.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, well,
so the other thing I was going to talk about that's available, I think we had a availability to do a shot from the side because I wanted to show that throat space. So you can see how it comes all the way here. So you've got this whole section for available for quilting. Like Jarek said, having that availability for additional quilting space is going to make a huge difference because before you had just the 31 inches left and right, and then whatever your throat space was before, 8 inches. Now that you can get up to that 13 inches, and because it's the cutie, you don't lose additional inches when you're rolling up the fabric because it rolls up above, as you can see here, rather than around the actual rail. So you're only losing the rail size, not the additional fabric size.
Yeah, so essentially you're having to move your quilt less times per project with this machine versus a domestic machine because you have more front and back. You can do a larger square, a larger chunk of your quilt at one time, which equals more time you sewing, less time you adjusting it.
That's huge, right?
That's huge.
Because everybody wants to be quilting. Nobody wants to be adjusting. Yeah.
No one wants to be managing fabric in general. And if you're going to manage fabric, let me just tell you how much better the cutie is. Just
with
again,
the Qnique,
because, you do have to adjust it, but the difference between lugging all that fabric around, Jana, like this is absolutely fantastic. It is such a relief.
Yeah. So Blaine, let's go back to you and see what kind of wonderful pricing we have on the Qnique and the cutie together. Do we have that, or do we just have them the separate price?
Oh no, guys, we got them together.
Ooh, awesome.
Or separate, either way you want to do it. But we got a great price on it, guys. Hey, great job again. And, I'm a huge fan of that cutie frame. And then the 15 Pro, oh my gosh, that's just, that was our #1 long arm machine last year was the 15 Pro. And it's just been a great seller. And, the reason for it, I think, is, we talk about all these large machines, but, I think more and more people are finding out that you don't have to have half your house dedicated to a long arm. You can get into it. And this cutie frame's a perfect example. It's portable. You can put it on a tabletop like I'm sitting at right now. You can sit it at your kitchen table, your bar. And then the 15 is you're getting 15 inches of throat space, and it's an extremely lightweight machine. So it's very easy to set up. I mean, you can see it right there on the frame. That is just a great combination, guys. And Grace has knocked a home run with this machine, and we've just done real well with it. And so again, guys, we sure do appreciate y'all coming on the show, and we sure do appreciate Grace being one of our major sponsors. And again, guys, y'all knocked it out of the park, and thank y'all so much. And I don't know who we're going to see tomorrow, but I know Grace will be back in the house tomorrow.
Yeah, it will be. Mark and I will come back about the 21 Pro. And then in the morning, Jarek and LJ will be back. They're going to be talking about some True Cut products.
Awesome. Well, we're getting ready to tell everybody how they can get these products right now. So again, guys, y'all been watching the Cutie frame and that QNIC 15 Pro, and Kyle's got the overlay right there. And again, it is $48.95. And Kyle, that's the combo price? That is an unbelievable price. Under $5,000, guys. I mean, look at that. Under $5,000, you're getting that QNIC 15 Pro with that Cutie frame. And again, what makes this frame, I know we've talked about this so much, but what makes this frame so unique is, again, it's portable. You can set this on a fold-out 6-foot table. You can put it on a kitchen table, a kitchen bar. You could put it in your RV. But the great thing about this is that if you need to move it for storage, guess what? You just pull the head off. You take that frame. You can store it vertically in a closet. You can slide it under a bed for storage, and then get it out when you want to use it. Again, it's so portable. And the 15 Pro is 15-inch long arm. It's extremely lightweight, so it's easy to put it on the frame. And again, guys, you can do king-size quilts on the combination you're seeing on the screen. Again, $48.95. We do have a call-in special. Give us a call, and we're going to have free shipping nationwide right to your doorstep. And we also have some financing available, but give us a call, and they can work that out with you as well. If you're on the website, all you have to do is just type in QNIC 15 Pro. It'll take you to that page. And again, you can ask our live chat agents if you need some help. Hey, if you're local Southern California, you can just drive in and stop into one of our 2 retail stores. We have one down in San Diego on Mission Boulevard. The other one is up in San Marcos in the Costco Center. Hey, just stop in. They can show you all these products and help you. And again, guys, what a special we have on this today. If y'all have not checked this out and you've been in the market, again, go check it out. And I'm telling you, this would be, if you've been thinking about the Cutie frame, even putting on your domestic machine, we sell the Cutie frame again. And I think, Kyle, isn't it like $800?
Right now, the Cutie's on sale for $689.
All right, so it's on sale right now, just the frame for $689. Guys, that is a bargain. So if you've got a really nice machine at home, your domestic machine, and you just want to get into quilting and have it on a frame, you can always just do the Cutie frame and put your domestic machine on there for $698. What a great price. But if you want to step up to the big boys in the big league, hey, that QNIC 15 Pro, man, I tell you, what a combination.
This is a great combo.
It is a great combo, and it's such a great price, Kyle.
Yes.
I don't think I've seen it this
and
price.
You call in, you get better than this. What's on the screen.
Yeah, that is true. If they call in, we got another little special gift for you if you call in that we're going to do for you. So give us a call, 800-401-8151. And again, hey, if you can't get through on the phones, because we know it's been super, super busy today, Kyle is going to put up in the chat on the right side of your screen there. Kyle's going to put in Facebook and YouTube, he's going to put that link to Google Sheets. And what that is, when you hit that link, it opens up Google Sheets. Just put your name, your phone number, and the product that you're interested in. And what's so important about that is it updates real time in our call center. All of our operators can look up and see those numbers. As soon as they get off the phone, they're going to do some outbound calls and get you. And the other thing it does, if you get on that Google Sheets list, even if you want to think about this and give it some thought, we're going to let you think about it. As long as you're on the Google Sheets, we're going to honor this pricing next week. You can call us next week or we'll call you back or whatever, but we're going to make sure that you get that price. And we're also going to stay open tomorrow. We're open till 4 p.m. Pacific time. All these pricings will still be good. So you can just call in tomorrow and place an order again on all the things that you've seen on the show. So we're going to give you a little bit of time to do that, because I know it's a big decision when you're trying to buy these machines. So again, guys, we sure do appreciate you watching, and we've got a great, great demo coming up next. You don't want to miss, do they, Kyle? And what's so special about this next demonstration is it's a baby lock serger that had just got released to be sold online.
Mm-hmm.
We have never been able to sell this only in the retail stores. Now we can sell it online and ship it nationwide to your door. And we are talking about the Baby Lock Accolade Serger and overlock machine. This is an air threader. And I'll tell you what, this machine is unbelievable. It is the best, you know, Baby Lock is known for their sergers, but this is the best Baby Lock serger that you can buy online. And we have Candace Trevino here going to talk all about it. She is our resident serger expert. You know, she's good at all this other stuff too, but I'm telling you, when it comes to sergers, she knows this thing like the back of her hand. And so we're super excited to have Candace back in the house. So Candace, welcome back to the show.
Hey, Blaine. Hi, everybody. So we're going to turn down the mics.
Yeah, we about blew me out, Candace.
Sorry.
The speakers. But hey, Candace, you know, I know we've talked a lot about the Celebrate serger. You know, that's an air threader serger. You know, that's kind of the entry level of the Baby Lock serger line. But this is, you know, this serger just about 4 years ago was the top of the line serger that they had. And I tell you, it is the top of the line that you can buy online. And this will do anything that all the other ones will do. And I know you're a big fan of this.
Yeah. You know, this really is not in the same category as the Celebrate. This is actually a combination machine. It's a serger and cover stitch machine.
Yeah.
So it's in a field, you know, it's in a category all by itself.
Well, so what you're going to do is you're going to show us a little bit of how you can do overlock on it and serging. And when you get to that point, you want to do the switch over. What we can do is we'll just keep the camera on you where they can see you switching it over. And they can come back to me and I can talk a little bit about my experience with sergers and working with you on them, okay?
All right, sounds good. Well, hey, everybody, let's get started with this. As I mentioned, this is two machines in one. This is not just one machine, it's two machines. It's a serger or an overlock, that's the same thing, and it's a cover stitch or cover hem. That's, you know, two words we use interchangeably, meaning it will overlock, cut, and bind the edges of your project, as well as hem, and with a 3-thread, 2-thread, or single needle hemming. So if you are a garment sewer, this is a must. You absolutely need to have both machines to do garment construction. If you're a quilter, I can tell you this is also a great machine for you because you can do some actual quilting on it, edge quilting, as well as other, you know, other types of fun decorative details. So I'm going to start with a demo on an exclusive stitch that only Baby Lock has, and that's called the wave stitch. This is a rolled hem or a 3-thread overlock stitch that is different than just a regular rolled hem. And what it does is it takes 2 threads and it alternates the way they're sewn. So I'm going to show you that. Now, the other great thing with this machine is sergers have very large, the eye of the needle on the loopers. So this uses loopers instead of a bobbin. So it uses needles like a sewing machine. And instead of a bobbin, we have an upper looper and a lower looper. And those are, the eye is very large, so we can use this fun decorative thread. We can use yarns and strings and, you know, 8-weight thread, 12-weight thread, just really fun thread that we can play with. So I have in a 12-weight and an 8-weight thread in my loopers and just regular thread in my needle. So I'm going to sew this for you and just not even cutting, I just folded this over on the edge and I'm using my blade as a guide. So trimming a little. So look at that. Isn't that fun? That's called a wave stitch. And this just makes the most beautiful decorative detail on the edge of your fabric. Or on here, I've done a couple of them. And this one I did at a stitch length that's larger than this one. So I'm going to change my stitch length. And you can easily do that right here is your stitch length, your cutting width. All your dials are very easy and accessible. You don't have to open anything to get to your settings. So I'm going to do that one more time, kind of changing my length, my stitching length. and show you the difference. Now this one does not have a speed control. I'm controlling the speed with my foot. It does have a thread cutter back here, but I'm using very thick thread, so I'm just gonna cut it myself. All right, so see the differences? This one was like a 3 length, and this one was a 2. So this is a beautiful stitch. It's exclusive, again, like I said, to Baby Lock. You can't get a wave stitch on any other machine. So if that's something that you're interested in doing, this is the machine for you. And we have used it in all sorts of decorative projects. This is a little bag, and I am going to insert a zipper for you today so you can see how you can do that on a serger. But I made this really cute little, it's called Dress Me book for my granddaughter. And I just bound all the edges with a decorative wave stitch. So this was done with poly yarn type of a thread. It kind of fills in the gaps on that wave stitch. And it's a really fun stitch to use. So we have a wave, a decorative wave. And I have to tell you, I'm like, I forgot how to thread this. I haven't done a wave stitch in a while. But Baby Lock makes this amazing threading guide. And it will show you all 27 stitches that this machine can do. Now, a lot of people ask, well, do I need, what's the benefit of having a combination machine, or should I buy 2 separate machines? Well, 2 separate machines can do so many stitches, but a combination machine can do a whole lot more. It can do a safety stitch. It can do all types of decorative work. So having a combination machine is really handy. It's small, it's compact, and very easy to use. So I'm going to show you how to thread it. Now I'm going to snip out my threads. And I'm going to show you this extraordinaire threading system. So let me take my threads off. And I'll just put our standard thread on. Now to thread this, all I have to do is put it in threading mode, turn my hand wheels till my tubes lock, and now my machine doesn't move. And now my extraordinaire threading will blow the thread right through those loopers, and it threads very fast. So let me get my thread ready to go, and I'm just going to thread this in any order. That's the other nice thing. When you have an air threader, it doesn't matter what order you thread it in. And if a thread happens to break, you don't have to rethread the whole thing. You just rethread the thread that broke, and you just move right on. So I put about 1/2 inch of thread, maybe, down into the ports. These are called the threading ports right here. Hit the button, and there it is. It threaded. Did you see that? It was so fast. That is the lower looper. Most people know on many machines, that lower looper is a challenge to thread, and I did it in seconds. So now I'm going to thread the upper looper. It's exactly the same process. And all of my thread stand, everything is labeled. I've got labels on everything. So it makes it really easy to see where I should put all of my cones of thread and how to thread it. So again, about 1/2 inch down in there, and there's my thread. All right, my loopers are done. So for some of you, you have a serger and you may never want to change the colors. You're like, I'm only sewing in black. I'm only sewing in white. I'm not ever going to change my color because it's so difficult. With this type of a machine, this air threader, it's so quick and easy. You'll want to change the color every time you go to do a project. Okay, I'm going to do the needles. So I have my yellow thread. I use these very bright threads for you guys so you can see the threads. And this is going to be a 3-thread overlock. So I'm only going to use 3 threads right at the moment, just to show you how easy it is to change what type of stitch you use. So this threads up just like a sewing machine. And I put it back in serging, and now I can move my needle to the highest position. Now this doesn't have an automatic threader, but I've gotten really good at threading with tweezers. So there, I'm threaded. It also does come with a little needle threader, manual one, if you do need that help. Okay, I'm ready to go. So this has what's called a stitch selector switch, and that controls the tension discs here. This is a auto tension machine. It has technology built in, so it will deliver the correct amount of thread no matter what stitch you use and no matter what fabric you use. So you don't have to constantly make changes. It automatically will adjust. So again, I'm going to use my little bag we're working on here. And for a 3-thread overlock, I know I need to change my stitch selector. I'm going to turn this a little bit. And I can adjust the width right here. This is my cutting width. It moves the blade. And I can adjust it just millimeters, not a ton, but millimeters. So look what happened. It's starting to dip. Guess what I didn't do? I didn't take my overlock, my wave stitch off. So it did exactly what I told it to do. It started to wave it. So let's try it again. There you go. There's a perfect 3-thread flat stitch. Now, if I want to do rolled hem, because a lot of us love that rolled hem feature, all I have to do is make a few little adjustments. I have my stitch selector here, which is the length. The length, I can just change that. It's got rolled hem and standard. And then I move my stitch selector down to D. Now, I already know that because I've been, playing with this machine so much, I know exactly what I need to change. But if you weren't sure, you just look at the chart. And it tells you, exactly how to set up the machine for what you need. And this is exclusive, again, to Baby Lock. They do this chart that just makes everything so easy. All right, so let's do this one real quick. This is a rolled hem. I could do it with the blade up or the blade down, depending. And so what I've done is by moving this down, I'm tightening these loopers, my lower looper, so it will pull and wrap. I also, putting it in rolled hem, I removed the stitch finger so things will wrap. And there you go. I get a cute little rolled hem. So I'm going to show you really quick. A lot of people have never put in a zipper on a serger. And I have this zipper, and we have a foot that you can get. It's called a cording foot. And it has this little channel right here. So it's got this groove, and the teeth, my teeth, are going to run right along inside that groove, and it will hold my zipper in place. So I'm going to do that real quick. This isn't going to be the perfect zipper, but let's see. Let's see if we can do it. We want a zipper that's a lot longer than our project, because we don't want this anywhere near the needle or the blade. So we always want something that's quite long, longer than what we actually need. So I've got right sides together. I'm going to put on my foot. These are snap-on feet. And you can buy feet separately, or you can buy kits. We have up to I think 24 different feet and guides that go with this machine. So let's give this a try. So what I'm going to do is put this in, and I run the teeth right in that groove. So when I put my foot down, it's really going to hold it into place. Now I might trim off just a tiny bit of the zipper, but that's fine because remember, sergers cut and wrap the edges. So it's going to be a nice, and I have a rolled hem, so that's going to make it even prettier. I'm going to lengthen that a little bit. So I'm putting this in with the rolled hem, and you can see I'm not really having to hold it because that groove is holding my zipper just perfectly. And when I get to the end, I can just lift this up, lift my needle up, and kind of move my fabric out of the way. And there I have it, a perfectly straight installed zipper. So, and that was with rolled hem. So really great feature being able to do that, putting in a zipper on your serger. So I'm going to pop this off real quick and put on my other favorite foot, which is the Teflon foot. Oh, I don't have it out. Okay, this is just the standard foot, but I'm going to show you how easy it is to put in a needle, and we're going to do a 4-thread overlock. So flat to the back, sergers use sewing needles, just like your sewing machine, and you're going to select your needles based on your fabric. So I have a challenge getting that in there. I'm like, wow, I have this handy little cart case right here that I can put my goodies in here, and it comes with this little tiny brush. This is perfect for holding my needle in place. So I like to use that to put my needle in. I go down into the hole where the needle goes and straight up. Maybe. All right, let me sit in front of it. Sorry, Roger, I got to sit right in front of the machine to do this. And you can always remember that the needles, there's a little tiny window right here where you can see the bottom of the needle and you can see if it's in all the way or not. And so that's really nice to be able to check and see, do I have the needle in all the way? So now all I need to do is thread up another thread. So now I'm going to a 4-thread overlock. So 4-thread overlock is great for any kind of construction. A lot of times we sew things together and we want to use a 4-thread overlock. Like I told Blaine, when you're doing sergers, if you want to sew any type of garments, so these are workout gear, stretchy leggings, this is performance fabric, you can't really do this on a sewing machine. They need to stretch. And so you really need a serger. And sergers, just the stitch of a serger creates that stretch. So I was telling Blaine, this is the crotch area. I'm going to do a 4-thread overlock. I want to make sure that I have as much strength in my threads as I can get, right? We don't want anything popping. So I always use 4 threads to do construction. So I'm going to take it back to standard. And let's see what I did. Let's see how my stitch looks. You know, here's the thing with the baby lock, the stitch looks great all the time because it has that advanced delivery system. You know, not all sergers are created equal. This has the technology built in, so no matter what fabric I use, the thickness I use, it's going to deliver the correct amount of thread to give me a beautiful stitch. So when would I use this? I can adjust my width to give me a perfect 1/4 inch. And I could use this to just sew my quilt blocks together. Especially if you're working with any type of challenging fabric, it would completely wrap the edges so there's no fraying. And I'm using the knife as a guide. I'm not really cutting a whole lot. But I think it's so much faster to sew things on a serger. The way it's constructed is there's 2 sets of feed dogs. So it really grabs the fabric, pulls it through as you're sewing. And now I've got all my quilt blocks sewn together, and they look great. And I just open them up, put, you know, that seam to the side, and continue making my quilt. So great for even serging quilts. You can definitely do all your quilt blocks. It's fast and it's really easy. Something else this serger can do is ruffling. If you do a ruffle on a standard machine, a lot of times you have to do it and then pull your threads to get it to actually ruffle. This one has a differential feed, and it will allow me to ruffle my fabric by adjusting that differential feed. So let's see how this works. I don't know if you can see it, but it's already ruffling my fabric. And there you go. I've got a ruffle. Look how that was so fast. So fast. And if I need it to ruffle more, I can just pull on my needle threads a little bit more and make it, you know, a tighter ruffle. There's a foot you can use that's available with this machine to attach a ruffle to a non-ruffle piece. So that's an additional feature that this one can do. So I showed you 3-thread, I showed you 4-thread ruffling. So easy to sew all of your quilt blocks together. This is a project we did a while ago. I believe this one belongs to Andy. I asked him if I could use it. This was all done on the serger. So I'm going to show you this type of stitching, but all the blocks were done. We added some wave stitching in here. We did some flat locking type of stitches. You can do so many things with your serger that, you know, it's not just for garment construction. It's for any type of projects. So Blaine, I'm going to go ahead and convert this because this is only half of the machine. The other half we don't talk about a whole lot because this is really the first time we've been able to show you a cover stitch machine. So I'm going to show you how easy it is to convert this and let Blaine chat about his experiences with the serger.
Well, Candace, thank you so much. That's pretty awesome. And we're going to keep Candace up on the screen there so y'all can actually see the changeover she's doing. But again, guys, you know, my experience with the serger, I'd never really messed with the serger at all until about just a couple of years ago. And, you know, the first time I was so intimidated by it. And I probably like many of you are, you know, because I'd heard all the horror stories about how hard it was, the thread and all those different things. And that's one of the things that Baby Lock has just taken, you know, the difficulty out of it. You know, don't be intimidated with this thing because I'm telling you, it is so easy to thread. Even I can do it. So it, you know, the air threader is just a game changer to be able to thread the machine and makes it so much easier. And it's not complicated. And I know that, you know, I've had, you know, people telling me, oh, I've had, you know, my thread. I've never unthreaded my serger since I've had it, and it's been, you know, it's 10 years old. I just, you know, tie the thread off and pull it through because I had to take it to the shop to get them to thread it for me. You know, serging shouldn't be that difficult, and so one of the things that Baby Lock has done, they've just taken, you know, that difficulty out and made it easy. And so, you know, one of the things too, I didn't realize how much punching power the Baby Lock sergers have. And that needle goes straight in. So some of the sergers, the needle's on a slight angle, and you wouldn't even really know that. But anytime it's on a slight angle, it's not going to have near as much punching power as if it was very straight vertical. And that's one of the things that Baby Lock does, that straight punching power straight down. And then the knives on this thing, the way they cut as well, it makes you just be able to do so many things on the serger. But with could, on this while Candace is finishing up over there. Again, guys, you're looking at this. We got a great package. So this is the Accolade Serger, and it's going to be with a free bundle or the gift card. We're going to give you your choice of the free bundle or gift card and on this. And again, guys, you got to give us a call on this, 1-800-401-8151. We're going to have free shipping nationwide, all over the country, right to your doorstep. And it's 36-month, 0% interest financing is available on this. And again, Kyle, what's that the value on that gift card?
That is a $500 gift card.
It's $500 gift card. So we're going to be able to, you're either going to be able to pick that free bundle, or you're going to get that $500 gift card. And again, guys, if you call in, we also have a special little gift that the call center people and the chat team, either one, can kind of help you with as well. Let you, once you pick which bundle you want, they can work with you on that as well. But again, if you pick the bundle, you're going to get that one of our world famous Sewing Machines Plus sewing mats in that baby lock gold color. You're going to automatically get the sewed baby lock classes for that, that trial class. You're going to get our platinum protection plan for this, which basically is going to cover, if you have any kind of work you need done on it, it's going to cover the shipping to us and back to you, and pay for all the labor and parts. And then on years 2 and 3, it's going to pay the shipping one way. So again, guys, it's going to give you peace of mind, and that's on top of the regular warranty. You're going to get that bundle of needles to come with it, and you're getting all those feet. So you're getting the 10-pack of organ needles. You're getting that a 17-piece foot kit that comes with it. And then if you look up on the very top up there, you're getting that Tudo machine bag on wheels. It's in color red to be able to store that in and roll it around. Really great bundle with that. But we're going to give you your choice. You can either take the bundle, which is a lot more value than $500, or you can take that $500 gift card. And if you take the gift card, we actually got another little gift for you, but you have to call in to get that other little special gift that we got for you. Guys, $39.99, free shipping right to your door. And again, we have some Synchrony financing available for 36 months at 0% interest. And guys, if you've been thinking about getting into a Serger, now's the time. And Kyle, if we could, let's go back. We're going to go back to me, and then let's split the screen and get Candace back on here. She's finishing up right now with that, and so she's getting close to the guys. I mean, it hadn't even been about for a minute. And I think he says it takes her about 2 minutes to switch over, which is extremely fast. And so, Candace, are you ready to go?
I'm ready. Yeah, let's do it.
With you, and let's continue this demo.
So cover stitching is hemming, right? So when you hem something, a lot of people can look at this as maybe a twin needle. Maybe that's something comparative. So this is the neckline. I've serged on the band, and now I'm top stitching it. So if you have a t-shirt on, look at the bottom of your t-shirt. That is cover hemmed. That's a cover stitch. It's a double needle on top or a triple needle and a zigzag stitch on the bottom. But this is stretchy. Your sewing machine, if you try to do that, your threads are going to pop. So hemming, this is all hemming. So if you need to hem something or do the edge, you've got to have a cover stitch machine. So let me show you how to do an edge. So let's say this is the hem. What I've done is I have folded up the bottom, and I've used tape. This is a double-sided fusible So Easy tape that you iron on. And so my hem doesn't move because I sew on the top of my project, so I can't really see what's underneath. So I'm going to line this up where hopefully we've got that going on both sides of the hem. So let's see how we do. So again, top stitching is I'm sewing on the top of the fabric. There's no blade. There's nothing in my way. It almost mimics a sewing machine. I'm doing pretty good. Now, there we go. I'm using 2 different colors. Hopefully you can see that purple. But I've got my 2 stitches, and then it's got that zigzag. And I did good. You can't even see my hem. It covered the hem. So on the bottom, that's what it will look like. This is a wide stitch. So you've got twin needles and a wide stitch. You could also do turn this into a decorative stitch. So these are a pair of joggers. And what I did here was I actually used the underside, this side, as my decorative feature on the outside of my pockets. So that's really fun. You could use the top or the bottom as a decorative feature. So this is, like I said, I added my band. So I needed both Coverstitch and Serger to do some type of construction. So again, I can do double needle, triple needle. All I do is move over my needles. So I'm going to show you one more thing, and that's called chain stitching. And for people who quilt, this might be, the thing that you really want to do is called chain stitching. So let me cut my thread, and I can just kind of sew it out. You can run this machine. It doesn't have to have thread in it. All right, so I've got that purple out. And all I have now is one needle, one looper. So I'm going to quilt on this. This is a quilt sandwich. It's got some batting in here. I'll do a little meander. And on the top, it looks just like a sewing machine stitch. But on the bottom, it's got this really cool, it's called a chain. And so this can give a really nice decorative look to projects. So I've got this bag that I'll show you. This one was done with decorative thread and the chain looper. So again, this isn't a garment, but it's a project. And it allowed me to quilt, to give it a quilted look on this project. So I did 3-thread quilting, chain stitching, 4-thread overlock construction. Here is the wave stitch on my handles. So all types of stitches, all with this one machine. So quilting, like I said, you could do all kinds of quilting. If you want it on the top or the bottom, you can just, make that decision and decide how you want your project to look. And Blaine mentioned with this machine, you do get the love of knowledge, which is really fantastic. It's now called Sew Ed or Sew Education. It's 60 days to tell you how to use this machine. Because like I said, you're not buying one machine. You are buying 2 machines in one. So there's a ton of things you can do. Stop. And again, sewing stitch on the top and a chain stitch on the bottom. So really fun projects I can do. Again, this is one that was done with, this is all chain stitching. You can't do anything too wide because the throat space here is not very wide, but you can do a lot of edge work on here. So something like this was a lot of fun, and you really just needed these 2 machines. Now, like I said, again, this is a machine that we have been using in the stores for a very long time. We love this machine, but now you have access to it. So you are now able to purchase this. We can send this across the country, and we have the sewing education free classes to teach you how to use this machine, how to convert it, how to do all those stitches, up to 27 stitches. That's a lot of different stitches to play with. And it's not like your regular serger either. It's so easy to thread. You'll want to change those colors of thread all the time for every project. You can also purchase, and I would highly recommend, the inspiration guides. Also tells you when to use these different stitches, what they're for, and how to use some of the feet and guides that can come with these machines or purchased separately. So Blaine, I've kind of given you a really quick rundown. I could talk about this machine for a couple hours. You know, we do 3-hour classes just on the Serger side of the house. So, you know, it would be an all-day project for me to teach you how to use this machine.
Well, thanks, Candace. Hey, again, guys, we got to remind you how you can get this Accolade, and Candace makes it look extremely easy, and which, you know, the reason, because it is. It's this machine makes serging and overlocking so easy because it's just such that great machine. Threading's not an issue, and I tell you, I've talked to people. They say they don't even use their sewing machine anymore. They use this for everything. So again, that just tells you how great this machine actually is. But again, guys, we are trying to make this a smoking deal for you today. Hey, at $39.99, that's our Quilt Fest pricing. Hey, we're going to give you the Accolade. Also, you're going to have your choice of that bundle that you see. That bundle, you're getting that red Tudo machine bag on wheels. You're getting the 10-pack of Oregon needles, the gold SewingMachinesPlus sewing mat in that Baby Lock gold. You're getting the 60-day trial of the Baby Lock Sewed Ed classes. And you're getting that free platinum protection warranty that we put on top of the manufacturer's warranty. And you're getting that foot kit that is, I forgot how many pieces it is. 17, yeah, 17-piece foot kit. There's so many in there, I forgot how many there was. So again, it is a great, great deal. And if you don't want that bundle, we're going to let you have your gift card, your choice of the gift card or the bundle. But here's the other kicker. If you pick the gift card, you can call in on the 800 number, or you can speak to the live chat agents on the website, and they've got another little gift that they can do to help you out with that gift card. So either the bundle or the gift card, your choice. $39.99, guys. What a great price on this. And again, if you compare it to some of the other sergers on the market for what this does, this is a bargain on this. And we're going to ship this absolutely free nationwide right to your doorstep. And we're going to offer 36-month 0% interest financing to get those payments down just a little over $115 a month. So what a great, great way to close the show out today with our demos and another great machine from Baby Lock that we're offering. And Candace, what a great job Candace did. And guys, if you like this serger and you loved what you saw and you would like to maybe even see a virtual online class, put a number 1 in that search bar or in your chat bar right now, and just type number 1 that you might want to even see a virtual event that we might try to figure out how to do one and have Candace teaching it, because she, to me, is one of the best in the country at this. And again, I'd like to see how many people would like to see that. So guys, what a great, great day we had today. And we hope you enjoyed all the demonstrations and all the education events that we had. And I hope you learned something, because I mean, I tell you what, every time I see some of our educators come on, I see a lot of ones coming across the screen, Kyle.
A lot of ones.
A lot of ones. And so every time we do these events, I learn so much from it, because, we have so many different educators. And I think this time we had about 38 or 39 different educators. And when you get those many people across the country and with the different brands, you're always going to learn something or something unique that they bring to the table. And that's what I love about these events. And, if not anything, you're going to learn something. So, but guys, a great way to close the day out today with Candace and the Accolade. But hey, it's time to give stuff away, Kyle.
Giveaway time.
Is it giveaway time?
Yes, it is.
All right.
Giveaway time.
So the first thing we're going to do, are y'all ready to win something? All right, we're ready to give some stuff away. So the very first thing we're going to give away today, we have a Baby Lock Zest sewing machine that we're going to give away. And Kyle, we've got that wheel. Did you get it all greased up overnight and oiled up?
It's ready.
So the wheel is ready.
It is ready.
So guys, we got that Baby Lock Zest. Kyle, get ready to spin that wheel. And we're going to spin the wheel. Here we go. Kyle, spin that wheel.
There we go.
There he goes. Are we going to have our little music to go with it this time?
Speakers aren't there.
Look at there. Teresa Castile is our winner. So congratulations,
Teresa.
She just won herself the Baby Lock Zest. And what a great gift that is. So congratulations. Or Zeal. I'm sorry, not the Zest. Zeal. Baby Lock Zeal, right?
Zest.
Zest? Is it the Zest? Okay. Zest. All right. You flashed it up so fast it went off. Zeal, the Zest. So Teresa, you won that Zest sewing machine. So Teresa, how you want to claim your prize? Send us an email to contest plural with an S on the end of the contest at SewingMachinesPlus.com with your shipping address. And Teresa, as soon as we get that, we'll get that shipped out to you next week. All right, so let's move on. What's the next thing we're giving away, Kyle?
We got a Janome 3160 QOV.
So y'all heard it. This is the Janome 3160. This is one of my favorite ones. It's the Quilts of Valor edition. I love this look of this machine, the red, white, blue. It's all patriotic. And again, Kyle, you ready to spin the wheel?
Ready.
All right, let's spin it.
There we go.
Marianne
Fox.
Congratulations, Marianne. You just won yourself that Janome Quilts of Valor edition, and what a great machine that is. So Marianne, what we need you to do is send us an email to contest plural with an S on the end of contest at SewingMachinesPlus.com and with your shipping address. And as soon as we receive that information, we'll get this shipped out to you next week. Now, guys, you got to realize we have about 500 people watching between Facebook and YouTube. So it's going through a lot of names, and so if you're getting to win out of that, you're lucky. Yes. The luck of the Irish is on your side today,
it's
right?
a lucky day.
So yeah, over 500 people watching today that we're drawing from. So Kyle, the next product that we got coming up is that Baby Lock Accomplish, right?
Baby Lock Accomplish.
Now this, guys, is a $1,900 machine. This is a really, really nice machine. Yes. And we sell a ton of these things. And again, look at the space, between that needle bar, that throat space. We talked about this yesterday. Boy, that'd be a good combo to put on that cutie frame, wouldn't it?
Yep.
If you want to have some kind of portable, quilting machine. But this is such a great machine. But again, anyway, this is the Baby Lock Accomplish. Kyle, spin that wheel.
There we go. Roxanne Miner.
Congratulations, Roxanne. Roxanne, you just won yourself that Baby Lock Accomplish. And again, what a great machine. So Roxanne, send us an email to contest, plural with S on the end of contest, at SewingMachinesPlus.com with your shipping address. And soon as we receive that information, we'll get that shipped out to you next week. And so next up, Kyle, I think we get to announce our winner, our fourth finalist.
Okay.
For the $50,000 Dream Studio, right?
Okay.
Are y'all ready to hear this? So again, guys, we got to explain to you what this $50,000 Dream Studio is all about. So we basically have an unbelievable package of products put together. And Kyle, I think he's going to show it on the screen there, the overlay. That's all the stuff you're going to win, okay? So in this package of the Dream Studio package, it's got a Handi quilter, Capri long arm with an Insight table. So that's a sit-down free motion machine. You're going to get that Handi quilter Moxie long arm with Pro Stitcher Lite, that full robotic system to go on it. You're also getting a Martelli Advantage workstation table with that cutting mat, the Janome 1600p QC sewing machine, the Juki Rico RI100 direct-to-garment printer, the Grace Cutie quilting frame, Grace True Cut Master Cutting Collection, the Brother PRS 100 single needle embroidery and free motion machine with the free motion kit, and the Juki HZL DX5 sewing machine, the Dime Perfect Embroidery Pro software, Horn of America 5280 cabinet with that 6-way chair, and then you're going to get that Janome Memory Craft 9850 sewing and embroidery machine. So right now, that's a great bundle of stuff. So right now, we already have 3 finalists, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we have 3 finalists that we've already drawn. Monday, our finalist was Linda Hilliard. She's one of the 5 finalists. Tuesday, it was Beth Cleary. And then Wednesday, it was Maggie Sue. And today our 4th finalist is Julie Kerner-Cannelly.
Cannelly, yes.
So Julie Kerner-Cannelly.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Julie. So Julie, you're in the drawing. So we have 4 finalists. So don't be discouraged if you haven't had your name picked yet. So again, tomorrow we're going to pick another name to go in for the 5th and final finalist. We're going to put all 5 names in a hat right here live on air, and I'm going to draw that winner out. But you have, guess what? You still have all night tonight and all day tomorrow to get your name in there to win. And how you do it is participation. Tonight, after this video closes, you can go down in the comment section and on YouTube and Facebook, make comments, ask questions. If you share the video, if you like our Facebook page, if you go subscribe to our YouTube channel, you can go do that right now. It's going to actually help your chances tomorrow. And then tomorrow during the live broadcast, if you actually go and make comments, ask questions, like the videos, do all those things, it's going to get your name in there more times. And tomorrow afternoon, we'll announce that 5th finalist, and then we're going to put all their names in a hat, draw that name out, and that person is going to win a $50,000 Dream Studio of all the products we just showed you. So great time. And then tomorrow, again, if you're just participating on the show and you're asking questions and stuff, you'll still get a chance to win all the prizes we're giving away tomorrow. And then we're going to announce our winners of our quilt contest.
Yes.
We have 6 finalists right now, and we'll announce those winners tomorrow on the show. And right now, in no particular order, I'm going to name our finalists out. We had 6 finalists, 2 categories, 3 finalists in each category, a modern category and a traditional. From that traditional category, we had Tiffany Golf, we had Barbara Gary, and we had Carol Lombardi. And then in the modern category, we had, it was Barbara Brown, Denise Looney, and Linda Fox. So those are our finalists. And guys, if you want to go take a look at some of the quilts they did, go to our SewingMachinesPlus.com website. At the top of the page, the quilt show banner, click on that. It'll take you to the product page, and you can scroll down and you can see all the quilts that they were entered. Over 28,000 votes on these. So guys, you got to feel honored if you made the top 6 or the top 3 in each category, because I tell you, that many votes is pretty impressive.
So everyone you just named is going to win something.
Yeah,
we
everybody
just
I
don't know
just
what
named
yet.
is going to win something. Everybody's
Yes.
going home with a sewing machine.
Yes, exactly.
So I guess I could even name the prizes off. First place, if you win first place in either one of those categories, you're going home with that Brother PRS 100 embroidery machine and with the free motion kit, so you can do embroidery and free motion quilting. Second place, you're going to go home with Juki HZL DX5 sewing machine in both categories. And then third place in both categories, you're getting that Janome 3160 PG 100th anniversary edition. And hey, Kyle, they're also, if y'all look up here beside me, first place in each category, get what we call the Golden Scissor Trophy. And it'll have your name and a plate on the front of it engraved. And you'll get that along with the ribbon to put on your quilt. And then second and third place, you're going to get these big, nice ribbons too to put on your quilt. So you got to be proud of yourself if you made it in the finals. And Friday, tomorrow afternoon, we'll announce places of those people. So good luck to all of you. And anyway, we hope you've enjoyed the show today, guys.
Well, we still have 2 more giveaways.
Do we have 2 more giveaways today?
Yes.
What are we giving away?
Juki DX5 and Dime professional embroidery software.
Oh, so guess what?
It was,
Kyle wants to give 2 more things away.
We're not done yet.
Let's do it then. Let's give some more stuff away. Man, if y'all didn't stay tuned in, you just missed out, didn't they? All right. So the next thing we're giving away is that Juki. This is the DX5. It's another DX5. Okay, so we're going to give this away. Kyle, spin that wheel.
I did it for you, Patty.
Oh, it's
Ed and Shirley
Ed
Berlin.
and Shirley Berlin. So Shirley Berlin. Is that the same Shirley Berlin that we've got?
Berlin.
Same one. I think doesn't she come in a lot? But anyway, it's Ed and Shirley up there. I see their names. So hey, I don't know if it's Ed watching or Shirley watching, but guess what?
You won.
One of y'all won. So anyway, hey, congratulations. And how you can claim your prize is email contest, plural with an S on the end of contest, at SewingMachinesPlus.com. And let us know your shipping address, and we'll get that out to you next week. All right, so the last product we're giving away today is that Dime Pro Embroidery Software. And again, guys, what a great gift this is. I think, what is this, about $500?
$2,999. It's the full.
Oh, this is the full version.
Yes.
So, guys, this is $3,000 software package. Yes. This is a big one here. Wow, that's a big one. All right, Kyle, you ready to spin the wheel?
Ready.
Let's do it. Bam, Hazel Isabel. Congratulations, Hazel.
Congratulations.
So Hazel, how you can claim your prize is send us an email to contest, plural with an S on the end of contest, at SewingMachinesPlus.com with your shipping address. And next week we'll get your prize sent out to you. So guys, what a great prize package today. And again, we're going to do this again tomorrow. So guys, thank y'all for tuning in. Make sure you tune in tomorrow. We're going to start the broadcast at 8 a.m. in the morning, Pacific time, 10 a.m. Central time. And we got a full day of stuff tomorrow. We'll announce our quilt show winners. We're going to announce that grand prize of the Dream Studio winner tomorrow. Out of those 5 finalists, we'll pull that. I'm going to actually have a bowl up here with their name in it and pull it out live on the air and let you see it. How's that? And so we're going to have that and another great day of education and demonstrations. And we're going to have some great specials tomorrow as well. So
maybe Ron Martin will make an appearance.
Who?
Maybe Ron Martin will make an appearance.
Yes, Ron Martin, our owner, is going to, I think, come in tomorrow afternoon to help celebrate our $50,000 grand prize winner. And we may have the whole studio full of people tomorrow coming in to help celebrate the winner. What do you think about that, Kyle? So anyway, guys, we appreciate y'all tuning in. Make sure you tune in tomorrow, and we hope you have a great rest of your night, and we'll see you tomorrow.